reception when we're entering Makurdi. Today, we had another powerful reception with some youth, kids, at the bank of River Benue. As you can imagine, I am the only presidential candidate that can swim and run at the same time. But don't let me continue without greeting our vice presidential candidate. He might look very quiet to you, but his heart is made of steel. I met him in Femi Falana's chambers. All of you know Femi Falana, the human rights lawyer. He's also a human rights lawyer in Kano. Don't let me go ahead without appreciating our National Secretary, Ina Okopi. When we arrived in Benue yesterday, and when he saw the decay inside the state, he said that he's from Kaduna, that he's not from Benue. But we told him he cannot cancel his state, not yet. We also want to thank the governorship candidate, who, like myself, is the sports person. I found out today is a professional handballer, Chief Wache Obe. And please give him a round of applause. When we were doing the arrangement for speaking, I discovered that the deputy governor was not given the prominence she deserved, and I yielded my place to her. And look at what she did. After she spoke, I was afraid to come out to talk. She apparently is the revolutionary that we have been looking for in our party from the female side of it. Our party is an equal opportunity party, and our position is that women should not only be playing second fiddle to men, because they are stronger than men. They create, recreate, establish, re-establish authority over men from time to time. In this dispensation, there are more women registered voters in Nigeria's history ever. About 47% of them are registered to vote. That is to say, if they convince their husbands, boyfriends, and others to vote for a female president, Nigeria can produce a female president even in 2023. And we hope. I am not one of those people who do pity party for women. Let's give them 35%. If you are 47% of the voters, you take 47%. In Rwanda, almost 75% of their lawmakers ahead are female. And that country is doing very well in Africa today. Men should be ashamed of themselves in Nigeria. Yes, we assert authority all the time, but look at the country ruled by men. Let's try women next time. And I will be so I'm very proud of how you have expressed yourself today. We also should thank our Aluta people in Benue State. Faith is here somewhere. Faith is there. She leads all the time a lot of struggles in the state. But most importantly, let's thank our Benue State AAC chairman, Comrade Rex Elan, for the fantastic job they have been doing. At the point he moved to Abuja, we moved him back. He moves to Abuja, we keep moving him back. We don't want Benue to be left unprotected from the revolutionary side of things. I don't have much to say today because sometimes you have much to say, there is no time. Some other times you have time, but you don't have enough to say. But what I have seen, and I can say to you here, looking at this hall on my way here, is that Nigerians are tired of the old system of governance. Nigerians are tired of hunger, starvation, strikes. It's the only country in the world, well, one of the only countries in the world that is not at war but has got internally displaced persons inside the country. Nigeria is the only country. Nigeria has become a disgrace to the world. It is not Nigerians that are a disgrace, but Nigerian leaders disgracing Nigeria. And by reputation, Nigeria is letting down a lot of African citizens and countries. In fact, when we went to South Africa in 2018, I asked the South Africans, because they always take their girlfriends and their women. They say, but there's something about Nigerians. If they take your girlfriend or wife, the wife will never go back to you. I said, well, that's a problem. That's not a problem. He said, if their mouth is very sweet like this, why is it that they cannot have a country that is sweet, such that they have to be running to smaller African countries? I said, you have defeated me in this argument. So we're here. My job is to reinforce what our colleagues have said, particularly our VP, that at the time in this country, the people who were running Nigeria were in their 20s. In fact, the people that got independence for Nigeria were young people, your age. The man who first proposed that Nigeria should obtain independence was 20-something years old, Chief Anthony Enahoro. Nigeria is therefore not making progress if in 2023, the likely president of Nigeria is 95 years old. And I mean it. Tinubu, who is APC representative, has been changing his date of birth. Yes, since I have known him. At the time I was a journalist, 10 years ago, they sent us a press release that Tinubu is celebrating his 65 years anniversary. 5 years later, they said he's celebrating his 70th. In 2022, they sent another press release that the man is celebrating his 79 years anniversary. I said, but you gave us 10 years ago that he was 65. Arithmetic, he should have been 75 now. Do you know why they went and they went to Wikipedia to go and change the dates again? Article of PDP is also very old. That one, I don't know his age, but looks very old to me. And as I've always said, I have no problem with old people. I have only problem with old ideas. Because old ideas have set Nigeria back by centuries. When places like Ghana are already offering technologically driven education, Nigeria is here going on strike in our universities for 9 months in 1 year. ASU in Nigeria, that's the organization in charge of our lecturers, their organization, strikes too many times than thunder. The reason is that the government of Nigeria is interested in tertiary education. Because even Buhari, who claimed he was poor when he came in 2015, sent all his children to school in London. That's the person who claimed he was poor. They have used the money that is meant for your education to send their children to school. When our leaders are sick, including when they have Qatar, the time, if he was Buhari, they would have flown him to London. Because there's no hospitals in Nigeria that can treat him. Even the Aso Rock Clinic that they budget 3 billion naira for every year since he came to power, they said they don't have Panadol. I am not the one who is saying it. It's Buhari's wife that said it. So, for how long shall we continue like this? We say we cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. It is impossible for this country to make progress with the present crop of leaders. And most importantly, with the present crop of presidential candidates that you have seen. It doesn't matter how they mix it. All of you know about, today is Sunday, right? You know about overflow, when the church is too full. Take some people to another room they call overflow. That is how APC was to PDP in 2015. Now, in 2023, the Labour Party is the overflow of PDP. Same people, same characters, same operators, but they now package them to make them look like they are different. It's all falsehood. And I'm here not to come and lie to you like some of them know how to do. I'm here to tell you the bitter truth that I've always told to our leaders when I meet them. We must admit, also as young people, that we have let ourselves down. Why did I say so? Some of this that is going on in Nigeria, we could have ended them in 2020 if enough of us participated in EndSARS. We needed a revolution and it was looking at us like this. We walked away from it. Why? In Jos, for the first time, palliatives were discovered in warehouses. Christians and Muslims came together. There was no differences, and they liberated the palliatives. Our leaders were stealing Indomie noodles, hiding them when there was COVID. When leaders of serious countries were giving thousands of dollars to their citizens. That was in Nigeria at that time, held up by the federal government led by Buhari. I was receiving money in America sent to my house, sent to my account, even though I wasn't living in America. Even when I protested that this money doesn't belong to me, they said, but you are here with us and you have contributed to our economy. COVID, take care of yourself as well. But in Nigeria, what were our leaders doing? They were hiding Indomie noodles from you. They were stealing palliatives. Common Indomie, Nigerian leaders are stealing. They have no shame. Do they have shame? No. And now they have gathered together again and lying to you that they can save you. They are lying to you. People who are governors for 8 solid years are telling you, people who could not turn their states to Dubai, that's United Arab Emirates, they are telling you that they want to turn Nigeria into Dubai after they have done 80 years. There's one of them, Kwakwaso. Kwakwaso has been in every government since 1999. He was a member of House of Representatives, a Minister of Defense. He was governor for 8 years. He was a senator. He still wants to continue to be a candidate in every election, as if he was cursed with doing election. Atiku, me and Atiku contested in 1992. 1992, some of you were not born at that time. He contested for the primaries of his SDP. I contested as the president of the University of World Student Union. I won, Atiku lost. Yes. 2023, Atiku is still contesting against me. 30 years later, Abba, me Afaro. Atiku, me Afaro. The last time I saw him, he was very old and weak too. Carry one leg, rest small, drink water, drop cup. Carry the second one, rest small, drink water, drop cup. Carry another one. I saw him, I said, VP, former VP, me Afaro. He say, bad amwa, I tell her, say, Nagana Yakari. So, let's say that you hear promises all the time. They will come here and say they will refill the River Benue with pure water. It's a lie. Because River Benue is the source of pure water. But our leaders don't know how to convert water to drinkable water. It's the source of irrigation. Our leaders don't know the meaning of irrigation. River Benue is the source of tourism. Our leaders don't understand the meaning of tourism. If some of them come here, like I went to swim today, instead of swimming, they will piss inside the water. Because they don't understand that you have to take care of the environment. To go through, whenever there's crisis, they have less areas to govern. Less areas to govern, less people to take care of. If you go to Maiduguri, I mean, Borno State now, there is only one city that has left. The governor, they will call him Action Governor. Which person cannot turn one city to Mecca or Dubai? When you have 20-something local government and you're only managing one town, how you know go be Action Governor? Exactly, 7,000 naira minimum wage. That one Action Governor. I mean, that one a governor. So when you go to them, ask them, you are interested in crisis. Inside them, they don't want Nigeria to work. Because if Nigeria works, they will be tasked to work harder. And most of them don't like work. They are lazy. Like your governor, he prefers to be going from place to be doing G5 with Wike than to focus on the security of his people. And G5 now has become G failure. Let's see which excuse he will have for not paying salaries. Yes, G5 to G string. And the G string don't. The other way to deal with what Benue is, when people talk about agriculture, people just talk about agriculture because they see orange on the road. That's not agriculture. That one is subsistence farming. They want you sell orange and go and still go back to the orange and you are still poor. This state should be mechanized. Instead of SUVs, you should have tractors everywhere in your state. And the world has gone past even physical agriculture. Now, plant crops without soil. It's called hydroponic agriculture. You can grow plants in the air. So what is stopping you is because you have people who have lazy mentality in the way they govern you. And what stops Benue, anyway, from transiting from the food basket of Nigeria to the technological basket of Nigeria? with all the great youths you have in this state? Is it not from this Benue that some of the best musicians from Nigeria are from? So why must you do agriculture till you die if you have the talent to sing? Doesn't it fetch more money to be a singer than to be a farmer? Somebody else come, some other people. So there's a lot you have. But our goal is to feed ourselves in this country and feed the continent of Africa. And we are going to focus on Benue State as one of the sources of this particular policy. Because we cannot continue like this. And also, we have our intentions to ensure that the kids we saw today in their millions across the country, some of them are not going to school because they can't afford to go to school. We meet a very brilliant kid who was asking us why some children, she couldn't understand, she's 12 years old. She said, why is it that some children are poor and some are rich? Why is it that some parents remove their children from school so that they could go to farm? And why is it that some children are stealing? We said, they're not stealing. They're just looking for what to eat. The real people who are stealing are Nigerians. A man was just sentenced to death in Lagos. Lagos of all places, for stealing, for robbing a woman of 57,000 naira. I said, where's the judge coming from that he didn't see Tinubu and sentence him to death? Is this not supposed to be according to the gravity of the offense? How can somebody who stole 57,000 naira go to be sentenced to death, and the one who stole 158 billion naira every year from Lagos State is going to become president of the country? Are they mad? That's the problem. Our justice system is also wonky. So, our brothers and sisters, there is nothing I can tell you that we didn't say here in 2018. Some of you were here with us in 2018. We warned Nigerians that if you vote for your enemies, you are going to end up miserable. They did it. They voted for Buhari. They said they are looking for somebody who is megasphere. And we told them that there's a difference between megasphere and Munafiki Panza. Now they know better. Even your governor now understands what we were saying. But when we came here in 2018, people were laughing at us. After 2018, I have spent 5 months in detention, detained by Buhari. I told him, one day, you will go. But we won't go nowhere, because you will pay for your sins against the people of Nigeria. Are you getting my point? Yes. 3 days ago, we went to the National Peace Party, and I'm wrapping up, because it doesn't matter how long I talk, some people will listen and some other people will not hear. And we met all the former head of state, Abubakar, Abdul Salami. Tinubu was there. As soon as we arrived, Tinubu slept. When we finished, they wake him up, and then they took him away. And at a point, Abdul Salami said that Mustafa in the army when Abacha was in power, he was complaining in the meeting that Sowore is always fighting him. So General Abubakar said, Sowore, can you stand up? Mustafa, can you stand up? He stood up. Sowore, can you stand up? I stood up. They thought that they didn't know my intentions. And they said, can you embrace yourselves? And Mustafa said, no, my problem with Sowore is deeper than that. I said, General, can you let me explain? I don't have personal problem with Mustafa. I have personal problem with those of you in the military that destroyed democracy in 1993, including you. The man, yes. I said, had we allowed Abiola to rule when he won election in 1990, free, fair, and peaceful election, we will not be signing peace accord to do election in Nigeria. Nigeria is the only country in the world where candidates are asked to come and sign peace accord during the election. It's election war. Do you know his response? When he was responding, he said, Sowore, if you win, can we stay in this country? I said, that will be up to you, not me. Your conscience will determine it, but also the amount of money you stole will also determine it. That is true. Because he now said, let bygone be bygone. I said, how do you say bygone be bygone when people own villages and you take them over and rename them? How is bygone going to be bygone when you kill an entire family in their homes at night and you say it's all right? How is bygone going to be bygone when you turn Abiola and Abiola's children into orphans? You kill their father, you kill their mom. How can there be bygone be bygone? How can bygone be bygone when the rest of us are poor and you guys became the richest people on earth and you are not disclosing and returning the money? How can that be bygone be bygone? I am saying this to you so that you can understand that a new revolutionary era must also be followed with justice. It's as simple as that. And I'm not going to say any more than that. Thank you very much. Take it back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. Wherever in the world you're joining us, we welcome you. My co-host, Chidono, is on assignment. Our special guest today, Omoyele Sowore, is on campaign. We had scheduled him to start at 10:30, but we just played a speech he made live in somewhere in Benue State. So we are waiting for him to join us. I think he will probably get to a hotel and then he will join us for the show today. So while we wait, we are going to begin a conversation on his candidacy and what that will mean. And we are going to invite you to join us while we wait for him to round up the event, get to a hotel room, and join us. So I will make the space open for you to join the conversation, and then we will begin. Thank you for joining us.
Sowore. I'm the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, and I'm going to be the president of Nigeria come after February 2023. So you all better be careful. I want to say here, and it's very important to me, that I observed one of the most peaceful elections in Nigeria in 1993. And we allowed that election to stand. We will not be signing a peace agreement today. Because that you are signing a peace agreement in Nigeria shows that elections have become war in Nigeria. This is the only country in the world where you sign a peace agreement during an election season, as if we are at war. But that is what our elders did to Nigeria. And I think next time we should sign a peace agreement with the elders who are instigating violence in this country, or have them sign peace agreements between themselves. Because peace is not breached by poor people. Poor people suffer the consequences of violence. When you look at elections, the people that suffer the most are those poor women and men. And when there's a breakdown in law and order in Nigeria, every rich man, politically connected, gets enough police protection, and they're able to get on the jet and leave Nigeria at the slightest provocation. This is where we are. And I should also say that some of the people that instigators of violence during the election are not in this hall. They are the vassal representatives of some of the men and women in this hall. They are state governors in particular. You need to get them to sign the peace accord. There are some of them as the most violent and virulent people in Nigeria. They demonstrated it in Kogi State. A woman was burnt alive in her house. Until today, the killers of those women or that woman have not been fished out in Nigeria. In Kano, there is someone campaigning that if they don't win the election, they will kill everybody in Kano. In Borno State, it's the same thing. You go to Lagos, where the APC holds sway, you cannot paste a poster if it's not Bola Ahmed Asiwaju's poster in Lagos. I just came back from Lagos. They have a team that tears anybody's poster that is not their candidate's poster. You cannot even pay for your poster or banner to be hosted in Lagos. They have a bureaucracy in place that makes it impossible for you to do. How then can there be peace in a country where there's no justice? We keep lying to ourselves all the time. I also want to say that for the rest of us, as you have treated us today, because we don't have resources and we don't have powerful connections, we don't have access to state resources. Most of the other candidates use and abuse state resources. They have governors who just dip their hands into their state treasury and use them to fund their candidate activities, and nobody is challenging them. Once in a while, when they want to tickle our fancy, the EFCC comes around to play at the playground of the political parties. Two political parties are particularly very notorious for this. They buy votes, both at their primaries and in the final election. And how do you compete with these people? If elections are supposed to be about justice and bringing about great leadership and bringing about peace and development, how could great people win elections in a country where terrible people control all the resources of your country? That's another issue for another day. The other part is the media. And I should say this because I'm a media practitioner too, that they have shut several of us out. Also, I will accuse the media of Asiwaju. They have never interviewed me in this election. That is the TVC news. They have blacklisted some of us, but they are supposed to be a public media that should address, that should attend to everybody. And the last thing I will say are security agencies. Just like someone mentioned, the security agencies have allegiance and loyalty to just a few people. That's the truth. I was almost run out of the road in Ibadan just yesterday because Atiku was in Ibadan to campaign. I was also there to campaign, but I had one car. Atiku had over 40. And I had no police. Atiku had over 500 policemen attached to him. I sent a letter to the police today to provide me police protection. I'm going to Benue tomorrow. They said I should drop the thing on Monday. How do I get police on Monday when I'm going to Benue tomorrow? I submitted to my friend who represented the IG. I will just say finally that nobody should lose hope in this hall, especially those of us who are the receiving end of the injustices in this country. One day, the table will turn. Thank you very much. I'm the presidential candidate of the African.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Nice to have you guys today, Sunday the 22nd, 2023. I'm glad you were able to make it, and we are waiting for Sowore to join us any moment from now. I don't know how long. He just finished in the hall. He might get to a hotel before he's able to join us. But as soon as I hear from him, I will let everybody go and we'll make room for him to join us. So if while we do wait, I want us to have a conversation on what we think about his candidacy and the impact he's making. Let me start with you, Janaba, am I right?
I don't know if you are right. Can't you see my name there?
How are you, Janaba?
I'm fine. How are you? Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday, yeah. So I know that Sowore is your man, and what do you think about the impact he has made this round?
He's doing well. Unfortunately, where he is, like I always say most Nigerians are not there, and in my own way of supporting his candidacy was all the councillor in my area and one running for Senate and House of Rep in Benue State to become AAC. Some of them have met with him in Abuja, where he lives, and unfortunately, uh, Nigeria, we are still very backward. We are submissive to those that abuses us, and they have used the elite have used everything to cripple us, poverty, disease, hunger, and the one that is telling the truth, he has no resources to give to them, and I don't know why we are still where we are.
All right, thank you. Lexis, welcome. Alexi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So what do you think about Sowore?
I call him Ọkùnrin Mẹ́wàá, and that means 10 men in one person. Sowore is super duper a character that should not be overlooked in his quest to achieve anything at all. And I respect him because he knows that there has been injustice in the country, especially when it comes to what is happening to the East, the Biafrans. Sowore knows that all the conspiracy and things that has happened to that part of the country is not right. And he says if he becomes, or when he becomes, whichever one fits in, that he's going to apologize to the people of Eastern Nigeria because of what Nigeria has done to them. And I know that he's a very straightforward person. I have a witness here because I've interacted with him personally, even before this time. He had asked me once, why do you think you cannot be the president of Nigeria with all these things going on? And then I thought it was a joke. Today, he is doing exactly what he asked me, why don't I consider that? Because he has been very disappointed with Nigeria all these years. Now, I always want to make this clear when I'm talking in favor of any candidate like you've asked me now. For me, he is number one because I know how he justifiably looks at what has been happening, not only the corruption and all the rubbish going on, but the treatment that many of us here cannot accept was improper against the people of Eastern Nigeria. In fact, some of us may have even had a kind of, would I say, euphoria that, yeah, we want those people and they have to remain where they are. Winning is not the point. Where is the peace? Things are still happening to people because they are Igbos or they come from somewhere less recognized by the people of the country. That's why I'm in love with Mr. Fa Rotimi. He said there's no citizen in Nigeria because the leaders have not given us the chance to be citizens, let alone being right and in things that can make the country better. I believe that we all should just separate and peacefully organize a commonwealth nations instead of even going into this election.
All right, sure.
So,
Alex, thank you. Let's go so that we can get everybody before he joins.
Did you see the name? Did you see the name I have? That
Lexis.
I wrote that name. There's no S at the end. It's the same name but written so that people can call it properly. Lexi.
Lexi. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
It's
okay.
the same name that was there, but spelled phonetically. So that's the name I like to hear myself being called here.
Okay.
But anyway,
Let's.
Sowore is good, period. But I
All
want
right.
separate nations as a commonwealth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Echo, are you there? All right. I think she's not there. Isimile, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages, and hello, everyone else. Sowore is acting like as a lone wolf in his campaign to become the president of Nigeria. I would say, in my own personal opinion, does it sound tough? Yes. Does he sound theoretically intelligent? Absolutely. Is he going to deliver all that he's saying? Time shall tell. So that's my contribution for now. If I'm around to ask him questions, I'll reserve those for him personally. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm Sheriff. Is that? Hold
Yeah,
on.
Doc.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How's everybody?
We're good.
Okay. This,
What do you think
this is
about
my
Shore?
oh well, this is my first time joining the chat. I always been trying to join and never be able
Oh,
to get in. But
nice, nice.
I'm a old time followers of Sowore since the day of New York saga and with the Jonathan regime. You remember those when they went to the town hall and when they was waiting for the people to come and they were late and she was there and the other guys were there and whatever. Anyway, I was also a contributor to his last I think the last election when he was running, he came to Chicago. I was also there, so you can have a little background of how I follow Sowore. Yes, Sowore is a man of the people. He's the only candidate in Nigeria that has been consistently doing and saying the same thing over and over again. Out of all the candidates we had, like Mr. Abba said, he's the most consistent one. To me, in my opinion, he's the only one that can deliver Nigeria from uh, the mess we are in. If you think about it, none of the people that's running right now want to step on the toes of the establishment. Nigeria needs to be totally formatted and restarted, from the scratch. So, like I said earlier, Sowore is the only person that can do it. But the people are not ready for the man like Sowore. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Man of prestige. Why are the people not ready for Shore?
Yeah, yeah. Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm glad we have Sowore today. Hopefully, be coming back later. Yeah, thank you everybody for having me. Yeah, it's honor to have Sowore here. In my own opinion, he would have been one of the best presidential candidates if he had a traction. But that notwithstanding, where we are right now, he doesn't have any traction. So um he's not going to have any impact. I don't know how many votes he's going to be able to get about that. Notwithstanding, he's still very young, so he has a very good future for himself. But the problem I have with Sowore, is because he has not been able to garner some experience. I would have liked him to go and contest for any kind of local government. I don't know where he's from, whether he's from the southwest or south. I'm not really sure where, but it doesn't matter. He's a Nigerian, so it would have been better for him to go and garner some experience. Maybe in a senatorial or governorship, any kind of things. Before he can proceed to where we are. It has to be a process for you to elevate yourself to be a presidential candidate in Nigeria. But with his credential that he have antecedent, because in the Nigerian space, where we are, it's not somebody that just come in and occupy such a place. It's not like America. Look at Trump. Trump was just a businessman. He was able to come and usurp the presidential place in America. That's not going to happen in Nigeria. So, good Lord, that's what I'm going to say. Hopefully, when you come to, I can ask him some of the questions that I want to. Thank you, Dr.
All
Rudolph.
right. Thank you. Thank you. Forefathers, the other day you were able to meet Peter Obi virtually. You asked him a question. So when Shore comes on, what are you going to say to him? What is your concern?
My biggest gripe with Sowore is his policy on using mercenaries for national security. And I think that that is a very, very serious lack of judgment, because if this same man or activist has been fighting for the youths of Nigeria for how many decades, and when his plan on getting into office, the first thing he wants to do is give jobs to foreigners to come and kill Nigerian youths. I think that is the craziest thing, the craziest idea ever. And it's almost like he doesn't have faith in the Nigerians to do the job. No self-respecting nation and no self-respecting leaders relies on foreigners to do his job for him and the job the citizens are supposed to do. We have a lot of youths on the streets that are, graduates selling mobile phone top-ups, internet vouchers, and all kinds of nonsense. And then he wants to go and take the hard-earned money Nigeria has got, the little money we have, to pay foreigners to come and kill Nigerian youths when he should train them to defend their country. That is a terrible idea for me. And sometimes my perception of him is that he doesn't seem to realize the full scope of what leadership entails. Sometimes you need to build, and he's not building anything other than standing on the side and just criticizing stuff. He never wants to get his hands dirty, get busy in the system. And he comes across as being a little bit arrogant and entitled, just because he seems to be the leading candidate in terms of being anti-government and anti-corruption and all that stuff. And that is not appropriate. I prefer someone that goes to the core of the issue and really puts himself in the place of the people. Sometimes he comes across just like a politician, really, and he's not even a politician, really. He's basically an activist. And I fear, because of the way he approaches things, he is like emerging at a time compared to China, when just after the Tiananmen Square protest, because at that time the nation is in the mood for building, not in the mood for protest. We need people that are looking to build, are looking to solve problems, not looking to tear things down and fight people all over the place. And I fear that his time may be up, because there are a lot of people around now that want to build stuff, and we are looking at building stuff. I'm not interested in trying to tear down. The stuff tear down is the country, and you are not going to. We barely control anything. We need to take over the country and control our own destiny. Not about, if anything, he wants to go the opposite direction by bringing foreigners in. He wants to bring people to come into our country to come and do stuff inside our country. This is what our forefathers did before. A Yoruba man was on that ship when the British people attacked Lagos for the first time. The Haitian president was killed by mercenaries in his house. A black president was killed by mercenaries in his house because his nation relies so much on mercenaries that they didn't even have a military. He was the one that brought the military back in Haiti, and he got killed by mercenaries in his house. Till today, nobody knows who did it. And this guy doesn't seem to, I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of his at all. And I like the fact that he hates corruption, but that's just about it.
All right. Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. I think Sowore is somebody I adore, because I felt we don't have a pathway the way we want our country to go. We just do things anyhow. And there's this funny phrase that keep ringing for some time now in Nigeria. This Christian thing you hear, what God cannot do does not exist. I think that's the mindset very many persons just believe. They deliberately vote for the wrong people, and they still believe with faith that things gonna work for them. You understand? They see themselves like people who in Vegas, who brag that I've sent 3 kids to college in Vegas, but they are living in penury, abject poverty, looking so shabby, homeless, tattered. That's the mindset we have in our country, and it's so painful and everything. So when Sowore is talking, and the things he want to do when he's talking, I support him to the fullest. The attitude we are taking right now, it will not lead us to anywhere. You have to disrupt the system. Doctor, you see a president bring 51 presidents in Africa to US. If it is in Nigerian context where you bring people for your own interest, for your own purpose, how you will enrich yourself, not your organization, not your local, your community, your state, your country. You understand? But when you see president bring 51 president in Africa, is to make that country great, not for his own selfish interest. This is what they do. They cut deals. I live in the state of Arizona, where is a red state, but you see a blue mayor, you understand, will cut deals that will favor the people. You understand? It's not about cut deals to make himself rich or famous. This is what they do. They cut deals that will favor them. And that's what Sowore is doing. You understand? Sowore single-handedly, we know what Sarah Reporter do in making Jonathan president. So many people fail to understand that Sowore is not a Yoruba man. He's an Ijaw man. He has all it takes to have good benefit in that government. He did not. He did the same thing with Buhari. He has what it takes to get contract to make himself wealthy. He did not. Doctor, you work with him. I asked you the other day, what type of cars does Sowore drive? Go and look the asset that he declared. This is a guy who left his family for so long. He has all it takes to go to Cotonou and find his way in America. He has left his family now. This is the 4th year. You understand? This is the love of a country. Today, as we are talking, there are people who lied that Martin Luther King is their uncle. Do you know what? He fought a great fight, but when he was fighting, some of us who think this way will say he's a foolish man. Say a single died through away, leaving children to suffer. Today, other family are even pretending to be Martin Luther King family. He has become great man. How old did he die? You understand? So we have to change the narrative. We have to go a little bit abnormal to make that country normal. That's all I will say for now.
All right, thank you. Adewale, he's gone. Okay, Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I really appreciate you for holding the line. You've been doing this for a while now. I think I've known you since the days of Sahara Reporters with Sowore and Adeola Fayem. And you guys have always been on the necks of these corrupt Nigerian politicians. I used to read your articles, watch your videos. And what I can only say about Sowore is that this is not a guy who is just dreaming of becoming a leader of the Nigerian people today. He has been in the business for a while. He has been standing for justice. And if you listen to him quite well, you will see somebody, a Nigerian, who really has gone through a lot in his life. He has been in the trenches. Like me, he grew up in the village, and he actually felt what it is like to really be brought up in the mud. So when this guy is talking about the situation of the Nigerian people, the suffering and the carnage, he knows what he's talking about. We knew what happened to him last year, while he spent more than 5 months in detention. And what led him there was fighting for the Nigerian people. So what I can say about the support, the little support we are seeing from the Nigerian people is that our people are not ready. So it takes the people to drive a revolution. So Martin Luther King Jr. did not, by his own strength or by his own genius, run that revolution he ran in the 60s in the United States. He took the people. He took a people who were tired of their situation, who were tired of slavery and maltreatment from the racist government of the United States at that time. So to really stand up and drive the revolution. So the problem is not with Sowore. It's not about arrogance. For many years I've watched Sowore. What I see in him is not arrogance. It's pain. What I see him express is the pain that people are going through. So, okay, what is he going to be arrogant about when he's talking about giving justice to every tribe and every nationality in Nigeria? This man is not sympathetic to any tribe. So at some point, some Yoruba people even say, "Oh, he says he's not a Yoruba man. We are not supporting him." Yet he doesn't change his narrative. He's always saying it. I'm a Nigerian. So I don't know what else we Nigerians need from a leader that we are not seeing in this man. And like we did, in the time of Buhari, when they brought Buhari, we were shouting, we were hailing him. The man came, he destroyed everything. Now the Nigerian nation is on the brink. So this same way, we are going to let this opportunity slip through our hands. We have a leader in Sowore. I'm not going to speak for him. I want to really point out something. I heard Sowore say, if it gets to the point of hiring mercenaries to solve the security problem in the interim, I'm open to it. That's what he said. So he's not saying I'm going to bring in mercenaries to solve Nigerian problem. We don't have Nigerians who are brilliant. In fact, he has said that there are Nigerians are doing well all over the world, except in Nigeria. And he knows Nigerians who are doing well, and he's going to bring them in.
That's his security policy. Whenever they ask him about security policy, he wants to get mercenaries.
Well,
what am I supposed to make of that? That's his first thing that comes out of his mouth. Want to bring foreigners? You could go and bring American soldiers into Nigeria. In other words, we would be having a military base inside this country.
If I can
do
finish,
any country any good.
I'm sorry if I can finish. What I'm saying is that even to respond to what you said, the state of the Nigerian security right now, you cannot solve the problem of security in Nigeria with the current apparatus you have in place. You have to do something in the interim.
How do other countries do it? Figure it out. It's not so tricky.
In our security agency.
Nigerians are clever enough. We have them on the ground there. Let's not miss what's
Dr.
here.
Damages, I think that's all I have to say right now. Okay. And I'm very excited to really see our leader, my leader, Sowore, come to the show today and share his views with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. African Wahala, I think that's the name. I can see.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody, for being on the panel, trying to figure out how to resolve this Nigerian quagmire that we find ourselves in. Omoyele Sowore is a great leader. I know people call him arrogant. They call him unexperienced. They have all types of names for Omoyele Sowore. But the truth is, if you're talking about arrogance, who are the arrogant people? Is it the people that have put us in poverty? The people that have continued to align with the people that destroyed the country? Are they the ones that are not arrogant? Or you that you're saying that Omoyele Sowore is arrogant, you expect Sowore to kiss the behind of the same people that put all of us in this mess, until Omoyele Sowore goes out there and seeks the validation of guys like Obasanjo and Atiku and Abdul Salam and the rest of those guys, Babangida. That's when you would term Omoyele Sowore as not arrogant. You want him to be controlled by the same people that put all of us in this mess. And for those people that are saying Omoyele Sowore is not experienced, what experience are we talking about? Are we talking about the Nigerian political experience? A political experience that requires you to be a thief, requires you to be a criminal in order to show that you have experience. When people are talking about experience, Sowore needs to go and become a local government chairman. He needs to go and become a governor first before becoming a president. All the local government chairmans and all the presidents and all the governors in the history of Nigeria, what experience did they bring to the table apart from stealing and corruption, putting all of us in endemic poverty and putting us in a state of terrorism? So what experience are we talking about here? Are we talking about experience and humility? You want him to be humble to the same criminals that brought all of us on our knees? Come on. You're not being sincere if you have any
Nigerians.
sort of... Don't cut me off, brother. You're not being sincere. You're not being sincere if you expect Omoyele Sowore to align with the same principles that have brought all of us on our knees today. You're not being sincere. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Let me play this video of Sowore while we wait, and then we'll be back.
disagreements are not personal.
Okay.
They came from the military era. And it includes you.
Please.
I have political disagreements today with anybody that was in the military in 1993 that annulled the election, including you. Every one of you. And it doesn't go away. Thank you.
Okay, I think you are talking about 20 years ago.
Yes.
I think I think if you carry that idea, by the time you become the president of this country, I think some of us will leave this country. So I think, I think quite honestly, let bygones be bygones. What has happened. You can't cry over spilled milk. And let's go on with what is in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again. Before we close, I will ask His Eminence Onaika to give us the closing prayers.
All right. That was from the event peace team yesterday, I believe. There Abubakar was saying, let bygone be bygone. So what I think we should do now is while we wait, I'll just send messages to him to know how long when he's going to be here. You know the way these political events are. After the event, he will hang around, greet people and other things. So we will stay here as long as it takes. As soon as I hear from him and the time it was going to take for him to get here, I will let you guys know. But also, one thing I want is if you have said something, maybe we can get new people to come in and have their view on what they think about Sowore while we wait. Meanwhile, let me ask you.
But can I say something about what they are all saying about him? I think Nigerians do this all the time. It's like when Ojukwu came along, they said, oh, he's the child of a rich man. He didn't have to do this. We have to worship him. This type of thing, you have to call people out when they are saying something wrong. Just because he's been fighting for you forever doesn't mean he's infallible. This guy is questionable, some of his decisions to say that he bringing foreigners into the country and just because he's fighting for us, it's okay. Let him do that anyway. You can't trust anybody. You really can't trust anybody in Nigeria.
Situation sometimes determines certain decisions you take. Let me tell you, former British Prime Minister David Cameron, during the riot in England, I can't remember the name that they called that particular riot, when David Cameron was the Prime Minister, the riot was getting too much. Do you know what Cameron did? He went and bring an expert riot police from New York in England to America.
No, he didn't. I was in the UK
then. Listen, you might be in UK, but I read my brother, I don't need to be in UK. I read the news. You are not in America now. You are in a program in America.
I'm in the UK I don't need to be in UK. I wasn't here when it was happening.
David Cameron went and bring a riot police in England. You understand? When he said so, that calmed the situation down. So certain situation, you understand, demand for some type of measures you will take.
Not bringing foreign troops into the country.
So he didn't say his first goal is for him to go bring. If there's anybody that criticizes,
that's his first goal. I don't know whether you are hearing me. Anytime they ask him of his security policy, that's exactly what he says.
No. Okay. And when you talk about foreign,
ask him today. You hear what he tells you.
When you talk about foreign, what are you talking about? The way the country is going, where even a captain in the army today, all their kids are schooling in abroad. That's a threat. That's a national security threat. You understand?
Yes.
For your at that level. So that's a threat. But it doesn't really matter. As at this time that we are a weaker vessel. We are weak. If it takes you to put some structure in place, you hate it, you like it. We don't have anything. You understand? We don't have anything. You need to find a way to
are you people men or what? What is wrong with you people? If somebody's saying other men should come and help you, we have how many youths in Nigeria? Almost 50 million of them.
That's not
Jesus
so.
Christ. I don't understand this kind of thinking.
That's not so. It's like getting an expert.
No, I will call you when I'll call you.
That's not so. Sometimes when you talk certain things, when they say they want to go bring machineries, it's different the way you just say it. You are just saying it from a layman's perspective. Did you see an army general in Nigeria that bought a drone of $300 that I buy for my own son? and they are celebrating it all over 10 media houses in Nigeria.
All right. Paul, thank
Is
you.
that the army general you want to trust that bought a drone of $300? What are you talking about? You understand? My brother, let's not lie to ourselves.
Paul,
Come on now,
thank
let's
you.
put things in place.
Thank you, Paul. I'm Sheriff. I'm the sheriff. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doc. You know, it's so funny that we don't do our research very well in Nigeria. Look at Kenya. When Kenya was having problem with Al Shabaab, America had a base in Kenya right now and helping them dealing with Al Shabaab. Okay, look at Nigeria with what Boko Haram and all these people from Nigeria bringing all these insecurities in Nigeria. What's wrong with Sowore talking about, okay, I'm gonna bring machinery or I'll bring international, forces like America to come and help me with security? I don't see anything wrong with it. If what we have are totally collapsed, think about it. I'll give a perfect point. What I heard from Sowore like 2 weeks ago, when he said that the Nigerian security forces do not communicate with each other. The DSS or whatever they call themselves get information about the Kuje prison terrorists or whatever they did when they kill all those people in charge of their prison. And the local police, 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, whatever time, the local police or the military did not share the information between each other. It looked like people are not understanding. Nigeria is totally collapsed. Just because 2% of the population is living like they are rich and all that, we have almost 150 million people, or whatever the number is, in poverty. This is abnormal in a country with a population of 200 million. We need to start looking for solutions. We are in a deeper mess. I guarantee you that if all these the usual people get back and win this election in coming in next month, we're gonna be having this conversation again in 4 years' time, and another 4 years. How long do we have to sit here and deceive ourselves? We need Nigeria, the situation of Nigeria right now. We need somebody that can come in and format everything, and we restart all over. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cool. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you guys again. So I was waiting for Sowore to come on board, but I guess he's still having his program. Yeah. Forefather, yesterday, sorry, I was hearing you were being roasted and they beat you to submission. I was beating you on that platform yesterday. So I hope you have survived. You managed to survive because you have to start getting along. They beat you to submission. Hey, well, the situation in Nigeria, I just pray God to help us because what I'm hearing, I don't know if that's, that is the rumor is true. The Senate are already voting to repeal the beaver, which is part of the hope that Nigerians are having now for credible election. If that is done, I don't know what's going to happen. I just don't know because these thieves, these wicked animals we are dealing with, they are not relenting at all because they know what is going to come upon them to the table turns. So they are not relenting and they are doing everything possible to see that this election do not hold on, or even if it's going to hold, they will revert to the old system that will enable them to bring out the already stuffed ballots. I don't know if you were aware that APC, months ago, that was not a rumor. Although some people would just say, oh, it's a rumor. That is truth. Went to Niger and some neighboring countries and collected votes and stuff. They've thought and filed them somewhere to be brought out during the election, And that's why they're fighting tooth and nail to see that they don't use paper, so that when they revert to the paper own, then they can easily brought out those ballots they have already piled up, collected from neighboring countries. All these things are happening before our noses, and we don't talk about it. Many even when they say some people will dismiss this with a wave of the hand and think that it's not true. These people are not relenting at all. Tinubu is going, in fact, this is like a break of a do or die affair for cohorts. The same applies to later. So I don't know. Nigeria brace up for what is going to come
All
because
right.
we don't know.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Cool. Des, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I think we are on Showore's issue. I just want to, basically state it clear. Anybody supporting Showore is deceiving himself, to be honest. Because one, I don't see Showore becoming the president in the next 50 years if he continues like this. Let's even imagine the best case scenario that he start getting support from the intellectuals, maybe the Sultans. Is it gonna land in the presidency? No. He's still gonna penetrate towards the north, which I don't even see him going. Like the north is never gonna follow him if he doesn't have an alliance with all these bad people that he keeps cursing. It's not gonna happen in the next 50 years. So let's stop telling ourselves Showore. That's why I'm angry. If Showore really wants to change Nigeria, this is the time we actually need him. Because P2B is actually, I would say, is more of the change in the
Hey, Mr. Show.
is more of a change in the political system of Nigeria. So that is why I feel like he should basically support P2B and change that scenario. And I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't even start deceiving ourselves about Showore this, Showore that. If he wants to be serious becoming the president of Nigeria, he knows what to do. And what he's doing will never land him the presidency, period.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Des. Pastor Charles, your turn. But let me just say, I just heard from Showore. He wants to have dinner and then he will join us. So go ahead, Pastor Charles. Unmute yourself, Pastor Charles. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Damage, for allowing us to speak in your platform.
Thank you.
And also, I want to appreciate all of us who are here tonight to discuss issues that have to do with Nigeria development. To be honest with you, I am quite ashamed that some Nigerians, in fact, many Nigerians don't know what they want. We live in abroad. We have seen the world, and yet we are still thinking like people in the village. Sometimes it makes me feel sick, so sick inside of me. How can somebody not like Showore? I don't understand how can somebody with the sorry state, Nigeria is right now, and you hear Showore speak and you don't like Showore. I don't understand. I don't know what is going on with us. Since last election, I never knew who Showore was. I never knew, to be honest with you, until one day I was playing with my YouTube and I saw one young man. I said, who's this guy? He was talking and talking, and he was talking my language. I said, who is this guy? And I began to, study who Showore is. I discovered that Showore has been doing these things for almost when I was even in secondary school. I said, even in secondary school, when I didn't know nothing, when I was going from one corner, maybe looking for women here and there, smoking, drinking, and a young boy within my age category was able to mobilize guys against the military, against bad governance, and this guy has not changed. And today you see Nigerians who they still talk as if they don't know what they want. In fact, honestly, I feel so ashamed. I feel so ashamed. But one thing I do know is that Showore has shown, he has proved himself to the world. He cannot merge with people who have destroyed the country. He cannot do that. Stop saying that Showore should go and merge with P2B. P2B after election, he will go back to PDP or APC. How can you expect to go and merge with them? What do you want, people? What do you want? Are we blind? I don't understand what is going on with us. Are we blind, people? Honestly, sometimes I want to cry. I want to shed tears when I see people talk this way. It's like we are happy to see Nigeria die. We are happy to see Nigeria in a bad state. And it's like we are happy. Just because a young man from nowhere, a young man because the father is not a rich man, not a billionaire, is coming to say no, Nigeria must be savaged, and we are here, saying no. Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Honestly, it's a shame. It's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Charles. Hold on, cool. Hold on. Let me hear from Sydney. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yes, speak up a little bit. We don't have your line is low. Your volume.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's still low, but we can hear you. Go ahead if you can do better than that.
Sorry.
Okay, good.
I just want to say that, Sowore he's been an activist, and I think he's a very bold person in terms of his ideas. However, I think that this season, with the political landscape, it will be very difficult for him to make real inroads. With the way Nigeria is patterned. And I just wanted to correct a few things Forefather was saying in terms of security. Like last time, I told him about Obi, and it was very clear Obi had a plan, and he has been speaking about it. Using mercenaries is not an issue globally. Every country, even the US, uses mercenaries, especially when you may not want your military to get involved, or you may want a different approach to
Not at
military
home.
Excuse me. I think, Father, one thing you need to know is that everybody's views here must be respected. I think generally you cutting people when they are speaking.
Because I want to save people time, not at home. So correct it.
Just allow me, because you need to learn how to talk in a public space. When people are talking, allow them to learn. Then you can butt in. If you keep doing like this, it means that you are not allowing any other person to express their viewpoint. You will not like somebody to cut you in. We need to learn in this nation how to listen to each other. I'm not Sowore's biggest fan, but it's important to listen to his own ideas and to say, okay, these are where I think I agree, or these are where I think it's a disadvantage. Everybody has his own challenges. Sowore is not the biggest idea person. He's making, for me, for some political mistakes, because if he becomes president, he will be an activist president. Is it what we need now? That's what we need to ask as a people. So when you are looking at the Nigerian people making decisions, and some of us are saying Nigerians are not smart and all that, I think Nigerians are smart enough to say, what kind of president do we need now? A Sowore is good, but if you ask me, have I seen a Sowore in a governmental position that can make critical decisions, and how will he function in that? Because he will be more of an activist president. And there are some times you also need to have due dealings in presidency, whether you're on the extreme left, or you're on the right, or you're a centrist. So sometimes we need to look at that. So I was looking at the issue of the security and all that, and I've never seen him say he's going straight for mercenaries. And if you have seen it, then you have to prove it. Today he's going to be here, and we can ask him that question, and then this will be laid to bear. And that's what I wanted you to get, that there are many people that are looking at things politically and listening to people. And if somebody says he's going to introduce mercenaries, if need be, I don't think it's an outlandish idea. But moving forward with regards to his positioning in this political space as of today, I think he's bold. I think he's courageous in certain things. However, because of his positioning, on the side of politics in which he is, which is good, which is fine, it is fair. I don't think it's enough for him to get political power in Nigeria. For you to get political power in Nigeria, you need to have come into what is called a political consensus. And I tell you, deep down within Sowore, he will wish he is in the role that Peter Obi is in. But the truth is that many Nigerians may not be comfortable with an activist president. And that is the reality we have to face. Not many people are comfortable with that globally, internationally. So people are always careful about an activist president or even a president that has real deep nationalist views, not allowing other people into that space. So I think this is my own view with respect to Shura. I think he's smart, he's bold, and but I think there's a lot of shortcomings with his political project.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Cool.
Yes, I didn't know they were discussing about Shore. For me, I feel so sad whenever people come out and castigate Shore. Uh, like Charles asked that you don't know what Nigerians actually want. Sometimes, and most times, I ask that same question too. It's like we are all like we are all groping in the dark. We don't know what we really want. You know, governance or leadership. It's not even more of having 100 years experience of being in that political arena that produces you, makes you a good governor, that makes you have that ability to be a good leader. No, a good leader, one of the essential ingredients is having compassion for the people and the willingness to execute righteousness and judgment upon the land. This is all you need. Because leadership, political leadership is not like being a leader in a corporate organization where you are just the only one and every instruction comes out from you. You go there and you have in political leadership, you have the ability to assemble quality people around you who will advise you in things you don't know about. You're not expected to know everything. Okay? So somebody like Shiwore, number one, he has the willingness. Number two, he's not corrupt like the Nigerian regular politicians. He might be has his fault, but fine. But talking averagely, it's not like any of the Nigerian politicians. Okay. Number three, he has always stood against what is wrong in a society that we see today that have decayed. And somebody like that, with that passion and compassion, he has to change things because he's somebody that has somebody is someone comes across to me, somebody that has prestige, that's self confidence, self prestige. A situation where you don't want somebody elsewhere to come and do for you something that you could be able to do for yourself. But we see that many African leaders today, they don't have that self prestige. That's why they run around everywhere in the world, borrowing money, asking people to come and do this and that for them, whereas they can do it. Chowore is somebody that has the mind to move Nigeria from the present position to be able to compete in the international fair, and people will respect Nigeria. He means well for Nigeria, even if right now with the political arena, he's not going to be able to get there. And I, for one, I would even encourage him to make it faster for him to become a president of that country one day, to join Peter Obi's team. And if he joins there and is able to take the position, which I believe more than 99% of obedience will be so happy if he takes the position of EFCC boss. And if he goes there and operates very well, trust me, after Obi is done, Obi and that is done for 8 years, Showore will gracefully glide into the presidency of Nigeria if he does that position well, which I know he's going to do it very well, to the admiration of many millions of Nigeria that have been yearning for justice and equity, that have been yearning for the system to avenge these evil murderers for the blood of people they have spilled every day. They spill every day to avenge and to recover all our money they have stolen and used in resettling their families all over choice places in the world. and leave Nigerians to be suffering in a country that God has blessed with so much, and yet people living in abject poverty. So this is what I have to say. They should stop castigating him. I know he's making a lot of mistakes. He's confronting the powers that be, and they don't like it. And he will be the last person the powers that be will want to smell Aso Rock. But he can get there if he makes the right decision. And the right decision, I believe, in my own opinion, is to join the team of Peter Obi, Obidati, so that he can have that portfolio that I and many other people will want him to occupy, and that is EFCC boss.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's listen to, I think John Abba raised his hand first, and then we'll go to Forefathers, and then I saw you. Go ahead.
All right. The fact that there is no pathway for Sowore to become the president in this section doesn't mean the supporters and those that believe in him to change their mind. The notion that he should compromise himself or he should lower himself. How did the human being lower himself than leaving his wife and his children to go to a place, not even be free on the street, rather being detained? What sacrifice is more than that? And what experience you want him to learn from becoming a local government chairman or becoming a governor of any of the state? I think we are all saying things because at least everybody's entitled to his or her own opinion. But you should not think that simply because it's not doing well in the poll, then it will be abandoned. That, okay, you are not going to be anything, you are not getting our support again. That is not consistency. That's not the measure of a man. This is not a judge become a coup or Jude become coup. That's not how it's supposed to be. All right.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. What I want to ask people who are here, if you've spoken before, if you can give room, when Sowore comes in, everybody will get a chance to ask him questions. That's why I allowed him to.
Okay, let me go then, Rudy.
I said he should
I'll
eat
see you
and get
guys in a little
ready.
bit.
Go ahead, Ismail. Go ahead. Let me hear from you.
Okay, I bet to disagree with some points made by Mr. Cool. Pardon me. Courage alone is not enough for Sowore to become the president of Nigeria. For example, say you want to partake in a 100 meters race with people who have been training. Obviously, you have a dream, a vision. You have the belief in your mindset that you can make the race or possibly win it. But actually, you need to. It's like a baby. You need to start crawling first, and then walk, and then train. Putting in those time to train physically is part of what Sowore is lacking. So I don't believe someone can just jump from 1 to 20. Is a step in politics. I believe he may sound perfect. He may be saying the right things, but has he taken the right step for him to get where he wants to be? He needs to do it the way that he would actually get to where he's going to. I don't believe in miracles in politics because he's going to be serving humans and I'm one of them. I don't want someone to be in position to come and use me as a sample of the people he's going to be serving. I want to see what he can do from the little he's given, then we shall determine how he can manage the bigger ones. It's like you don't have experience in running a company and then someone invests millions in your company. You're going to be a loss. That's my contribution, my voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
no, cool.
See,
cool.
Yeah, well, it was my turn. I think I don't know because I wasn't in the Nigeria 2000s, but when I was in Nigeria during the 1993 to 2000, I never saw Sowore on the landscape. Well, all I know is that Obasanjo went to prison. Yaradua was in prison. They died in prison, and a lot of people that fought for the DC during that period on the ground, many of them ended up either in politics, and the ones that inherited everything, like Tinubu and all the rest, that one was in London. And my view of Sowore when I saw him first, because I've been hearing about him a lot in Nigeria. When I saw his interview first, I was like, oh my God, this guy comes across as if he's a little bit traumatized from all the imprisonments, and he doesn't sound very coherent, because they were comparing something about Mandela, and he just got a little bit crossed up in something that wasn't needed at all. Then during this campaign, he started talking about foreign troops. See, the way I look at things is that maybe you guys should do that too. You have to look at from our history 400 years ago what has happened to us. What led us here in the first place? And any leader that comes and tells you they're going to do things to reinforce that, run the other direction. Because we are bringing other people, trusting other people for our own security. Anybody that outsources their security or survival to other people, they have forfeited their right to survive as a people. That is, it's just as simple. Nobody does that. All these people that use mercenaries, they use mercenaries overseas, not in their territories. There is a reason why if a lion kills a human being, they seek that lion out to destroy it. You can't allow people to be feeding on your people's blood. And when they come inside the country, do you know how many security breaches that they could break? They could recruit people into secret services and have spies all over the country to undermine your country. We don't take our security seriously. Something is seriously wrong with us. Our leaders go overseas for treatment. Our leaders go, INEC goes to foreign country to go and present this. What is wrong with us? Are we still colonies? If we are colonies, let's just settle it. Our men go home and let Igbo people come and take over. If that's what you want. But if you want a free country, you better start thinking like that. Because if somebody says we are going to bring foreign soldiers to come and defend you, you should be rejecting it offhand. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Cool. I cannot. Now I can't come back to you that quickly. There are people who have not said anything. I know you want to say
just 30 minutes.
30 what?
30 minutes.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Right. 30 seconds.
Okay. My sister, Mrs. Smith, I still, you see, experience. One will ask ourselves a question. We have led by the so-called people that have experience, beginning from Obasanjo, beginning from Bad Luck Jonathan, beginning from even later also was the vice president, and then now Buhari. These so-called people that have experience in your own terms, where has he led Nigeria to? Where has he led us to? You see, President Obama was a president. He only came into the political scene of America by being a senator in his state, right? Before he now became a president. He never had experience. He was more or less an activist, an organizer. But he has gone down in history as one of the best.
All right, cool. We are over the time.
Okay, so doctor, I think it's my turn. That's all. Okay, so doctor.
Okay, go ahead.
So doctor, let me use one.
Hold on, Paul. After this, I have to remove some people since people don't want to leave, so that new people can come in and say something.
Okay. Maybe when I talk finish, I will leave for one man to come.
Yeah, there are more than one man. There are two men.
Okay. So doctor, let me say this thing. Sometimes when forefather talks and everything, we don't like to tell ourselves truth. If Nigeria can cry during Jonathan's government that the US government refused to sell them weapons, and Buhari government come, it take them some time, then the US government started selling them weapons. Then to some extent, you don't have the freedom that you are claiming you have. With one button, that aircraft can be in Nigeria. They can collapse that aircraft. So when you are talking about all these covert operations, you are talking about, it's going to bring covert operation, it's going to bring this, it's going to bring that. My brother, you don't have that sovereignty that you are claiming until you fight for it. Saudi Arabia today is punishing America. Guess what? They still have the US military base in Saudi Arabia. The US still protects Saudi Arabia, but you must learn how to cut good deals. You understand? When you are talking about security, great countries like Germany, UK, American base is there, the CIA is there. You understand? They still gather intelligence from those countries. It doesn't matter, but you must learn how to cut good deals. There's something Obasanjo did many years ago that I love so much. I'm on par with the former US Secretary of State, John Kerry. They asked Obasanjo, they say, Mr. President, how come in your country you people are practicing this gay thing and they are putting people in jail and everything? Obasanjo told Kerry, said, if not for one thing, I would have not listened to you. If it is only Amanpo, I would have insulted her. But because of you, I will listen to you. There are 6 million Nigerians in America. Every day they come to him, they don't come for anything. They only come that they are looking for 2, 3 wives. But the US refused because it's bigamy to marry 2 wives in US. If you give my Nigeria 2 wives, I'm going to give you gay in America. That's how you cut deals. You understand? You see, it's completely abnormal in America to marry 2 wives. That is the same way it's completely abnormal in Nigeria to practice gay. So you must learn how to cut this. You must learn how to meet people halfway. You understand? So when you talk this thing, we don't have all it takes to be that military that you are claiming. We still buy guns outside. We don't have aircraft. We don't build aircraft. We don't build all these things. We don't have any. Even our uniform today, they even import our uniforms outside. My brother, and you are saying we don't want any people who want to fight our own. Now, you just wrestling, you won't go fight.
Okay, now you know what you are saying now. You are sounding like your very leaders that you like to hate. You see the problem. No, hold on. You see the problem. He's sounding like the very leaders that have sold their people out repeatedly. He is saying strike deals. Do you think they will give you any deal for your people? They will give you deals for themselves. You have to take the deal.
Germany cut good deals. There's US military base in Germany. They cut good deals. South Korea cut deals. There are they there. There are CIA. They gather intelligence there. But they know that they will not go past where they don't need to go. They know all these things. That's what I'm telling you. They cut good deals.
That's what your current leaders are doing. They've sold us cheap. That's what your current leaders are doing. Are you surprised that when they go and betray us too? They will get into office and they will sell us out again. Because they never believe that a black man is free. You would never believe that. And if you don't believe that, then that's what you are going to go and do when you get into office. You are already saying it. This is how we think. This is wrong.
Thank you. Man of Prestige.
Can I just speak a minute and leave? Give space for other people.
Man of Prestige, yeah, go ahead. Speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know. Some people tend to monopolize the whole space, you know. And I mean, you're not the only person here, so everybody has to have an equal opportunity to speak. But anyway, let me make my final statement I'm going to make. I think in reference to what I was saying before. I mean, we're all here. I think Sowore is the topic today. We're all here to critique him and advise him, but I think we are going to a different space. You know, it should have been all about Sowore. Good advice, bad advice, you know, but he's a right guy. So having said that, you know, let me repeat what I said before. My advice to Sowore, I'm just giving, you know, I hope he can contest in, you know, maybe in a local position that will lead him to maybe a more desirable candidate in the Nigerian space, because Nigeria is not like USA. If you don't have any kind of experience or whatever, you know, you can just come in and become something. It's not in the Nigerian space. You have to start from somewhere, because in my opinion, Sowore, this is not an insult to him or whatever, you know. Sowore is an arrogant, you know, sometimes narcissistic, you know, you can't deny that. But that's an ingredient to be a leader. So, but he need to learn how to work with people. I know he worked with Sahara Report, but that's a mini place. He can't compare what he's doing there to a Nigerian space. So he need to gather more experience, you know, politically. That's what I think. But it's just my opinion. So that's my advice and critique. Thank you, Dr. Tamari. Hopefully I come back later.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige. Let's welcome Kene. Kene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone.
So, are you excited? Today?
Well, I'm always excited until I begin to talk about those criminals in Nigeria. But this is it. We're talking about Sowore, right? I wouldn't want to condemn, disqualify Sowore's political ambition. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Actually, I, as a person, I love anyone that can confront criminals and tell them to their face that they are criminals. So I think Sowore has that energy. He has that guts to, stand and speak before those corrupt leaders and address them the way they should be addressed. I wouldn't want to say that he's arrogant doing that. Sowore has those features of an activist. He's a good activist. I always say that he's a good activist, and only if he can listen to some true advice for him to go back to his activism and begin to do that the way he has been doing that. He's good at that. Someone I had, what do they call it? Dr. John Abba saying that Sowore sacrificed the comfort of his family to come to Nigeria. He went to court and all that. He went to jail and all that. That's a good thing to do. After all, some that believe in money ritual, they do sacrifice even their children in order to make money. Some of us will sacrifice the comfort of our organic foods in Nigeria to come to the US, UK, in search of greener pasture. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. I don't think it's something that should be, commended for. Talking about Mr. Cool, I think he has gone. Um, uh, Commending Sowore for being a good person and all that. I don't know when Sowore turned to be a good person, because after 2019 presidential contest, his own party accused him of corruption. So his own party, his own very party, allegedly accused him of embezzlement of the party's funds. So I don't know if that is true, but I don't think they are with him right now. I think they've covered their own political party. Now, I would advise Sowore, right? To be candid, I would advise him to go back to his state and begin to build political. I don't know how to put it, but I don't think Sowore has any antecedent that we should look back to and say, "Oh, I think this guy should be good. Should be voted for." It has nothing. This guy just came out from the blues, and he wants to be a president. Some of us here, we have companies, we have businesses. Before you employ someone, you have to, that person has to go through interview, right? Some of us will look out for experiences. What experience has Sowore that qualifies him to be a president? Nothing. That he's a journalist, really, or that he's an activist. Some of us we were activists back then in school. He stood behind Abiola and took picture, or maybe he didn't even know that the cameraman captured him. They captured him, and maybe by providence he bumped into that video, and he's using it to campaign. That he stood behind Abiola, and that makes you a qualified candidate to become a president of over 2 million population, right? So
Right.
I would advise him. No, hold on. I would advise him to go back to his state, and maybe just like a man of prestige advice, he should at least campaign for maybe local government chairman or even governorship position. From there, build his political career. Let's see how he can manage that little position before coming for the bigger one.
All right,
Now,
thank you.
someone was advising him to join Obi. Sowore shouldn't join Obi. Somebody like him shouldn't join Obi. He should be on his lane. Go back and do the right thing. Do the right thing. Don't join Obi. After all, you already have a corruption allegation. You shouldn't join such. I don't want to say a clean party, but he should go and build his own.
All right,
That's
thank you.
my advice for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Sowore is coming here, so there's no need to try to defend him, and because some of the things we are saying, like the case with his party, it's been settled in court, and there are so many things. But I know he will answer you or anybody who will bring up any of these issues when he comes. OC, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So we're expecting Sowore at the top of the hour. That's another 28 minutes. So we just want to know what you think about his candidacy while we wait, and whether he's making impact and things like that.
Yeah, so Sowore is a guy, I think I have a good deal of admiration for him. People talk about the man in the arena. Sowore has been in the arena. Okay, if you have followed his career, starting from his days at Unilag as a student leader, and since then he's a pro-democracy activist all the while. I think one thing we should all try to do, and I will encourage every one of us to do, is to try to understand and try to appreciate what somebody else is doing outside of which, outside of the ones we're doing. Because for one, I believe that every one of us in this forum, in one way or the other, we have a love for whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Biafra, wherever we're coming from. And one of the problems that I've always noticed is that when you are in one place doing your own, you fail to acknowledge that somebody else might be doing something different, not exactly the way you're doing it, but with an eye to the ball, trying to achieve, the same thing in the collective. So we should always try to appreciate each other's work in one way or the other. Now, that said, Sowore belongs to the group that I would like to call the society's gadfly. They are there to prick the conscience. They are there to be, you know, kind of nuisance for those who are in the leadership position, the political leaders. And without people like him, people, there's a tendency that the politicians always want to get away with more than all those things. So the fact that he is there making all the noise and trying to bring all those things to their attention is something that is desirable in every progressive society, whether you call it in the Western world or in Africa or wherever. We might not begin to appreciate the extent of what people like him do. Now, when it comes to him in trying to contest the presidential election, just like I made mention of the other presidential candidate that featured a week or 2 weeks ago. Now, there's a huge difference between the word of activism and then transitioning to active politics, coming to the area of governance. These people sometimes, I think they fail to really appreciate, or I mean, maybe for one of a better word, because Sowore has contested once. Okay, I know when he started with his revolution now and all those things. And so the question I probably would have for him is, what is the difference from what he did then and what he's doing now? And does he feel like he has made progress to the extent that, he can actually begin to pull real weight, significant enough that he will make a dent in his race for Abuja? So just like the other guy, I think at some point there has to be some coalition, with like-minded people. And when they do that, they have to understand that everybody is not going to be perfect, just like they are not perfect. Sure is not perfect, and I'm sure he understands that. So if you are just going to be in your own lane and say that everybody else is corrupt and it's only you, I don't see you making any headway. That's not the way you can build a coalition that will be strong enough to make any dent or win any election. So I'm looking forward to a time that people like him will start, coalescing with some other people like the guy that came in and form a critical mass of people that, will be able to sprint to the finish line to the extent that they can now, begin to be taken seriously and not just being a serial contestant years after years. What did they talk about? Doing the same thing, all over again? Isn't that what they call insanity? I don't believe he's insane, but this is what I will advise him to do when he comes on board. Thank you.
All right,
And is
thank
this
you.
recent?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a picture that Sowore tweeted out from the Peace Accord meeting. And I can tell you that if someone like Sowore was not there, probably this picture will never be seen anywhere.
Nigerians deserve bad leaders. Given what I'm hearing today, they deserve what they are getting. They are just as bad as their leaders. This guy is going to go into office and he's not even going to bother fighting corruption, and he's probably going to close the FCC office, but they are going to accept him anyway. We are getting exactly what we deserve, really. If you hear the way we talk, no other people talk like this.
All right, forefathers, hold on now. Let's see how other people. Eddie, who is next? Eddie, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been following the trends, and firstly, I disagree with some. I agree with some statements that have been said earlier, and I disagree as well. Nigerian, we should understand the security situation in Nigeria is very, very complex. So if Sowore is looking at one of the tools to face the security challenges as employing foreign mercenaries, in as much as it will be detrimental, but I don't see him bringing the entire how will I say, the entire security architecture as mercenaries. There will still be collision between Nigerian military, if there is anything. Even if you look at the Nigerian military currently, there is what they call it. They've been infiltrated by ex Boko Haram bandits. So even from the security report coming from Nigeria, they said the people, the Fulani headsmen or something coming from they're from Niger, they're from Senegal, they're from all over the place. So already we have foreign elements in Nigeria. So hence the situation there is very complex. So if someone is looking at it from what they call it, from another angle, I think we should hear him and we should hear in details his plans, because he's not going to just wipe out the entire Nigerian security structure to bring foreigners. I don't think someone like Sowore would do that. Anyway, I don't support Sowore, but for a young man vying for the presidency of Nigeria, I think he needs encouraging. And besides, he didn't start today. I don't know Sowore. Since I've been following Dr. Damages for about 10 years, that's how I knew about that there was a Sowore. But then I went to research about him, and then I saw that he's been an activist and all that. So he didn't just turn up yesterday to become this thing. He has a track record of which we should not criticize him, saying he hasn't got experience. What experience has the president of Ukraine? What experience has he got? Has he got any leadership experience? Was he not he was an actor or a comedian or something, and he's a president leading the country, fighting Russia currently. The Nigerian leaders, when they took over, those of them that became a military administrator, what experience have they got to lead Nigeria before they plotted the coup, led Nigeria for donkey years?
Okay, Eddie, thank you. I just want to get to as many people as possible before he comes on. We have about 20 minutes left.
So let's not judge him with experience.
Let me help Eddie.
No, please, we can't. Igbo Basic, go ahead.
Yeah, folks, good afternoon once again. Dr. Damages, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to share our views here. I've listened both in transit and up to now, the conversation on Sowore. Let me put it this way. First, I would say kudos to Sowore for being on the ground and fighting in a pool of snakes. Okay? That's number one. Number two, activism is in a lot of us. And I pray to God that those of you who are still young enough should utilize the opportunity of your age and get in there and see what you can do. But don't forget, there is a fundamental character in each and every one of us. Let me put it this way. If activism is all it takes to be a president in Nigeria, our great fella Ransom Kuti would have been the president of Nigeria. But there is more to the Nigerian space, particularly the Nigerian political space. Those who are in there now, let me put it this way. A good friend of mine, we grew up together. He is contesting for the presidency under Abga. When I spoke with him, I made it clear, you are not going to be the president of Nigeria, but you are entitled to air your views, to fight in, because you are in the game. Everybody who is in the game at this point in time believe that they can win the presidency of Nigeria. But indeed, there are actually 4 persons who has been acknowledged to be up there as front runners. A lot of us here, if you are given the same opportunity to get out there, sometime when you get there, the system changes you. I have known many people who left from here, for instance, from the United States, went down to Nigeria. Either of 2 things happen. You try to come and change them. They don't really want to be changed. They'll end up changing you. I know a professor from New York who went down there. He served 1 term in the House of Representatives. Of course, the rest is history. I know another person who was up in New York. When I visited him in his office in Nigeria, what he said to his boys was, "Where is the loot? Bring me the loot." I felt so ashamed that we are trying to come and make a change. In a nutshell, let it be a stepping stone. You have to be in the game. For Sowore, I would advise that not a single tree can make a forest, no matter how strong you are, no matter how much money you come with. You have to understand the game of Nigeria. And if you understand the game of Nigeria and is able to build alliances, alliance is what it takes to get there and be president of Nigeria. When Buhari first time, give me just 1 second. When Buhari first time was running in Nigeria, the person that was actually making a difference there was a man named Didiawo. So in a nutshell, let us advise our young brother, hang in there with the fight, but be ready to build alliances with whoever that you see that is getting ready to make a difference. So let's go make a change in that country called Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basic. We're getting to another 15 minutes before he joins us. So please, if I call you, make it very quick so that we can get to the rest of the people. Bolade, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be online today. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Sowore will bring a lot of transparency to play. We need somebody to start with that. However, Sowore may not be able to win because of the complexity of the Nigerian politics. But however, politics, the kind of virtue he will bring to the table, he will expose a lot of things. And little did we know that we get a lot of budget for Aso Rock Clinic and all that. So if that kind of a person comes into politics, for him to win, we know Nigerian politics is not a zero-sum game. So, and the kind of personality of this man commands that he wants to divide it and conquer it. However, when you are dividing what is not binary, you end up, the last part of it is binary, which you will still divide and conquer. And we know that when it's 2, then it's a zero-sum game. So because it's a zero-sum game, his approach is maintaining his lane. He has helped Peter Obi before when they tried to impeach him by helping him. So I believe his ideas is good for this, our democracies, for us to have this kind of people. Say, for instance, if a Peter Obi wins now, then he stands more chance. But as it is, if you look at it logically, the odds are in favor of Obi compared to a Sowore. But however, this thing that Sowore is doing, he should keep doing it so that he will stand as a presidents, and people will learn. People copy things. That's what I want to say. Sowore may not win now, but what he's doing, and for people that have been talking about him being EFCC chairman, well, logically, I don't think that can happen because Sowore is fighting for the masses solely. He's fighting for the masses solely. So he's not diplomatic. That's how I will put it. And because he's not diplomatic, a lot of people feel it's not right for it. Yes, the society is very complex.
Okay.
So let him continue. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Sorry, I have to stop you. Just everybody else is 1 minute so that we can and when he comes in, I will have to let everybody leave. You can stay in the studio, but I will talk to him maybe 30 minutes. I want you guys to talk to him really, but I want to at least talk to him for 30 minutes or 20. Ike, you're next. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to stand on what Osi said. Listen, we have to be factual. We have to be realistic. Every time people give an example of countries outside Africa, Nigeria is a very complex society. I'm comparing Nigeria with Ukraine. I mean, the level of political understanding and awareness in Ukraine is not to be compared with Nigerians that have been poisoned with poverty, with evil thoughts in our mind. So, Sowore is arrogant. He cannot be Nigerian president. He is not even going to be it in the next 20 years. It's a just simple fact. And he's not ready, he has not prepared himself to work with anybody. He's always claiming to be perfect. Nobody is perfect. That is not perfection in any human being. We have our flaws. He's doing something he's supposed to do, but he should look at people like Governor Wike. He started as a local government chairman. And this is where he is right there. This is Nigerian politics. This is Nigerian political space. Don't compare Nigerian political space where you live in America, where you live in any other part of the developed world. People who understand what politics is all about. We are Nigerians. Don't you know that we all of us here are Nigerians? You don't stop claiming as if you are not a Nigerian. Sowore will never win any election in Nigeria. That is just the final point. So he should change. If he want to change Nigeria, he should be able to condescend to the point that he should understand Nigerian political space is not what the kind of politics he's playing. You understand? So I don't think it's not a sign of not being respectful. A lot of people are activists in their own way. All of us are activists in our own way. Okay, so, but the point remains that he should condescend if he want to be a political figure in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Happy Sunday to everybody. Sowore is doing well in his own way, but Sowore politics cannot take him to even local government chairman in Nigeria. But he's doing well. He's doing well for himself. He has motivated many, change their brain, reset their brain that you can go out there and make something. And even Sowore is the John the Baptist for the obedient movement. I can say that for fact. But one question I would like people not to ask him today, because I could remember the same question was asked. They asked Kwankwaso the same stupid question. You know what Kwankwaso answered, and some people nearly cried on internet. So don't ask him some stupid question that you should go and drop it out. Don't just ask that stupid. It's a stupid question. Don't do that.
Thomas, let me say this. On this show, anybody that comes here should be able to answer any question. It doesn't matter who the person is. I believe that we, the people, if you want to govern us, you should be able to answer any question. I don't think any question is stupid. You just have to be, you have to think about being respectful. And I say that quote unquote, but you should be able to ask any question to anybody. This is if people feel that they want to run for office.
But Rudolph, sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember the response of Kwankwaso when he asked that question?
It's okay. I know the response. We talked about that. Anybody can also respond any way they wanted. I'm not saying I can control any guest how they will respond to the question. But as far as people who join me here, they have the right to ask any question. When I interview anybody, nobody tells me, don't ask me this question. If you don't want to take any question, you shouldn't come here. And I don't think Sowore has experience in the media. I don't think Sowore has any problem answering any question. Okay, so I want that to be taken off the table. Anybody who joins, who wants to, you can ask any question, but make sure you don't abuse or insult it. There's no need for that. There's a way you can frame your question. You can, any question you want, you should be able to ask that question. Thank you, Thomas. Let me go to
Oh,
Ovie.
okay, that's fine. I'm looking forward to hear from you. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, two things for me. Somebody was actually quoting a book by Matthew Ashimolowo yesterday on this platform. What is wrong with being black? I will narrow it down. What did they do as Nigerians? Right? On one hand, Buhari no get certificates. We no need that. On one hand, good luck get PhD now for farming. On one hand, Kwankoso PhD no count. All his experience no count. Obi is not too experienced. Sowore no experience. The question is, what do we want? 50 years from now, our children will look back to this day, they will laugh at us, say we are a bunch of confused people, right? And I disagree with those that are saying that, the Nigerian politics is not too developed like that compared to other. No. In the game of power, in terms of Nigeria, it's as old as the first human being on earth. For sure, who is the son of nobody coming from nowhere, to be able to incite the name among the great people that we are going to talk about as soon as far Nigerian exists in terms of humans, we will talk about these people, including Sowore from nowhere. I mean, come on, deserve some respect. I'm one of his biggest critics in terms of how he played his politics. But at the same time, I understand that the field where in they fight, not be for anybody. If it did easy, all of us would do one. And say if it easy in our setup. But in this game, I don't think anybody set it up for Sowore. It's coming from nowhere. Nobody even know him Papa self. Me and you know. Nobody even bother to even recharge one day. Who be this guy Papa? Because it's nobody. But today everybody is talking about it, but still, who will never even achieve anything. Who they fear to even follow our dream? Who they fear to follow our dream? Or they condemn?
All right. Okay, thank you. Let's run through because we need to take a small break before he comes in. Austin, you're next.
I think I love Sowore very well. Yes, he may be very blunt, but I think I like him. The only thing I'll keep on begging on Sowore is that, look, I don't know, the probability of him getting to Aso Rock is very slim, but I think he can always work for the country, whether if you are the president or not. We need many hands like him. And trust me, if you say I was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I will appoint Sowore in some positions that we need to make the necessary change. And I think if you tell him work for the nation, even if he's not the president, I believe that a good leader should be a good follower. That's what I know. If I know I want to be the leader, I can also follow. It's by following that we know that you can lead, because you should be a very good team player. So that's the only thing. But Showore's characteristics, I think I love it so much, and I know that he's very blunt. Yes, we need to learn to negotiate, but I feel that he must not always wait to be the leader. He can always do something different, even work for the nation, even if you are not the president of the Federal Republic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mo. Mo, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me again. I think I've heard a lot of positive and negative things about Sowore. So I wouldn't really go through that. What I really want to concentrate on is his chances of winning. And at the rate that he's going, I don't see him. I mean, for the fact that he's not even mentioned in the top four, I think that should just signify that he's basically running a race that he's going to lose. And I think I would just like to draw a comparison with people who are sort of running on a radical political ambition. And I'd just like to bring the attention bring us to the attention of someone like Julius Malema in South Africa. I mean, this is someone who has been over, I'll say, a span of maybe 10 years or less, who has been able to, sort of draw support from the grassroots level, and is currently growing. We've seen what his activities are what his activism is all about, and we can see that he's also he has also a foot in politics itself. I mean, in order to win, you have to be in the game. But when I look at Sowore, he's not really in the game. He's playing more of an activist than being, if you allow me to say, a politician, as in the sense of being there, doing what it takes, to garner support, from the grassroots or from
All right, Mo, I have
all
to
parts
stop
of the
you.
country. And I think doing that
Mo,
doesn't give him the chances of winning. And by
Mo, thank
that, I think okay.
Well, thank you. We have
Thank you.
2 more minutes left. Let me just hear from Chidi, and then we take a break, and he will join us. Chidi, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. All na politics, my brother. Thank you so. You don't make me now. All na politics, they call you. But thank you so much. Dr. Damages, I came for Kene. Unfortunately, it's not Kene. I need you to come to the screen. Yeah, Kene. You see, it's unfortunate how I honestly I never knew you from this angle that I saw you yesterday.
Come and join me. I'm eating.
No, you see, there's time to laugh, and there's that. Dr. Damages also does comedy, but I don't know what this thing where we find ourselves in Nigeria. I don't know what it means to you. Okay, so maybe that's why you take it so casual. We are in a state. If I'm not. If you know, obviously you don't know me. For you to open your mouth and say Chidi is against Nnamdi Kanu, that thing, it rubbed me in a way, not me personally, but to hear you say it. I was wondering, where were you going to with that? What kind of mischief was that?
Because are you revisiting yesterday's show, or you were talking about today's show?
Can you let me finish?
No.
Dr.
Are you
Damages,
revisiting yesterday's show, or you
Okay.
are talking about today's show?
Can I let him finish? Okay, and we have like 1 minute left. I have to let someone
Dr.
out.
Damages, I conduct my show, and I heard a lot of the letter told me some of the things that Kenneth was saying on your show. I wouldn't let that happen on your show, as much as you want to be free with people. But you see someone like Kenneth talking the way he was, just talking trash. If you don't know somebody, just shut up. Because if you knew me, then you wouldn't be sounding the way you were
Dr.
sounding.
Shidi, do you know me?
Let me have my time. Just block this guy and let me talk. When you have your time, you talk. That shows you don't even know.
Don't come here and be talking to me as if you're talking to a child. Do you know me?
You're bloody. You don't know anything.
Do you know me? You're a stupid guy. Do you know me? You're very stupid.
Who are you?
All right, guys.
See how you're talking now.
Do you know me?
People like you. Who are you? You see your mentality. Now you.
Hold on, Chidi.
Look at this animal. Do you know me?
No, no, please, you guys, this is not good. I thought I wouldn't have to do this again today.
No, see, Rudolph, you have to take care of your show. Nobody will come to my show and you kept quiet and he was going on and on and on and on. You know that what he was saying was wrong. You should put him in his place. I've done shows with Nnamdi Kanu. I've been in the struggle. I'm not just doing shows. I've been in the struggle. I've been with IPOB. I've been on the ground. You come and say Chidi doesn't know that. So everything you're saying was based on the premise that is false. So why should you go on? Why should you go on?
All right.
So that's what I just wanted you to know. And you don't even know my antecedents with Ejiofor. Go to my channel. I've interviewed Professor Ejiofor. I know him. You just come and what I'm trying to tell you, Kene, is that we are on a serious matter. You can castigate me.
Dr. Damages, can I respond to him?
You want to, you should wait.
Hold on.
You can't talk to me on the road. You can't talk to me on one-on-one.
You don't have the discipline to wait. You have to.
You can't talk to me one-on-one.
Wait and take it like a man. You see, you're not a man now. Wait. Maybe yesterday you were running your mouth about me because I wasn't there. Keep quiet and let me put you.
Please,
Chidi.
I hope I will have time to respond to you as well. I hope I'll be given the time to respond to you as well.
Come to my show. Come to my show and
I have no time to waste on your stupid show.
Me.
All right, guys. We have to take a break, okay? We have to take a break.
You actually came here to insult me. How dare you?
Question quickly, which is
you actually came here to insult me. How dare you?
Care to
Who gave you the
because care about young people this time around, but you forgot that in 1989 he wasn't young. Sorry, 1999 He wasn't young, but he accepted to be president. If he cared about young people, he would not have been gunning for third term by 2007 when his tenure officially ended. So just understand these tricks and you will not fall for them so easily. So going to
I'm the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, and I'm going to be the president of Nigeria come after February 2023. So you all better be careful. I want to say here, and it's very important to me, that I observed one of the most peaceful elections in Nigeria in 1993. And we allow that election to stand, we will not be signing a peace agreement today. Because that you are signing a peace agreement in Nigeria shows that elections have become war in Nigeria. This is the only country in the world where you sign a peace agreement during an election season as if we are at war. But that is what our elders did to Nigeria. And I think next time we should sign a peace agreement with the elders who are instigating violence in this country, or have them sign peace agreements between themselves. Because peace is not breached by poor people. Poor people suffer the consequences of violence. When you look at elections, the people that suffer the most are those poor women and men. And when there's a breakdown in law and order in Nigeria, every rich man, politically connected, gets enough police protection, and they're able to get on the jet and leave Nigeria at the slightest provocation. This is where we are. And I should also say that some of the people that instigators of violence during the election are not in this hall. They are the vassal representatives of some of the men and women in this hall. They are state governors in particular. You need to get them to sign the peace accord. There are some of them as the most violent and virulent people in Nigeria. They demonstrated it in Kogi State. A woman was burnt alive in her house. Until today, the killers of those women, or that woman, have not been fished out in Nigeria. In Kano, there is someone campaigning that if they don't win the election, they will kill everybody in Kano. In Borno State, it's the same thing. You go to Lagos, where the APC hosts swear, you cannot paste a poster if it's not Bola Ahmed Asiwaju's poster in Lagos. I just came back from Lagos. They have a team that tears anybody's poster that is not their candidate's poster. You cannot even pay for your poster or banner to be hosted in Lagos. They have a bureaucracy in place that makes it impossible for you to do. How can there be peace in a country where there's no justice? We keep lying to ourselves all the time. I also want to say that for the rest of us, as you have treated us today, because we don't have resources and we don't have powerful connections, we don't have access to state resources. Most of the other candidates use and abuse state resources. They have governors who just dip their hands into their state treasury and use them to fund their candidate activities, and nobody is challenging them. Once in a while, when they want to tickle our fancy, the EFCC comes around to play at the playground of the political parties. Two political parties are particularly very notorious for this. They buy votes, both at their primaries and in the final election. And how do you compete with these people? If elections are supposed to be about justice and bringing about great leadership and bringing about peace and development. How could great people win the election in a country where fixed? And before you say, well, government has no business in refineries. If government has no business in fixing its own refiners, what business does the government have in investing $2.5 billion in a private refinery built in Lagos by Dangote, and cannot fix his own refinery? Because if we fix our own refineries, we will have availability of this product. But the other part is that the only product that is subsidized, according to them today, is gasoline, petrol. Diesel is not subsidized. How come we are not getting
Rudolph, you are muted, but I guess.
All right. So a lot of people are in the studio. A lot of people are trying to join the studio. Please don't try to join. We're not taking anybody anymore. Please. You will have a chance to answer ask Sowore questions. I need to make room for Sowore to join in, please. So if I kick you out, it's not because I don't want you. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make space for you. Please, you are not going. Let's just stay out. Everybody who can stay out, so Sowore can come in. You have the chance to ask him a question, please. All right, you can try again now. I've made room for you. All right. Just basic instruction. It's not working with our people. All right.
No, if you want me to go, just say
no. You everybody. What I'm going to do, I'm removing everybody. I'll talk to Sowore for 20 minutes, like I said, and then you guys can come in. So everybody will get a chance. He has eaten. He has enough food in his in him to carry on for a long time. I don't know why OVA is being put on. I have no idea what's going on, but that's okay. They are voodoo. People use voodoo here. It's not an easy thing, People use voodoo on this.
That's what Kokose go stay for the game until you win.
Yeah. So let's Sowore should know that there is room for. Okay, Sowore is here now. So let's get him in, and then we will all be back and have a conversation with him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Mr. Omoyele Sowore. Sowore, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Yes.
Good evening, and I accept my apologies for coming a little late. We have just left a town hall in Makurdi.
What kind of town hall?
It's different from the one that you're used to.
All right. Thank you so much for making. I know you're very busy. We played your speech in Makurdi, and we have a lot of people who have been having conversations about your candidacy. So let me start by asking you, how is it going, the campaign?
It's going as well as we have been lucky. When I say lucky, is that people must understand the circumstances under which I'm running in 2023. It wasn't expected, considering that after the 2019 election, I faced huge legal challenges that restricted me to Abuja for 3 years. Got me detained for over some 5 months and several other issues. I think while I was in Abuja, I was charged 3 times for criminal offenses, and there were several civil cases that was brought against me. The last one being a libel lawsuit filed against me by former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi. That's the last, I think that's a few weeks ago. So I was sued by the Attorney General for libel, defamation. I was sued by the IG of police, a lot of it. But I was also charged with a cyber crime by a so-called billionaire Neduoko. I was also charged for disruption of public peace in January of 2021. So it's been a lot of legal challenges. We were also in court to retrieve our party, and we eventually got the party 6 days to the closure of nominations for the presidential campaign and other positions that our party applied for. So you can understand what I mean by the circumstances surrounding my participation in the 2023 election. But overall, it's been great. When Makodi today just done our town hall meeting, we changed formats this time around, considering that we don't want to be doing politics the way it's done in 1920 or 1923.
So, what do you say you've learned that is different this time, apart from your circumstances in terms of the Nigerian people? You've been traveling across the country, you are meeting people. What are the differences now that you see now compared to the last time?
I think Nigeria has lost plenty of territory. That clearly is very vehemently evident in this election cycle. So there are places we could travel to in 2018, 2019 that you dare not go to. The democratic space has also shrunk considerably. And most people have lost faith in electoral politics. They no longer believe that votes would count. So there's lethargy. And there's also a lot of division. I think the APC government, the Buhari regime, really divided Nigeria to the point that politics has become very divisive and toxic, more toxic than I've ever seen it in my lifetime. And I've been around experiencing elections since 1979. That was the first time I observed as a young kid election in Ondo State when I was still in primary school. And I saw some, in fact, I was the presiding officer in a local government election in the 90s in Ondo State. I was there during June 12, 1993 election. I wasn't around in 1999, but I at least followed what was going on. I was around until 2018. No, 2015 was the first time I saw a major election in Nigeria and covered it for Sahara. You were in the studio, Sahara TV. I was in Lagos in those days. But I think the country is particularly divided along ethnic and religious lines. It's too obvious.
Okay, let me show you this. This is something I got from your friend today. Gado, from a cartoon he drew for the Kenyan newspaper today. So he wanted me to show you this. So this is what his impression of the options what Nigerians are facing. This is in the Kenyan newspaper today. What do you think about your opponents? Let's start with Bola Tinubu, the one leading ruling party?
I love this. I wish that the cartoon demonstrated that there were two people to my right and left. Then it would have been perfect to depict.
What do you think about his? What do you think about his impression of the Nigerian voter?
Two tips. This is clearly very highly representative of what is on the ground now. So you have to my right, big man, former VP, trying to stand straight. No, right to my right, is Kwakwanso. Yeah, Kwakwanso is out there pretending like he's interested, but he's also trying to, it's like a pretender, right? To my left is Atiku. Atiku is just in now, just standing there, hoping that people think he's strong. But you can see it's like
Hello.
It's falling apart, but it's gone like a wax. You understand?
Can you hear me? Sowore, can you hear me? We're having difficulties hearing you. Can you hear me? You're muted. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sowore, can you hear me? All right. That's one of the first things to fix when you become president. That is the internet. The fact that Africa's largest economy, how can you even have the largest economy when the internet cannot work in that country? I thought that's where you start fixing things, to claim that you have the largest economy. But anyway, we will get him back. He will rejoin us and we'll continue the conversation. I will be quick because I know you guys out there watching probably have better questions for him than I do. And I've talked to him at the beginning of the campaign. So I really want it to be an interactive section where everybody will get a chance to talk to Sowore. So let's see while we wait to get him back here. Let's listen to more of what I think is some of his best answers to some questions that you may have.
That is fetishizing something. Are you aware that when all this is over, you will still come back to this Yoruba land? No, why are you so harsh?
No, I wasn't harsh. I have known the former president for as long as I've been conscious politically, which was in 1989. And you remember that in 1993, we had, before 1993, we had a tiff with him in the pro-democracy movement when he was aspiring to become the Secretary General of the United Nations. And we opposed him very virulently. Not violently, but, and it was because of his records when he was head of state in 1970, his tenure then ended in 1979. And we knew what he did. It was based on that record that we opposed him not to become the Secretary General of the United Nations. And in 1993, you saw what he did. In 1979, by the way, he was one of the people who made it impossible for one of the best candidates at that time, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to become the president of Nigeria through, at the point, I think they had that two-third mathematics that made it impossible for him. And he's always been part of those who made it impossible for Nigeria to attain democracy. As early as 1993, he was part of the people that conspired with the military to say Abiola, who won an election, wasn't the messiah that was wanted for Nigeria. When he became head of state again, the president of Nigeria in 1999, by the end of his tenure, he didn't want to leave. So it is best to say that he's an embodiment of failure, because if he wasn't a failure, he wouldn't have been looking to endorse people, to be continuously trying to become politically relevant. The country would have been on autopilot by now. The country would be doing so well. He would have left the country for the young people. But these are the same people that told us in the 70s that we'll be leaders of tomorrow. This is 2023. Those who are supposed to be leaders of tomorrow are still being told who to vote for in an election. So I was just really issues of refineries that ought to be fixed. And before you say, well, government has no business in refineries. If government has no business in fixing its own refineries, what business does the government have in investing $2.5 billion in a private refinery built in Lagos by Dangote and cannot fix his own refinery? Because if we fix our own refineries, we will have availability of these products. But the other part is that the only product that is subsidized, according to them today, is gasoline, petrol. Diesel is not subsidized. How come we are not getting any effect from that unsubsidized product? Kerosene is not subsidized. The Jet A1 fuel is not subsidized. All those products from which they have removed subsidy, what benefit are you getting from it? Nothing. We are supposed to be saving plenty of money from diesel. But you can't, not only can you not find diesel as you want these days, but the price keeps fluctuating on a daily basis. So if you remove the so-called subsidy without any plan to support the poor in the country, that means petrol will go to 1,000 naira and you are paying slave wages of 30,000 naira per month. How do people survive in this country? That's the question we should be asking. Government should not exist to make life miserable for the citizens. It should exist to find solutions to problems that are afflicting the populace. And that's what we are saying, that's what we stand for. So that they will stop deceiving you every year. Where were the
person who might be candidate is going to be somebody chosen by God. Yes. I am not saying that I'm the person chosen by God. But if you look at the book of Samuel, Israelites at the time started bothering God and Samuel. We want a new king. Give us a new king. And it was the first time God was humble towards men. Say that's what you want, go and get it. And then Samuel warned them. First Samuel, book of First Samuel. He said, this king that we are going to get, he will turn your daughters into perfumes, Olosho. He will turn your sons into slaves. So they said they don't want here. I'm saying this to warn Christendom in Nigeria. That the king that you have chosen upon us may not be the one that God chose. And you should tamper your arrogance. If you believe in God, let God choose his own king over his people. Don't go and meet in any Kaduna or Kano, because God does not have a location when he wants to take his own decisions. Yes.
I have the same position. So as president, I'm going to pause repayment of debts until I audit the debts. That's what I'll do first and foremost when I'm sworn in. I'm not repaying any debt until the audits are properly done. And because we need the money to fix the country. But Buhari has borrowed Nigeria back to the Stone Age. Everybody has agreed on that. But our problem is not debt to GDP ratio. Our problem is debt to revenue ratio. And the revenue will aggressively increase. When we get comfortable, I've discussed this several times, including on these shows, and I've identified several other revenue sources that either been hidden or are not being harnessed the way they should be. I've identified taxes that are owed to Nigerian states. That's up to about 4.5 billion. I said this on Arise TV by oil companies, and those are low-hanging fruits. We have identified about 11 trillion naira of revenue generating government agencies that are not remitted to the federal government purse. We have identified monies that could come from the NLNG, the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Company. That's over $5 billion that is not remitted directly to the federal. It's remitted through the NNPC, and the NNPC just quaff the money. So I've identified several other products that can get into the international market at this time, including products like sorghum. There are a lot of mineral resources that have been sold on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Sowore, for coming back. And I know technical problems in Nigeria. So you were, before we left, you were talking about the candidates that you are.
So there are clearly 5 candidates, of which the youngest of the 5. That is not to say there are no better other candidates who are young, some younger than myself. There's a guy from SDP who is, I think he's 52 years old now as well. He met me while I was waiting to become 52. He became 52. Prince Adewale. There's a 38-year-old guy who is the candidate, I think, of the YPP, if I get it correctly. So, but of all the 18 candidates, these 5, the 5 people are ones that are prominently projected from time to time. What the media does with my case is to reduce it to 4. Just their own way of saying, no, we won't let you have the kind of visibility that you need. But the people we're up against understand this very well. So you look to my right, you see Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is just like what is called farming in Nigeria, trying to it's like overworking himself, and his engine is obviously overheating. Atiku to my left, just there, is like a ball of wax. And the way they presented Peter Obi is who he is, in a state of lethargy. He doesn't present any new ideas. He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. He's a candidate that he understands very well that he's projected to be who he's not, but he enjoys it. So, and of course, Tinubu, as you can see, is falling apart, and that's real. We were just out of a meeting with him 3 days ago, and you've seen the pictures that I published personally on him. As soon as Tinubu walked into the hall, he fell asleep. And the only time he was awake was at the time I mentioned his name twice during my own speech. They kind of nudged him to wake up. He looked at my direction for maybe 30 seconds, and then he went back to sleep. And when the event was over, they woke him up and he left.
So you were the one that took this picture. Were you the one that took this picture?
Well, I don't know, but I didn't have time to take pictures inside the place, but I obtained the pictures.
No, because I wanted to know if you were not there, would this picture have been out in public?
No, they would definitely not have been out. I obtained them from people who were afraid to publish them. That's where I started. I put on my Sahara reporter's cap. When the pictures were, there was only one photographer inside, and I'm sure that we know, but I'm sure he's not the one who took these pictures. But there was a time they raised eyebrow when they saw a photographer with a long camera lenses walking around after they had kicked out all the media people. But let's just say that I obtained the pictures and I published them the same way we do with Sahara in those days. But I was the one who put them out.
Okay.
Yes.
So now your interaction with the other candidates there, what, and even with the former head of state, Abdul Salami. Yeah. What was it about? He said that you should let bygone be bygone so that we move forward. Is that the impression you get when you interact with these people?
Well, I think these people understand that they've jacked the country around a lot, and as usual, they have their solution to every problem. Where they can't throw money at the problem, they throw diplomacy. Where diplomacy doesn't work, they throw division. Where division doesn't work, they throw, hubris. I personally think that the idea of a peace committee set up by people who are close to the government, called as former head of state and respected statesmen, is hubris. I mean, it's an oxymoron that in an election year you're asking people to sign peace accord when we're not at war. I'm sure Nigeria is the only country where you sign a peace accord during an election. What are they going to sign when we're at war? But it's also their way of admitting that there is.
All right. We should expect this all night. It's part of the nation's problem, which is lack of basic infrastructure. If you're in Kenya or you're in South Africa or you are in Uganda, you won't have this problem talking to people from those parts of the world. But the giant of Africa, so-called giant of Africa, we can't get steady light, steady internet. We can't get the basic. So we will wait for him to join us again, and then we'll continue the conversation. Hopefully, we wouldn't be talking about this in the next 4 years. It's sad. Because if you think about it, it's not just about what the show we do and this kind of stuff. There are businesses that are interested in talking to people in Nigeria and having interaction this way, and they encounter the same problems that we get. Trying to do basic connection that shouldn't be. All right. I know he's interested in hearing from you guys. I wouldn't waste much of my your time. When next he comes, I will get people in and we have the conversation with him. You guys better, better than I do. We can, but I'll weigh in as much as possible. Right. I think he's back. Let's reconnect. Okay. Sorry, sure. Finish your thoughts.
So they just throw all kinds of solutions at problems. Most of their solutions are also problems thrown at problems because one other strategy they use is money. They throw money a lot at problems. So sitting in that hall, this is my second time in that hall. The people who are sitting in that hall are the people who initiated and created the problems of Nigeria. All right? And they are the ones also offering solutions to it. And they're very confident and bold about it. It's some kind of impunity. That's the way I look at it. The last one we went to, there are all these cabals sitting to our right, and then, it's always a mix. Religious leaders, they use them to come and validate authenticity of some of this, their hubris, like I like to call it. So 3 events happened that day as far as I was involved. First was my protest against the sitting arrangement, because when we sat the last time at the International Conference Center in Abuja, they made the vice to Tinubu to sit in my seat, and I was fighting him, and then Mustafa came in and we had that altercation. And they promised at that meeting that it will not happen again, that we will sit alphabetically. This time around, as soon as the big guys came, they not only make them sit close to the front, they had the cameraman take the middle position and cut off the cameraman and the press. And they behaved as if we were just regular part of the audience. And I decided after the SDP guy protested the whole day, I decided that I will make them know that it's unacceptable. So that was my first confrontation in the house. The second was when I gave my speech. It wasn't confrontation, but I gave a speech that they weren't particularly comfortable with or about. And the last one was when the chairman of the event said he discovered, because Mustafa spoke and said he's having issues, he's having a hard time relating with me. He said, why don't both of you stand up and address and embrace each other? And Mustafa knew what I was going after, that I was not going to embrace him. He said, no, this he's not complaining. I said, no, you are not complaining, but I know you already said it here that you have issues with me. I said, my issues with you are not personal, they are political. And it includes you, Salami, who is sitting out there, who partook in the military rule that ruined Nigeria. Because my speech focused on June 12 as well. I said to them, had you allowed a peaceful culture of electioneering to happen, which was what June 12 represented, peaceful, fair, largely credible, we will not be signing peace accord. You guys are the ones who created the problem. Had Nigeria's democracy started in 1993 with the culture of peaceful election, option A3, A4, whatever it was that produced the election was, like magic. But they truncated it. And then, some 30 years later, you are now overseeing, peace accord signing, call yourself the National Peace Committee. But those of you who are in the committee are the people who are the instigators of the violence that is going on in the country. Isn't it an irony that you are sitting here and
All right. I saw some of your comments. Some people were saying that when Peter B did AY show that there were no interruptions. That I shouldn't blame Nigeria. I do a lot of thing with Nigerian people. Internet problem is real in Nigeria. It's not just this instance. Also, I think maybe I don't want to. There may be people watching from Benue State. Okay, I wanted to say that Shore is in Benue State, so that probably maybe Abuja it doesn't have this kind of problem. Let's see. But he's committed to talking to you guys. I think next time he comes on, I'll bring people up. So this is what I think I will do. Just for the people coming in, if you want to join the conversation, turn on your camera. I will bring you on. Also, make it just one question. I know I say this all the time, and people will come and they will go on tangents, some we ask 10 questions, but please, one question and go straight to the point. A lot of people will want to have an opportunity to be part of it. So next time he comes on, I'll start bringing people in. One question, everybody, so we give people a chance. Let's take a little break and we'll be right back. Okay, I think he's here, so let me just go straight. All right.
Internet connection issues. So
yeah,
you don't.
When you become president, that's the first thing to fix.
No, of course. In the last almost 20 years, my life is mainly been about the internet and on the internet. So I can't tolerate network issues. And not only is the network very terrible here, it's expensive too. It costs more in Nigeria to use internet than it costs anywhere else in the world. I think with $50, I used to get voice, unlimited data, unlimited text, and all that in the US. Here, there's no way somebody of your caliber can spend $50 in a week to maintain your internet. And you have to get like 4 different internet lines. So that depending on where you drive to, geolocation, there are some places where Glow works, then MTN doesn't work there. If MTN works somewhere, Nine Mobile doesn't work there. We invest in. I'm carrying over 6 devices as we speak, and yet it's hopeless.
All right, we're going to bring people up. They're really itching to join. But before then, I want to ask you this: polls. When you look at the polls being published, what do you think of them?
There are no polls in Nigeria. It's just people manipulating public opinion. It's a form of rigging. First, those people who are doing these polls, people like Peter Saida Tedo, they are all involved in elections. He's the one who negotiated some of the election activities for Peter Obi. Peter Atedo is known in every political circle as a Peter Obi. He's the person who is the DG of Peter Obi's campaign, but not unofficially. The NY poll, that's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they are all Peter Obi's people, and they are the ones who recruited their foreign partners. We know how these things work to claim that somebody is leading in Nigeria based on. In fact, there are allegations already that shows that some of the Twitter activities we are seeing are also bots that they themselves arranged and recruited. You know, one of them is on a board of Twitter. So she might have known people who know how to do some of these things. What they try to do in military parlance, or when the US, in those days when George Bush's father was around, is what they call shock and awe. You know, just shock everybody into submission and say we are the top candidate. Well, those of us on the ground, we know that this is all, manipulated. And it's nothing new. There's nothing, in my view, there's nothing criminal about it. But what is acceptable about it, the moment you reveal it, oh, like, you hate us. Well, like, we are used to all this you hate us, style of doing politics. What I'm saying is that if Dr. Chidi, who is sitting here in front of you or me, conducts a poll that says Ashore is the one leading in the Nigerian election, I will call him and say, stop it. Because likelihood of bias is 100%. If I even as a credible candidate, I won't accept my friends who go and be organizing polls every week shows that I'm leading. And I'm leading. No, when I know that it's a very, very competitive election, or you see somewhere and say, oh, all the youths are with one candidate. I mean, in the history of Nigeria, or in the history of any election, there's no election in which every youth supports the candidate. There will be some that are at least family members of the other candidates now that will not be supporting your candidate. So all these polls you are seeing, they are all pre-arranged. They sit down somewhere. In fact, there was an audio that was revealed from one of the polls he conducted. Because polling is a very tricky thing in statistics. You can load questions in a poll to achieve a result that you have predetermined. That's what they taught us at Columbia University about statistics. And the quote about statistics, the one that is attributed to Disraeli, that it's just lies and then more lies. So that's not to say that polls can't be credible, but the ones that come out that you see in Nigeria that says Anna poll, that is the feeling of Peter Side at Edo. Is not a credible poll, or NY poll. They're also working together. The ANA poll and NY, they're all working together. There's nobody in Nigeria that will tell you that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not working for Peter Obi. They're all working for him. That's their candidate. And I'm sure probably that's the candidate of the World Bank, the IMF, as they arrange it, and the Western media. So we were in the media in the West too, and we saw how they operate. So any conversation around poll, I shake my head. It's not because I'm contesting; it's because I know what it's all about. Hubris.
All right. I will let what we're doing is because of data and the bandwidth, something they told me, I don't understand these things, but we're not going to let everybody in at the same time. So we let two people in, they ask a question.
It's high time you upgrade too. You need to upgrade your StreamYard. Yeah.
It's not from this end, it's from your end. We're worried
No, that one is from your end.
Okay.
There's
All right.
something they call enterprise. There's something they call enterprise level.
Let's watch now.
Stop the cheap one. It's just like we both know what is happening to you. Poverty.
All right. So let's
that yours is not multidimensional.
Yeah, at least it's one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go with these 4 people, and after 5 people. After that, we get another 5. Okay, forefathers, you're first. Question, please.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in, Showore. And clearly, a lot of Nigerians love your anti-corruption and being critical of the establishment. My only serious issue with you, that's main one anyway, is the fact that your security policy seems to be lacking, for one, because I prefer leaders that um, our nation has never been secure, and we've had a very, very low security posture till now. And when they ask you about your security policies, you talk about bringing mercenaries into the country when we have over almost 100 million youths in the country that can be trained to protect their own homeland. In history, all the countries that use mercenaries, they don't use them within their territories, except they are in a serious war that they are losing. That's when they start deploying mercenaries. For the fact that you are supposed to be the emblem of the youth, fighting for the youth for decades now, and the first thing you do for security is to give foreigners jobs and pay them our money to come and kill our people. I find that astounding, because I see our people, women, parents crying at schools because their children have been kidnapped. I have seen young men want to take guns for military soldiers to chase bandits into the forest because they feel that they need to defend their country. And for you to say, every time they ask you about your security policy, you say that you want to bring foreigners into our country to come and kill our own people. This is the mistake our forefathers made, and it seems that you don't have an eye in history. So please explain to me why bringing foreigners into our country is a good thing.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
thank you very much, forefathers. And I have said this with caveat that if necessary, that's my caveat. Before I go forward, your Nigerian security, the army, the police, whomever is armed in Nigeria protecting your country, they are mercenaries. Quote me, they are mercenaries of different interest groups. And they are killing your people, they are killing my people. Mercenaries. On my way to Benue, where I am, we met a group of soldiers on the way, and they blocked the way. I mean, it's a two-way road. They blocked the way because they are passing, and they were beating up our driver because he was a lead driver. I came out of the car and said, "You have no right to touch my driver." I introduced myself as a presidential candidate. The response of the soldier is that he'll kill me, he'll waste all of us, and nothing will happen. Only mercenaries talk like that. Are you getting my point? But it is not true that the only security manifesto I have is master. That's not true. We discussed the three ways we want to resolve the security problems, that we will train our own security, professionalize them, pay them very well. We talked about deploying technology to boost security. We talked about collaboration. We talked about intelligence gathering. And we also talked finally about social security, both for workers and non-workers, because that's where our problem came in the first place. We talked about security that can be boosted with tackling climate change. Some of our problems came from the problem of climate change in the Lake Chad region. So I
Sorry
know.
for
So
interrupting. Do you notice
yeah.
that our military is relatively very strong, very, very small compared to
Your
all
military,
international countries?
your military is a mercenary to the elites in Nigeria. Put me anywhere. The only time they were strong was when they were doing mercenary work in Liberia and Sierra Leone, when they were not under the control of your real military generals. It was the United Nations was involved, others were involved, they were being paid in dollars. What military are you talking about that is strong? If your military
I'm
is
talking about the
relatively
size
strong,
of our military is very small compared to other countries. Have you noticed
exactly,
that?
exactly. Yes, it's very
Are you
small
looking to fix that? Are
because
you
the
looking to increase the size of the military?
that's what you should listen, because I think you just had one thing, you picked it up, and you won't let me talk even now that you
No,
have me in
sorry,
front of you.
sorry. I'm just trying to get the
So
point
the
out.
size of the military is, of course, compared to the population, is too small. But I'm not also trying to create a police state, because I know our military. What we need to do is to remove military who are doing useless jobs. There are military men on the streets of Abuja who are controlling traffic. They are helping people to organize rice at parties. When you remove them from those jobs, there will be almost enough military, and then you expand the existing military and ensure that they do what military men do. Restore police to do law enforcement that is internal in nature. You understand? There are 350,000 policemen manning 200 million people. That's relative. That's very, very small. Our military is less than, I think there are about 144,000 military men in the Nigerian army. about 50,000 Air Force men, some 20,000 naval officers in the country. I agree with you, it's too small. So, as a stopgap measure, I'm saying if I can get help somewhere else to stop the bleeding, that's the only part where conversation about mercenaries came into being. But I'll tell you that our military, the kind of loyalty they have, their allegiance, is not to the country, it's to cabals. That's why I call them mercenaries too. Your military is not supposed to be killing Southeasterners who are engaging in peaceful protest, no matter how you see it. It's supposed to be police job. But as I'm talking to you, in Ebonyi State, military is burning down people in their houses every night. Is that a strong military or a rogue military? Or a military
It's
that
a
sees a
stressed
presidential
military. It's a stressed military. That's what it
yeah,
Forefathers.
is.
well,
One
okay,
soldier to 2,000 citizens. You are going to be
yes.
stressed if they gave you that kind of job.
So stress makes you kill innocent people. Go and say that at the International Criminal Court that you are stressed out
It
as
does.
your yes as your own defense of killing innocent people or burning down villages internally in your country. Of opening fire on innocent citizens. That is not an excuse. It will never be an excuse. I will never accept it as a head of state and president of Nigeria. I want a military that works to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria, not to kill people within the territory of Nigeria. That is why
Then
I'm
recruit
telling you
the.
that they act as mercenaries. Let me tell you, wait. You can find military men tonight if you have little money to go and kill for you. By tomorrow, the person is dead. That is not the military formation that you should be arguing about, and antagonizing me for. I have been involved in this country now for 30 solid years, dealing with the army, the police, and all sundry military people. Don't come online and be justifying brutality by saying that they are stressed out. I'm
I'm
stressed out
saying that you
too,
need to recruit
but I've not
more
killed anybody. I'm
to
stressed out
stop
too.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, forefathers, not just for you, for everybody else. While I think that there's need for engagement, we shouldn't interrupt our guest and let the guest finish. And I don't think we have room to give one person a lot of time. We have so many people waiting to join this conversation. So, forefathers, what I would suggest is I will take you out now. Next time, I mean, when we go around, if there is room, you can come back and do a follow up. So I don't want anybody to say because forefathers engage the guests and several questions, they will have the right to do the same thing. All right. Forefathers, thank you so much
Are you taking our right away from us now, Dr. Rodolph?
thank you so much for joining us. Chidi, you're next.
Thank you so much. Let me start by telling Kenneth to just cool off. I apologize. I only had to attack you because you attacked me yesterday. Let's get down and do what we do as men. Now, sure. I like you said, I'm a member of your team, I'm a member of your party. I am definitely biased, but this question is a personal one. What kind of balls do you have? Are they really made of steel or normal balls that makes you able to get up in a room, look these people in the face, not once, not twice, and say the kind of things that you say to them? I want to know where you bought your, or where your parents bought your kind of balls that makes you able to do and say the kind of things you say. Because whenever it comes out of your mouth, it is not, we will be fearing for you, be shaking for you. That's my question.
No, I don't kind of celebrate, balls publicly because they're supposed to be private, right? So, but it's over the years, if you've suffered the kind of abuse I've suffered in the hands of this man, and you've taken them on one and understood that they're actually not as solid as you think. They use violence as a way of protecting their frailties. I actually think they are violent because they are afraid. So their first response to any little challenge is to go violent, is to try and run you out, run you down, or run you off. So over the years, I've decided that like they used to tell us in those village philosophers where they get drunk in those days, say man dies but once. So what's the worst thing that can happen to me? Death. And then when I die, I think I move on in another dimension. So, but I just can't continue to live a life of cowardice and a life in which I'm perpetually afraid of my captors and oppressors. So, whenever I have a chance, what is most important to me is to look them in the eye and tell them the truth as I know it, and then just hope for the best after that. And I think there was a person who was quoted as saying that to tell them the truth, if we kill them, let them die.
All right.
Unfortunately, the truth doesn't kill these guys, does it?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chidi. Dr. Chidi, thank you so much. Ovia, you're next.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Sowore.
It's evening here, yeah, but
Oh,
I understand.
yes, it's afternoon where I'm joining from Atlanta, so that's why I say good
Fantastic.
afternoon. Yes. Before now, let's say before last month, if I'm mistaken, I was one of your biggest critic, obvious reason, politically speaking. But you made a move that make me readjust my crazy about you. I said, okay, I think it's ready for the game. What is that move? You were able to create an alliance with the PRP, which I believe that come easy for you because of the party ideology. Your party ideology and that of PRP, which is to work with the Talakawas. And by extension, you can as well say the same thing with the Konkosia movement, that of SDP too, Social Democratic Party, if you want to go by their history. And, to some extent, Labour Party, with the movement behind Labour Party. Now, my question is, it is staring very glaring in our face that we, as the ordinary people that speak for all the time, if we don't work together, we are bound to see Tinubu or Atiku as our next president. What do you think we can do? We are obviously, I mean, Kongo say followers. What do you think we can do with every other, Talakawas on the street to do we present to actually bring you guys together? I don't know how you guys are going to form the arrangement. How can you guys come up with one system or move that all of us can back you guys and just take the system away from these two guys?
Thank you very much. I think first you must understand motive, and so you must also understand structure. There's no way anybody can discuss Nigeria's politics without looking at history of structures, and there's no way you can do it without looking at personalities. People overlook these things. There's an English saying that an army of sheep led by a lion is always almost highly more respected than an army of lions led by a sheep. You know, and the problem with the army of lions led by a sheep is twofold. Is that nobody respects the sheep as a leader of lions. It's always contradictory. The second aspect is that the lions will ultimately eat the sheep when they are tired of the way of the sheep. And the sheep is always going to be a sheep. It's going to be diplomatic, standoffish, inoffensive, and all those characteristics. So that is why you cannot see us in partnership with some of these groups. Kwakwanso that you're talking about, Kwakwanso has been part of, I think, of all the candidates, the major candidates as they call themselves, he's the one that's been in government the longest. He was a House of Rep member, Minister of Defense. He was governor for 8 years. I think at the point he was a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he has been a member of APC, PDP, before he now went and started his own party, NNPP. And if you look at his countenance and the ambience around his party, it's obvious that he's a candidate that's looking for merger. he wants to merge with somebody, or he's looking for somebody that can merge. When I walked into the meeting we had 3 days ago, the first person that called me, to greet me was Akali. He's the chairman of their party. For some reason, he likes me. For some reason, even the APC chairman is always like, anytime I go to meet him, he's always looking for me and trying to taunt me, so many of them like that. And he said, we've been looking for you. I said, no, you are not looking for me. So because we can't continue like this, we want to look for a way to work together. And I made it very clear, if you are working with us, we take the lead. We are the lions that will lead the sheep. We are not going to let you be leading a coalition with you. And he said, we'll talk. Of course, it's 3 days. He's not going to call me. He knows where we stand already. But for a number of these parties, look at their origin, look at where they are coming from. I was in Benue today, Marco Dian, where we're having a town hall meeting. And the first person to ask me a question was an APC guy. He said to me, can you be like Malema in South Africa? He left the ANC, went to form his party, is well recognized. He also then said to himself that he feels that we should look for one big party to join. But he had a personal story. He joined APC because probably he didn't like our politics, paid 10 million naira for his form. He won the election was taken away from him. I said to him, what drove you to APC? It's the same philosophy. You can't beat them, you join them. Now you join them, they beat you blue. Where are you coming to tell your story? On the platform of AAC. With your 10 million, if you are giving us 10 million naira, we don't even sell forms. If you contributed 10 million naira to our party, we would have showed them shaggy. Anyways, I'm just giving you this analogy to explain to you that some of these are possible on the surface, but superficially. But on a deeper level, these guys are co-joined at the bottom. So if you take the veil away, you will discover that Kwakwaso is probably more interested in Atiku presidency than the Sowore presidency. It's natural, it is religious, it's ethnic, whatever, primordial sentiments they have. It looks high statistically on the side of somebody who they are comfortable with, not someone like me, who they know cannot be controlled. I hope you get my point.
Yeah, but would you rather work with him and the likes of Adeboye, Adebayo and Obi, or seeing these two guys continue, what they know how to do best? I'm talking about the APC or PDP.
No, you see, I don't know why people keep making the mistake. There's no difference between APC and PDP and Labour Party.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, Labour Party is PDP light. Is the overflow. When you go to church, there's a place they call overflow when there are too many people in the church. That's what Labour Party is. For the PDP, they just happen that the overflow is bigger than the main church, the main auditorium at this point. That's what they're dealing with. But the way to describe Labour Party for you is that let's assume that this is completely hypothetical. Let's say there's a run-up between me and Atiku, for instance. Labour Party will go with Atiku. If there's a run-up between Atiku and Tinubu, Labour Party will align with Atiku. That's the plain truth, because that is their root, that's their origin. So that's the way to understand where these guys are coming from. So I cannot, for instance, go and have alliance with Peter Obi when his campaign manager, the BOT of his campaign, Obasanjo, Obasanjo is in charge of nominating DG for Peter Obi's campaign, even without Peter Obi's knowledge. He's the one who nominated Okukwe. When Okukwe crashed, he's the one who nominated Oshitokun. I don't know if you know Oshitokun very well. Oshitokun is, and Fanfemi Fanika, they are Obasanjo's closest young people during his tenure. They're the one he uses when he wants to abuse people like Shoyinka and Achebe. They are the ones, notoriously Obasanjo people. So how do you expect me to go into alliance with a party that Obasanjo controls? Obasanjo will just wake up one day and flog all of them, and start withdrawing support for them. So we are here on ground, and I'm not saying that you don't know enough because you're abroad. Rudolph can tell you when we were working closely together on Sahara, we used to get breaking news in America before the people of Nigeria. They rely on on us breaking news for them. So you guys probably have more information sometimes than we do. But in this case, I'm directly involved on a day-to-day basis because apart from just being participating in politics, I'm very nosy too, like most of you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Nice to have you here. Let's connect. You're next.
Yeah, thank you. Uh, um, thank you, Mr. Omoyele. I appreciate your presence here today. Dr. Damages, let me also take this opportunity to apologize to Dr. Shidi for responding to him. He's my big brother. I shouldn't have insulted him back. So we are all here clamoring for the good of Nigeria, not to fight ourselves. So, Dr. Shidi, I'm sorry.
Very good.
Mr. Omole, prior to 2015, I will count myself as one of your strongest fans, when it comes to Sahara reporters. Actually, I refuse to read news from either NTA or any other Nigerian newspaper platform, but Sahara reporters. However, during the 2015 election, the campaigning, you use your Sahara reporters platform to campaign against Goodluck Jonathan. I would say that your influence actually helped to pull Goodluck Jonathan down, and Buhari emerged as the president. Now we've all seen what Buhari has turned to. We are all crying and also clamoring for a replacement. Now you are in the game, competing with others. But I would want to ask, are you seeing yourself winning this election? Last time we had Prince Adewale of SDP. He came on this platform. We have conversations, and a few days after, the same Prince Adewale went to Ogun State and was wooing Obasanjo to endorse him and discard P2B. So my question again is, are you really campaigning to win this election, or are you being used to thwart P2B's chances of winning this election? Going by the fact that the likes of Afenifere, Edwin Clark of South South, where I think you come from, the Northern APC Christian leaders, the Middle Belt Consultative Forum, they all have endorsed P2B. As a Southerner that you are, and also P2B, I think you should give a chance for someone like P2B to come up, support him, then maybe next time, the people will come behind you. The fact being that, as it is today, the game is for P2B, and you know it. Thank you.
Well, I don't know where you guys get your confidence from, but I like it. Everybody that is participating in an election is capable of winning the election. They have equal chances. The Peter Obi, when you were speaking, I know you are Peter Obi person, because most of you, like I said, are overflow from PDP. You are complaining about Goodluck Jonathan kicking out. What is wrong with campaigning against a thief? Jonathan was a complete thief. They ruined the Nigerian treasury. Had Jonathan not run Nigeria the way he ran it, there wouldn't have been a Buhari. You should blame Jonathan for creating the atmosphere for a Buhari presidency because of the way he handled the Nigerian treasury. And posterity will judge all of you, including me, who at one time, for ethnic reasons, religious reasons, tolerated criminality in our country because it suits you. I am not like that. The reason I say so is that when Jonathan was in trouble with the Yaradua Kaba, it's the same me, not being contacted by anybody, who took up the mantle of the fight to make sure he became the acting president and eventually he became the president of Nigeria. Rudolph is my witness. I never campaigned for anybody in my life except when I ran in 2018. The people who are campaigning for Peter Obi today, that you call your leaders, they were campaigning for Buhari in 2015 openly. One of them being Obasanjo. Obasanjo campaigned for Buhari openly in 2015. Why do you accept him? Because it suits your agenda. Aisha Yesufu campaigned for Buhari in 2015. You don't question her because it suits your agenda. Patrick Utomi was a member of APC at the highest level in 2015 and beyond. You can go and check it. It's with Peter Obi. You don't ask him why he campaigned for Buhari because it suits your agenda and it suits your sentiment. But anybody that is against your candidate suddenly is being used. I feel insulted, my brother, to say that at the age of 52, I'm older than Obama at this time that I'm running for president of Nigeria. At the time he ran for presidency of the US, he was in his 40s. You look at me in the face at the age of 52, after 3 decades of fighting for democracy, going to jail, getting my whole body messed up, my brother killed. You look at me with disdain and you tell me that I'm being used against Peter Obi. Peter Obi, that is the person that has worked with every corrupt leader in Nigeria, including being a special advisor to Jonathan at the height of theft of national resources. He was an economic advisor to Jonathan when they were stealing Boko Haram money. Have you never found out? And that doesn't disturb you, but it disturbs you that I'm exercising my democratic right to contest for the presidency of my country, just like you could. Suddenly, anybody that doesn't work for Peter Obi is working for some marooned cabal somewhere. I think you should drop that attitude when you talk to fellow citizens, because number one, it's a function of right for everybody to aspire to the highest position in their own country. Second, if you are sure that Peter Obi is going to win, why should you be disturbed about other candidates? If Afenifere can deliver Yoruba land for you, Peter Obi, what is the big deal about Sowore? If Northern Christians can make him win the presidency, will it matter that I'm running? No. If all the power blocks can make him become president that you have mentioned, including Edwin Clark. But I want to tell you about Edwin Clark. In 2017, 2007 or 2010 or so, when Jonathan was having issue with the cabal, Edwin Clark kept quiet. He couldn't say a word to protect Jonathan. We not only did we fight for Jonathan on the platform of Sahara Reporters, we set up a people's parliament in New York with O'Kane Debate and others, and we were issuing resolutions over resolutions threatening the Nigerian government. We went and protested at the Nigerian embassy to get Jonathan in office because we knew Yaradua was not coming back alive. I'm sure you didn't see all that at that time. The only thing you see is your own narrow perspective of who should be candidate and who should not be candidate. And as far as you are concerned, the moment is not your candidate, everybody else can go to hell. I think that is wrong. And I reject it. And I reject the denigrating attitude towards any other person that is not Peter Obi running in this election. My brother, by February 25th, we will know who will be president of Nigeria. And I hope it is me, so that you can get dignity you deserve as a Nigerian. And otherwise, I'm sure we'll be back here again, probably apologizing to ourselves the same way you're apologizing to Chidi today. Wishing that you never ran me down, because this is one of the problems we have. We look down upon ourselves. Who is Peter Obi that I cannot challenge him in an election? And it becomes a problem. If I were to have a sense of entitlement, I will say to you that Peter Obi should not be allowed to contest election because he never fought for democracy. But fighting for democracy is not a condition for becoming the president of Nigeria. It's not. Everybody has a right to aspire to be president of Nigeria. And nobody has a right to tell any citizen of Nigeria who to vote for or who to support. You are at liberty
All right.
That you no longer like thieves to govern your country. But I've never been like that. It's as straight as an arrow in my dealings with the Nigeria done fighting against corruption, institutional corruption. It is written on Sahara Reporter's page that we stand against institutional corruption, we stand against big men, godfathers. That's what the site has ever done since it was started.
Yes, after the 2015 election, you celebrated Buhari's emergence as the president. And this tells that you actually supported Buhari, and Buhari is one of those criminals that we are actually trying to remove from office. So you were part of them, part of the people that put Buhari there.
All right. We wait for. I think Shora is frozen.
Do you want me to step in, or do you want to take this one? I just want to reset the room so you don't take the heat.
Oh, how? Okay, go. For those who do not know, Dominic is my co-host. Anytime he's here. So Dominic, Dominic, go ahead.
Let me put myself on the heat. I just want to make a few comments. I'm not going to ask my question, and I promise I'm not skipping the line. I think it makes sense for when people ask questions to not add additional inquiry. That's one. Second, if there's things that are unverified and they are not facts, you can say, I heard this, I heard that, and ask it as a question. But portraying those things first as facts and then jumping to ask a question based on that, I think is very...
Dr. Dominic, you don't tell anyone how to structure their question. So Mr. Sowore can answer the question himself. If it is false, he can debunk it. And if it is right, he can go ahead and answer it.
What I'm just making is an observation that those things that you said were not questions. Those things were made as...
Yes, I'm making a background to my question. So, no, I'm making a background to my question.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The first thing I need to do is I need to get people out. Some people just started coming in. Sure has to come back. If you block, we have only 10 spots. So everybody will get a chance as long as he's willing to stay. So please, nobody should join in. Let's get the guests to come back. I don't understand.
So I'm not knocking you down. All I was just saying is some of the things that you said at first, you led them as facts and they were not asked as questions. You can ask, okay, some people said this and that and that. Is this true? And let him answer the question. But you led them as comments, as facts, and then you went on to ask a question on top. This is what I was trying to point out. That if you say it that way, then it's more of a disrespect, because what you're saying is this is actually facts, and then you go on to ask a question. These are things that are
Dominic, hold on. People still don't listen to me. You guys trying to come in here, you are not going to come on air if the guest is not here. You're blocking the way for him to come in. People still continue to do that. Please don't try to join the studio. Please, I will get to you. Okay, let's allow our guests to come back in. Tobechuku, should I be calling people's name now? Report it to your family. What am I going to do?
People are going to call us petty.
I'm saying the same thing, and people are still trying to come in here. Let's make room for Sowore to come back. Philip Kings, please, can you hear me? Oh, Lord. All right, so now let's see. Just the people who are in the studio now on screen, that's enough. Let's wait for Sowore to come back and join us, and then we will. Okay, he's coming back. We'll get everybody as long as he's willing. I mean, he has been busy today, but as long as he could join us and stay, we get the chance for you to ask a question. All right. So, where are we? Sowore, are you done with?
No, I have. I've just responded, and our lights and networks are on and off, as you can tell.
Okay, all right.
But my submission is that people should come off this high horse of, dictatorship and degrading and dehumanizing statements about others politically. And one of the major ones that I detest is for somebody to look at you and say, "Oh, you're not matured enough to be president, or you should go and contest because my president is contesting or my person is contesting." And that when people don't subscribe to your political ideology or ideas or candidates, suddenly they are working for somebody. I think that is very insulting. You understand? Because like I said to him earlier, Obama was president of Nigeria. In the US when he was in his 40s. I'm 52 years old. I'll be 52 years old in a few days. And if I wasn't working for somebody when I was fighting for democracy, which they used to accuse us of in those days, if I wasn't working for somebody when I fought against Obasanjo or fought for Jonathan to be president, including recruiting Rudolph here, who doesn't like protest, I can tell you publicly today, we will go and protest. We set up an organization. We were funding ourselves. We went to London in 2009 to hold meetings about how Nigeria can get better. So you can't just sit pretty and just look at somebody. I can understand if you say you are not voting for a candidate, but I'm saying it's not necessary to insult somebody that they are working for somebody because they don't work for your candidate. Your candidate is working for somebody. I can tell you that today. But you don't agree. Peter Obi works for Atiku. He works for the PDP.
Now you are
Yes.
accusing Peter of working for Atiku. What if
No,
I accuse you
because
working for somebody else?
because it's what I know, Yes, and he has been Atiku's VP before, so I have sufficient evidence that they're all jacking people around. The reason you guys get upset about me is that I can't be jacked around. You know that.
Kenneth, thank you so much. This is what we're going to do. If we have chance, you can come back again, but let's give other people a chance. Okay, I appreciate your time. OC, you're next.
Okay. Hey, Omoyele Sowore.
This is the OC guy that publishes on Sahara once in a while. Right?
yeah, that's him.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, if I know I'll be speaking the mind of many Nigerians when I tell you that we are in awe and we are very appreciative of all the things you've done over these past few years. You are the man in the arena, if I have to use that popular word.
My head is swelling, like a Jebu Gary.
It's just the fact. And I want to tell you that it doesn't matter the outcome of the 2023 election. You've won in many ways. And we all know that. Now, just because we are talking about 2023, that's why I have to make this comment. You mentioned Prince Adewale, who was on the show too a few weeks ago. And one of the issues I raised with him is what I call a retail approach to politics, where just like business, one-man business, everybody is setting up different shops, At the end of the day, I think what might benefit the businessman and the people that intends to serve is if there's any way people can actually coalesce, and then in that way they will be having a stronger voice. And I say that because, of course, you've been in the arena all this while. You participated in the 2019 election. Now, between 2019 election and now, the question is, what has changed? And what do you think are your prospects? Now, I say that because if you are in it as a gadfly who is constantly agitating the conscience of the nation and bringing up things in debates and all those things, I'll say well and good. But if the goal is to win an election and change things, then I think there might be a better way, more than just doing this year in and year out. And at the end of the day, we are not making the kind of progress that we want to make. There is somebody who yesterday was asking about, it was a business, so this person was making a comment to the effect of, would you rather own 0.1% share in Apple, that is $1 trillion company, or do you just want to run your own business that is worth $100? That is $100, but you have it 100%. Now I understand where you're going in terms of not wanting to be associated with certain kind of group of people. But in a group, in a race where you have people like Adeola and the rest of them, what is the reason that all of you cannot coalesce and be this effective? Forget about P2B and Labour Party. But why can't you and Adeola and the rest of them coalesce and become this effective force? You have what it takes. He does, and a whole lot of other people. And we all will team up and support you, and then probably we get to that El Dorado that we're looking for. Thank you.
Well, Lucy, thank you. Let me also thank you for your very incisive write-ups. I used to publish you, but I don't publish anymore for 5 years now. So
Why?
because I don't. I've the moment I decided I would go political, I also wanted the sites to keep operating on its own without interference.
Okay.
That was the goal ever. That and Rudolph can tell you this. Our goal is like, you don't want to have what I call founder syndrome. You are stuck with one idea. And I will answer you with regards to, because I've tried it before, with regards to owning 1% of Apple and 100% of nothing. That sometimes the integrity and dignity dictates to some people, because Apple itself, before it became a $3 trillion company, was owned by one person who had other options, or someone who was approached and said, "Why don't you sell that?" The guy who co-founded Apple, he decided to own nothing, and he's still alive. And the person who owned everything is dead. Maybe his option was, if I don't have too much money, I'll probably live longer. Who knows? I don't know what was behind that. But here is my understanding that I can share with you about Nigerian politics. Nigeria itself is run as a business. Of course, it was created as a business by the British, and it never quite became a nation. Nigeria remains a country, to me, mostly a business, or business as usual, if you want to call it that. Is this. In 2018, we were confronted with the same question. Why don't you go and merge with Feladro Toye Mogalo? And an attempt was actually made, but you should ask yourself today, why is it that I'm the only person who is still standing from the coalition that was supposed to be the third force at that time? Because most of those guys emerged from the same manipulations we are talking about. We found out one of them was being funded by the VP's office directly. That was Oshibajo's office. And we thought, it's going to, we could go to meeting with them. They already had a predetermined outcome. And in that case, I was their target because I was the only person who was not controllable. In fact, I went to one meeting and I left knowing that it was a scam. The person who umpired the eventual coalition eventually also joined the presidential race. That's what BS Ekwesili. So some of us are clairvoyant enough to see where these things are headed. That you want to win an election and you don't win doesn't mean that ideas haven't won. Sometimes, and I keep saying this to people, that when you don't win election, as is arranged by the elites, it might be that some more eyes needs to open so that that next stage that is necessary will come to pass. And it's inescapable that one day people will wisen up. They will find through every means possible that people are just playing on their intelligence, and they will consume the sheep that is leading their lions. Just as you have revolutionary moments, there are also moments of revolutionary confusion. If you study the French Revolution, it didn't happen overnight. It took 10 years. It was at the time that it was going to happen. It wasn't ideas that triggered it. On the day it happened, it started. It was scarcity of bread. But it had been building up before then. So I'm not opposed to a coalition. I'm friends with Adewale. I'm friends with the ADC guy. I forget his name now. Dumebi, Kachiku. All these guys, I know them. But I also know that there is a reason why they don't want to coalesce, And it's not all of it that is for mention today, but they have their reasons. Some of them are genuinely afraid that if they go into coalition with me, they might get into trouble with the state. And it's real. You get my point. Some of them came to this race for different reasons. Are you getting my point? And it is not that they are bad people, but it is just that they have their own agenda that is different from mine. And some of them are clearly afraid of the fact that I am unyielding and uncompromising about my focus and goals. It's very easy for a business-minded person like you to look at politics from shares and profits. No, for people like us, it is a little bit bigger than that because we understand what these people want and where they are heading to. They also understand, like I opened earlier, when Rudolph asked me, why do I think they are doing all this peace parley and all that? They know that a peace parley will be some kind of a palliative or a balm that they can rub over the injuries and wounds of the people. I'm saying it categorically here. Abdul Salami doesn't believe in free and fair election. Abdul Salami doesn't want me to win. He doesn't want Adewale to win. You understand? Abdul Salami has his candidates, and that's who they want to win. But they want to also behave as if they are neutral. They're not neutral. The people that are holding billions of dollars in their private pockets that didn't belong to them, you think they will vote for a hunter who prevents corruption? You're wasting your time. Or they will mediate somehow a process that allow a Sowore to become president of Nigeria. When he was saying convincingly from his mind, for the first time, without missing words, he said to me in that hall, he said, if you become president, we might have to leave the country. That's what Absalam burst out at that meeting, on record. He said, young man, Mr. Sowore, if you become president, some of us might have to leave the country. And you know my answer to him, which was not recorded? Sir, it will be your choice when the time comes. He knows. It's not like they are knowing me for the first time. They know me. They have my dossier. They are the ones who arranged my arrest. When they arranged my arrest and they wanted me to soften down, do you know what they did? They went to arrange somebody to bail me, so that the person can be holding me to ransom privately, like, I may bail you. Shut up. You understand? Even Pastor Suleiman offered to take my bail. And he issued a statement to that effect. The Oni of Fife offered to take my bail. You think they like me? They don't. It's an arrangement within the elite. There needs to be someone who can put a leash on this guy on our behalf. That's what they did with Nnamdi Kanu first time. They granted him bail to their political friends, but discovered later that he doesn't kowtow to them. He's not genuflecting on the altars of those gods. So they decided to go and finish up the guy at home. When it didn't work, they went to Kenya to go and bring him. Are you getting my point? Mm-hmm. So these things are fundamentally deeper than our superficial analysis that we do. You understand? When you are writing an article, you don't have to think about the consequences if you don't live in Nigeria. But if you are living in Nigeria, all those articles that you write every day, you write one. You'll be writing only once a week. And you'll be asking people, can you help me look at it so that this article doesn't kill me? Because they won't waste time coming to. They will first of all come and meet you. Waiting be your problem now. Your traditional ruler will contact the church pastor will contact. They say you are writing too much. Are you sure you are prepared? These people are saying they can kill you. You don't look at it and say, is it worth it to be writing for Nigeria? Then you start writing comedy.
Are you
No, this thing sounds funny to you, but when you are dealing with these guys and you know them deeper than as we know them, the issue has to be handled differently. Are you getting my point?
Yeah.
I'm close to Nnamdi Kanu and all the things that are going on around him. Are you getting my point? Mm-hmm. When somebody came to me and said they would release Nnamdi Kanu because of the Court of Appeal judgment, I told him, I said, you guys don't understand the way the Nigerian state works. Even the judgment itself was meant to cool some areas down. They know they will not respect the judgment, but they need to keep making people feel that they can have faith in the judicial system, even when they know the judicial system is fake. That's the reason for the judgment. It's the same court that granted him bail that came a week later to grant a stay of execution over a bail they granted. That's Nigeria for you.
Yeah.
So it's for me, I look at it fundamentally than you do. But that doesn't mean that your advice is not good. But it's just that the size of your advice may not fit the shoe that we are wearing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, OC. Let's go to Echo. Echo, you are next. Question, please. No follow-up question. Let's just get to more people.
I beg, Oga Udo.
I'm
You
just
allow
giving.
me talk freely. Oh. Just let me be.
All right.
Ogasho, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And I want to sincerely thank you for standing strong in the midst of the bullet. People like us are watching and following your footsteps. And I know so if they put Sowore down, there are plenty Sowore that has been betted.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So my question be say, my name is Madam H.O. My children see that they sent I say I be bullet with Obi. I don't know whether you see her. So my own bullet to you be say, the human capacity of a nation is in the hands of the youth, the hands of the teenager and the children. When Boo Boo went to see Nabi where he goes some years ago, they asked and say, your youth population is growing. What is your plan? He can't open his mouth tell us say climate change. Now that day my hair gaga. I can't realize that these people not get plan for my children. So my question to you be say, what will be your plan to develop the human capacity embedded in this young generation? Because I know they are smart, they are intelligent, and they can become the Elon Musk of Africa. They can become the Mark Zuckerberg. What is your plan? Because me, as their mama, I want to remove their command from Yahoo business. So, don't be waiting Papa God created to be that. I want to remove them from kidnapping business. I want to remove them command from Boko Haram. I want to remove them from banditry and all. Because they become that. Because these useless people, when they talk about in the political arena and in the religion arena, they stole their destiny and they gave them poverty. They gave them lack and hopelessness. And because my children won't survive, they get to devise a way to survive. So when they be your plan, when we go work with you to make them to come out from these bad things, make them use that knowledge when they do this Yahoo, make them contact and develop the tech world so that make we Africans they control the tech world. That is one.
Thank you. No, H.O., thank you.
And at the same thing in line, not they disturb me, not disturb the men. Make a match break there. What will be your plan for the street children? Because Papa God, when he bring them into their mama womb, he not also make them day street. He said of people like Oyedepo and that the Geo of Redeem. And that one went there, Abuja, where to be do now. When doctor, when supposed to build hospital, they treat people. He can't turn, go the big auditorium. Auditorium when they're supposed to build, to take my children come out for street and reprogram them to fulfill destiny. So what will be your program for street children? And also, nowhere for Mecca, when I see say their picking, it becomes a majiri. So an amajiri is an abomination. Mecca know they do it where Muhammad they say it come from. Why can't be say amajiri can't take hold in our land? So they all the useless northerner leaders they can't turn amajiri to their machinery because they don't turn them mumuizi. What will be your plan for their amajiri? Because me, alias H.O., the convener of Andaimogo Charity Organization in Nigeria, and the convener of Andaimogo Charity here, I am ready for this war because I said their picking become a majiri. None of my sons and daughters will ever be a majiri again.
H.O., thank you so much. We have to go.
Thank you so much.
Then the final one we say,
no, H.O., no, this is not fair. There are a lot of people who are waiting to join this conversation. H.O., you can't take 10 minutes here. no, we can't do this. I'm sorry. Sowore, let me just say this, before when you were online with us, the world has changed. It's a new world now. I don't think you can survive here anymore. All right, go ahead. Answer, Echo.
Yeah. Well, Echo, thank you. I will take two questions because I didn't hear the last one. And the first one is how to expand opportunities for young people. And there are two ways that you start expanding the opportunities for young people is to look at how, first and foremost, from birth, they survive. Because as of today, if you look at the indices of Nigeria's lifespan, it's just dire and dire every day. We are talking about 20 million kids that are out of school. Nobody's talking about number of Nigerian children that are not reaching the age of 5, because it's one of the indices. Huge. Nigeria has almost the highest number of likelihood of death before you reach the age of 5, which means that you are not immunizing them on time. There is no primary, secondary, or even tertiary health care available if they get sick. So a lot of kids are ruined in that direction because there's nothing in our communities to take care of, even childbirth, not to talk of immunization. I think people are mostly immunized against polio in Nigeria and maybe for the diseases. In the US, I had all my kids in New York at Columbia University Hospital. And before you can take the child out of that hospital, I think they have over 8 or more injections that they have to take. When they are leaving, give you enough food, at least for a few days before you start buying from the shops. I'm not saying it's cheaper to have kids in those places, but at least you see the hands of government, both in delivery, birth, and early stage. But the area we are going into is how do you take care of kids you call Amajiri? Is contrary to what you said. Amajiri actually was a program, was a development that started in Saudi Arabia when Muslims were being persecuted and they were moving from Mecca to Medina. The meaning of Amajiri will surprise you. It's people who travel in search of knowledge. That's the simple meaning of Amajiri. But the Nigerian brand of Amajiri are abandoned and neglected children. And what we have said is that a child can actually be Amajiri and become a pilot. Reason being that I was a child who was fishing at the age of 9, who has now become a potential president of Nigeria because I had other smaller opportunities that my parents provided me. So, but your main question is all these guys that have ability to transform themselves into wonderful tech stars, how do we provide opportunities for them? And my answer is simple. You have to create the environment for it. And what's the environment for it? Provide them easy access and quality education. Number one, we have to invest in education like we've never done before. Create the environment for those who may not go to school or not want to go to school to also get educated by learning other things. What I have as a solution for that, for early secondary school students, is to combine the education that we have with several other things that you can learn. So there's no reason why you be in GSS1 and you cannot learn how to make tiles or how to fix tiles. You can be GSS2 and also learn to be a plumber at the same time. These things can work hand in hand. You can also be GSS and also learn how to barb hair. In the US, you can't cut somebody's hair publicly with a shop without a license. So you can combine a lot of these things together, but you have to provide the opportunity and there must be investment. The second aspect, after you have granted them education or other opportunities to learn whatever they want to learn, craft, technology that may not require going to school, is to provide them the ability to access capital. I hate to hear from Nigerian politicians two words: empowerment and vocal training. What is the meaning of vocational training? No, they call it vocational training. I asked one of them one day, your children, did they go to vocational school? What is the meaning of vocational school? Oh, you have to teach them how to be carpenters. Why can't we do that in the secondary school as part of the general curriculum of education from GSS1 to GSS5? So, because then You can decide on a number of things, and you can develop a new level of tertiary education, which is a 2-year community college opportunity. If you don't want to do 4 years, you don't have the money, a local government can own a university that provides you 2-year education. So you have what they call an associate degree like we have in the US. So you can try to stay in the local government and become the accountant after your 2-year education in a community college. If and when I become president, I'm going to eradicate all these multidisciplinary universities, college of education, turn it to university, polytechnic, turn it to university. They're no longer necessary. You can learn at the same place how to be, an electrician. Elect, which are courses that were designed for when the computer did not exist, and also become a lawyer in the same university. Every goddamn higher institution in Nigeria today will be harmonized as a university when I become president. There's no college of education anymore. No need for it. What we replace the college of education with is a community college, and every local government will be licensed to obtain a a community college license, so that local governments can own community colleges, which is a 2-year university. And if they are doing well and we look at them and they can upgrade to a 4-year university, we'll give you the upgrade. Because some private universities in Nigeria are not as good as if a local government owns a university. That's just on the educational side. Then what else do you do for young people? Provide them opportunity to get jobs. But not everybody wants to work. I belong in that category. I cannot work 9 to 5. I've tried it before. It didn't work. So I decided to go and create a job for myself, completely by accident. So there are a lot of people who just need the opportunity to make that step forward in life. The opportunity must be there so that they can make that transition. With regards to Nigeria, the opportunities are not there. If you have it, if they have a chance, they will kill it. I did Sahara Reporters for how many years in New York? I decided to rent an office in Ikeja and try to set up a similar, smaller Sahara Reporters as a foundation. The day I was entering the place when we were about to park in, they came and attacked me. They beat me up. Police took it over. And before you knew it, they were charging me for crimes I've never committed. They were charging me for murder based on a story I wrote about some guy. The police commissioner, all of them had become involved. They were waiting for Sahara Reporters. When I was arrested, it's the same thing like I told you at the beginning of this story. I have 3 charges that are criminal in nature. I have about 10 civil cases from high-end individuals in the country. Just want to kill the idea. Even when they know that I'm not longer writing for Sahara, because they knew when I was in detention, I couldn't be operating Sahara Reporters from detention when I had no access to any device of electronic nature. So we go back to all these young people. What happens to opportunities to obtain capital? You understand? From the government. Opportunity to get waivers if you have a certain level of credible intelligence that we see. The US gives Nigerian young people special category of visas that has to do with intelligence. The Nigerian state doesn't have a program for Nigerians who have high IQs. But the US will give you a special visa if they detect that you have certain abilities that is not very common, is rare. The only way you can get money in Nigeria to start up a business, if you have certain special skills to steal or help them launder money, they'll give you money. You will get serious money. So I guarantee you that all these programs will not work if you don't solve one major problem: electricity. If you don't have electricity, you cannot industrialize. It's impossible. Anybody can deceive you all they want. You can give all the loans in the world, grants in the world. If you like, you can, get the best pastors who have direct telephone number to God. It's all a lie. They're part of the scheme. Their job is to make people dumb more and more, because I cannot believe, and I don't want to go religious today because they will say me and Rudolph are working together. I can't believe that a professor will carry the Bible to a church of a student who failed from his school to teach him what is inside the Bible that he has in his drawer. That's the irony of Nigeria. Not only they do that, they call them daddy and mommy. We were mentioning the Dunamis guy. I met him twice now. When I first met him, I just come out of detention. Somebody told me he's very radical. So I went to him. He asked me to kneel down. He wants to pray for me. I was private. I said, why do you want me to kneel down and want to pray for me? If I stand up, will God reject the prayer? He said, no, why am I proving difficult? Before you knew, he wanted to put head on my hand. I said, look, don't put your hand on my head because I'll be forced to put my own on your head too. You know, he laughed it over. The next thing he said to me, he said, do you know that he got a calling? I said, you got a calling? He said, yeah, from God. I'm a medical doctor. My wife is a medical doctor. I said, sir, that's wrong. God should have called you to a hospital, not to a church. That was the end of our meeting. Next time our people went to his church with Buhari must go t-shirts. He got them arrested. He spent 31 days in DSS cell. That's religion for you in Nigeria. So I'm just explaining to you that these things are not automatic except certain problems are solved. And one of the major ones is electricity. If you solve the electricity problem, you will see the ingenuity of Nigerians to survive on their own, which has been one rare trait that Nigerians have, is the ability to create opportunities for themselves to survive. But if you just add a little bit of salt and pepper from the government, you have a powerful country to contend with. Brazil started producing the Embraer jet in 1969. But when they started producing, nobody would touch an Embraer jet. But today, their Embraer jet is the best mid-range jet and private jet in the world. What are we producing? Kuli.
All right, thank you, Ejo. Thank you so much. Ibo Basic, you are next. Please make it. Please, if you can just go straight to the question. I know I say this all the time. Please, we want to get as many people as possible. Those are sending their questions on the chat. I will get to that. I will try to maybe pause getting people in, and then we can also get your questions to Sowore. In the meantime, I think Sowore is off the screen.
I'm here. I'm
okay.
just
okay.
I'm just trying to drink water, drop cup.
All right. So Igbo Basic, you're next.
Yes, Omoyele, thank you for being here, and thank you, Dr. Damages, Rudolph Okonkwo, for giving us the opportunity to communicate with our brother here. Before you came online, Omoyele, I had made a mention that if being president just requires balls, sorry to come back to the issue of balls, that Fela Ransom Kuti would have been the president of Nigeria. And we all loved him, and he did his job. To line up my question today, I'm somebody who is very pictorial, and I'll try to present my questions in the form of pictures. I'm not sure, I may have met you since you sojourned in New York. I may have met you, but I have not had an opportunity to function with you one-on-one. Here I go. Here is what I call the passport of Malamilia. Some of you may have seen this, or some of you may have not. I call myself a senior citizen because I'm on a second missionary journey in the United States. Now, I've seen some of these things. As you can notice, the stage name is Igbo Basics, and I have encountered quite a few things just being Igbo Basics. But I'm sorry, I'm going to be who I am. Here is my next photograph. And you can see that. That was a publication we did some time ago. And then my final picture is this particular one. You can see the people who are in the picture. There's Atiku on the outside. There is Professor Patu Tomi. There's Sergio Zakalo. There is Yaradua, who is being carried by Obasanjo. Then there is also Buhari in that picture. Having put all that in perspective, my comment to you first, and then my question, is that you are actually representing some of us, not by your choice. Let me put it that way. It's by your character that you are there. You've gone through the thick and brimstone. Every experience you've had in jail, beaten up, and all whatnot is a result of what God has prepared you to do in terms of your character. After all that's said and done, we are at a crossroad where you understand what we call the OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries, which people like Ebituki were fought before. There has been this thing going around that if, by any chance, the man who has been referred to as an ancestor, who is, by the way, Jagabo or Tinubu, somebody referred him as already in the ancestral land, that if he by chance gets into office, that Nigeria will end up becoming an Islamic state. What can you do if in the event, as things are narrowing down, can you make an alliance? Because everybody in the race right now, including you, believe they can win the race. Anybody in the race is capable of winning the race. Somebody might trip along the way, and somebody else will come up. And my friend Peter Umadi in Abga also believes he can win the race. So I am saying that for you, if in the final days you see that you are not going to cross the finish line, what can you do to possibly align with the younger generation to achieve our goal? I am not expecting somebody like me who is looking at 70 years old. I'm looking at 70. I'm not expecting that to happen. You are young. Can you join forces, not with the older ones who are in their 80s, with the younger ones, to make Nigeria what we all want it to be, because we want to come back to Nigeria?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ibo Bezek. Sure.
Well, I don't think there's anybody who can boast of a desire to return to Nigeria like myself. I will say something here that is probably only peculiar to our kind of thinking. You see, there's a lot of symbolism in how we describe Nigeria. You know, symbolism of passport, of religion, an agenda, political, cultural, religious agenda. And one thing I realized in Nigeria is that you can sit down in your house, dream up a conspiracy theory, and it will come to pass. That's how bad Nigeria is. Like, you can predict that Nigeria is going to merge with Togo and have a Togolese preside over Nigeria. And it will come to pass one of these days. It's how bad Nigeria is. But here is what I'll tell you. The alliance that needed to be made has already been made, as far as I'm concerned. Our own alliance is the alliance of the oppressed. But the oppressed, as usual, has not come to a place of consciousness. That is the problem. But what is consciousness? For the oppressed to understand that the political elite in Nigeria has a way of distracting their attention with all kinds of things. And that's why I pay attention to the likes of Obasanjo, because these guys are like a football team. They have left wingers, right wingers that will open up flanks, and then the attacker will come. All of them are working for the same political goal. The second aspect of it is this idea of youthfulness. I think, to be honest, it's esoteric as far as Nigeria is concerned. Why do I say it's esoteric? We just call people youths because we like the idea of youthfulness. But we have not debated or investigated if youthfulness is usefulness. The reason I say so is that the most irresponsible people in the APC government are younger governors. Kogi State is a very young governor. I think I'm older than him. Some of the most irresponsible House of Rep members are the younger ones. One of the most irresponsible senators in Nigeria's history was Dino Melaye. I'm older than him, I think. So being young is not a passport to a better life or better thinking or better ideas. That's why I said to ourselves, let's remove the sentiment. And to be honest, anybody that is asking a question about alliance in this meeting we are having is calling for me to merge with Peter Obi. I know the trick. You understand? That's the game all of you are playing. You just don't want to say it because it's not always sounding good. You don't want to be seen as saying what is on your mind. You're asking me to join Peter Obi. I cannot join Peter Obi. I can never join anything that Obasanjo has a hand in my life. If I die and you wake me up and you say that the only way you can live is to come and work with Obasanjo, I will never do it. I will never join hands with anything that Babangida is involved in. If Babangida is dating my mom, because my father died a long time ago, today, I will never call him a stepfather. I would rather call a goat my stepfather than to call Babangida my stepfather. So let's just drop all these semantics about, can you join with a younger? Is Peter Obi young? He's 61 years old. He's not young. They're not asking me to join Adewale now.
You had Peter. You had Peter.
No, wait. You're not asking me to join Peter Omiadi. I will say to you here today, Peter Omiadi is brighter than most of the presidential candidates in this race. I've been with him. I've listened to him. Bright guy, solid guy. But nobody listened to him because he's not Peter Obi. If they put Peter Omiadi and Peter Obi together to debate, Peter Omiadi will defeat Peter Obi. You will regret the day you start supporting Peter Obi. He's sound upstairs. He was a judge. And he writes his judgment by himself. I've traveled with him several times to events. And I'm amazed at his, the way he organizes his talks and how he presents them. He's probably the only presidential candidate that I know that has his manifesto in a booklet. And anytime he's talking, he will present the ideas to the audience. But people don't judge him or rate him because he's older. Of course, they see him as one of the oldies. And secondly, because he's probably not popular. I've never heard of him before, to be honest. But in terms of brain power, I'm sorry to say, but I'm saying it publicly. If I were to follow anybody based on brain power, I would follow him before I follow Peter Obi.
Okay, so what I just heard from you is that Peter Obi is one of this. Let me give me a soft landing, if you can allow me, please.
All of you are playing.
You went to
ask Rudolph. I go to Rudolph's house to eat until I fall asleep. There's no game abroad that we don't know. Although all of you that stays in New York, we know you guys too. There are older people in New York. They have a place where they drink beer. When Obasanjo was in power, they used to stop. We used to go there and fight them. They will support Obasanjo. Most of you guys in New York, the older people, you are PDP too. I can swear, with my soul. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, there's PDP grassroots in New York.
New York has the biggest PDP coalition, group in the US. Maybe they have it in Houston too. But PDP New York is very strong. They have drinking pubs. They will bring money from Nigeria. They will drink till money. You can ask Alex Kaba now. We know them. We know you people. So the game you are playing with me now is all semantics. You have your candidate. Come for your candidate. Say, I want you to. I cannot align with Labour Party. Just don't waste your time. I can't align with Peter Obi. It's not. You are wasting time here discussing it.
All right, thank you. Igbo Basic, thank you so much. I've muted you. We can't hear you because we have to go. There are so many people who are interested in.
And I also have people waiting for me outside here. By the way.
So how much time do you have? Let me know what to do.
It's already 10 p.m. and 10 p.m.
If I can take everybody that is present now in terms of questions, I'll.
Okay.
If you have any more persons, I have to come back next week. I'm glad to come back on your show anytime I'm available. And I have to be careful, all these PDP people on your show, so that they don't take out the time for campaigning from me. so that their own candidate will have time to campaign. I will be on your show. I don't want to do that. And that's a joke. Don't get too upset.
All right. Let me before one man. Let me. There's a question on. There are so many questions on the comments, so let me just ask one, just in case people accuse me of ignoring them. This one is from Kulata. It says,
just put it up on the screen, Rudolph. Put it on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. So it's easy for him.
It says, how will you fund your campaign promises when you get elected? That's from Kulata. So when one man asks his question, you can answer them together.
All right.
One man, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for doing that, Rudolph. And good to meet you again, Sowore. You made a cameo. Yes, you made a cameo appearance on my platform, which was cut short for network reasons. Hopefully,
I'm trying to come back. I just haven't had.
Yes,
but I promise to come back.
Yeah, no, we know the pressure
you're
fully. Yes, yes, we know the pressure you're on. So I had no intention of coming on at all, but I only really came on because you are here. And I wanted to put to you some of the questions that I'd intended to put to you back then. So I'll just go straight to it because they want to hear from you, not me. But before I get to it, all this narrative about balls, we talk about you a lot on my platform. And we often wonder if you have some sort of martyrdom syndrome. We talk about that often, if you have some sort of martyrdom syndrome. But to the politics, why do you feel that your messaging, because of all of the field, you have the best CV of all of the field in terms of your plan for Nigeria, in terms of your age bracket, and in terms of how you are positioned throughout your history? You have the best CV. So why do you think your message is not resonating with the people? So that's one. And the other one is, are you actually running to be president, or are you on a reorientation drive to realign the Nigerian mindset towards what possibilities can be? Because we feel that should be more your direction of travel than a presidential campaign. We all would like you to win, but of course, all of us don't really think you are likely to win. But to that reorientation, we think that that's where your push is. And then the final question, and then I'll shut up. Do you have the same confidence that a lot of people are vesting in this new electoral bill, which is now transmuting into some electronic voting? So are you sharing the confidence that people are having that the election will be freer and fairer than we've ever experienced before?
I'll take the last question. There's never a time elections don't have new laws, or new devices or new software added to it. It's part of the goal. It's the game. So the first time in 2015, they brought the card reader, and it was said to be the solution to election rigging. The card reader, the moment they started the election, the card reader stopped working. They used incident form to fill in the gap for a lot of the elections. Then now they have brought beavers. What they are trying to do is to delay what should have been the solution to electoral fraud in Nigeria, which is electronic voting, which has been adopted by several countries. It may not be the best, but it's going to be 95% better than where we are now. Now they are promoting beavers. They've used beavers in Oyo State. It has recorded over voting. They are in tribunal. Nobody knows where the tribunal decision might go. But imagine if you are doing electronic voting, which means that you will no longer need a presiding officer, police officers standing in people's thugs. Everybody will be removed from the electoral chain. You sit in your house, you can go into the toilet and vote, and not even let your wife know who you vote for on your device. And by 12 noon, we will know the results. If there are disputes, all you need to do is to go to the back end and look at IPs of voters, because every IP is unique. That's not to say that you cannot develop an IP that can be used to rig. But if you can't send more money than you have in your account in a banking transaction, then you should be able to vote without voting more than your capacity, because there will be a unique identity sent to you in advance. And if you start abusing this, it will delete your vote. These are very scientific ways. Then you don't have to leave your house. Right now, for me to vote, I have to travel to Ondo State. If I'm not a presidential candidate in this election, I will not vote if I have to go to my village, because the village people are also waiting for me. Accidents can happen, village people are waiting for you to drop something. I don't mean village people on the spiritual side, but the physical village people. They are waiting for you. But assuming you can vote in your house, and then the diaspora also can vote with your unique numbers, we can say to you, just like Igbo Basic said, scan your passport, and it will give you a voter's code, and you vote with it. By 12 noon, we have counted all the votes. We would have eliminated billions of bureaucracies that rig election. It's bureaucracies that rig election in Nigeria between the voting and the collation. That's the problem with Nigeria. If there is an auto collation of results, you would also eliminate judges, including from the tribunal to the Supreme Court, who are imposing candidates that now win election as governors of states like we have in Imo State. So anybody telling you that Beavers will do the magic is just lying to you. Beavers it signifies what we call garbage in, garbage out in computer language. It is what is rigged that will be uploaded to the Beavers that will be transmitted to you. If the presiding officer rigs the election and the polling agents agree with him, he puts it on the device and sends it to the public. That is what you get. It doesn't mean that that result is authentic. What about vote buying? Which machine is going to stop people from buying votes? Tell me. Is it Beavers? Does Beavers know when the vote is rigged? No, it doesn't. It's not an artificial intelligence machine. It's just a data collation machine. In fact, Beavers is not connected to the internet. It has already preloaded names of voters and their specific IDs. So it just calls them up when you query it. So these are computer languages that all of you understand. So what I'm saying is that that's number one. I almost forgot your second question, if you can rejig my brain, but I know you were asking the first one, if I have martyrdom syndrome.
That was just an aside comment. That was an aside comment. But my second question was, at this drive that you're on, is it more? Is the potency more in the orientation?
It's tied to the same reason I question why we have some of our debates all the time. And this is with due respect to you, but those who might be listening. Why would I go and run for president of Nigeria so that I could make a point that I could make stronger on Sahara reporters? If I really want to make a point, and so many people have agreed, I could just sit behind in New York, get myself a good laptop from Apple, and be doing what I know how to do best, which is writing reports, exposing corruption, and doing all those great things that used to make you like Sahara reporters, which still makes some people like Sahara reporters. But I realized that after we wrote, Rudolph can be my witness. After I came back from 2015 election, I told everybody at Sahara that we've killed the last elephant in the forest, and it did not bring about the revolution we were hoping for. So what next do we do? I had a writer block. After that, I kind of lost interest, and then me and Rudolph, we went and started teaching. I was teaching even while I was at Sahara, but I spent more time teaching at a job that pays us nothing, peanuts. We were adjunct professors. When I'm not in town, he'll go and teach my class. I heard he teaches all the classes now. I don't know. I don't want to know. So, but this is what I came about. That without good people investing their time and energy, with a multidimensional intervention in the system is not going to change. And what is multidimensional? If you do election and they rig it against you, plan a revolution. If they suppress the revolution, that consciousness that you are asking for that needs to be built has been built. I started building with Sahara reporters. And when Sahara reporters, when people knew that they don't respond to corruption stories anymore, they started listening to ideas that I came with as a contestant in 2018. When the election did not produce the result they expected, they started listening to messages of Revolution Now. When Revolution Now did not produce the results, they took laws into their hands and did NSAS. All these things are interconnected. I'm not claiming credit for them. But I'm just telling you that if you look at the history of revolutions, all these things are interconnected. And the fact that, like somebody said, even if you kill Sowore, already there are more than 1,000 or 20,000 more Sowores out there that are more angry than I am. If you think I'm angry, we should come to NSAS and see mad people, young people. And one day, this will come to pass. They are listening to us. All these young people are listening to us. Forget about the fact that they still go to Instagram and look good and take pictures and put filters on them. Deep down, these young people are very, very angry. And that anger has to be serviced from time to time. They are serviced with elections. Yes. You know, each time people vote in election that they don't produce their result, you have produced more angry people than you have produced winners. You don't win in an election in which people came to a conclusion that you rigged them out. Go and write that down. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You can go and ask Buhari. If there's anybody in Nigeria that is anxious to finish his tenure, I think it's Buhari. The man can't wait for that May 29 to come. I think he has already made up his mind that he's not going to do any intervention in it. He's just counting days, wherever. That is if he's still mentally capable of doing it. He can't wait to drop the mess on top of the next unfortunate person according to their own plans. So I am not running to go and drop a message. It's not a leaflet campaign. I'm not campaigning to get recognized. I don't need it. I'm actually running, hoping that we can win and win big. Because the moment, you know, a win is announced for our kind of radical politics, I'm sorry, your show will be offline because there will be nothing to discuss anymore on your weekly shows. And I pity Rudolph as well, because who will be discussing Nigeria?
Do you think your messaging is resonating? And if not, why not? Why not? Yeah.
It is resonating. Go and ask the people who are afraid of the messages. That's why they are damn afraid of the way I talk. They ask me, just like you asked me, they ask me when I go to meetings with them, do you want to die? Are you not afraid of death? Because they know that this time something drops. It goes to thousands and thousands of people. They may not react immediately. That's why some of us feel like messages are not resonating, because you expect immediate reaction from those who get the messages. You don't know that messages are processed. There are messages you had when you were in primary school that have stayed with you till today. There are enemies you made when you were in secondary school that if you have a chance, you will still deal with them. You understand? There are females that you wanted to date that today, if you see them, you want to mock them, say, if you had dated me, your life will not be like that. You know, these ones are jokes, you know, apart. But this is just human nature. When you drop messages, they are processed in human brains in different ways. But what I'll say to you with regards to people like us is that look at the array of people ganging up against one person. The police gangs up against me. The DSS gangs up against me. The army gangs up against me. The media gangs up against me. The traditional rulers gangs up against me. Pastors. I have 3 pastors that sued me. I asked one of them when I saw him one day, what happens to Jesus Christ fighting your battles for you, that you had to go to a worldly court to sue me over something that you could have prayed over? He said, no, that you know, defamation is not handled by biblical teaching. He wants to teach me a lesson. These are pastors, 3 pastors. So I'm saying this, and these are facts. I'm not making these are facts. So for me to even be breathing at all today, guys, I think we should appreciate ourselves for it, because you are sitting down there, the dangers that you are facing are not clear to you. You don't know that. That's why some of you feel like you have spiritual problems. No, my own is not spiritual. My own is physical. And if there's a spiritual dimension to it, they're also working on that on the side too. Because I've heard some of them, they have prayed about me in church before and said that, you know, God should take me out of circulation. And they'll come to my page and say, we prayed about you. You are going to die in 24 hours. You know, I don't know how many times they have asked Dr. Damages to die. You know, But they actually make prayer requests about us. And this is not funny. Because those who are making prayer requests also know that the people who are praying to kill you may take laws into their hands. So they are multidimensionally different from the reality you are facing. You know, if you can wait for me to come on your show next week to come and talk about my election prospects, but the people outside there don't want to see me live till next week if they have their way to be on your show. That's why you know that the messages are resonating. The fact that you have to come here to talk to me, I think there's something resonating with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, one man. Thank you. Sure, there's a question from Kulata that you didn't touch on, which was how will you fund your programs, the promises in your campaign if you...
You know, I answer this in very simplistic ways. And then when I have time, I also discuss them on long term. The simplistic way is that, you know, if one person can steal 150 billion naira, that's one person, the one we know. And if I tell you that that money that he stole, the one that they are declaring, is after EFCC have looked at it, ICPC has looked at it, the agencies have looked at everybody, collected what they have to collect. They now agreed that, okay, not to embarrass you too much, let's make it 150 billion. At that point, I can guarantee you that they found that man with nothing less than 1.5 trillion naira. This is the truth. That's just one person. There was a case we were following of a former chief of staff of the army, the guy who they found out was keeping his money for him. When they took him to ICPC, the amount they found was like 5 billion naira cash. When they took him to ICPC, they asked him to write a statement. He put 3 billion there. The guy slapped him. Why did you put 3 billion? Put 21 million naira so that we can resolve this problem. We're going to share the rest. I'm telling you. So the simplistic way is wherever they are stealing from is where we will fund this program from. But the non-simplistic ways of funding is to look at the range of opportunities that are there open to us. What is our tax base like? And I'm not talking about pay-as-you-earn tax. Taxes and royalties owned by oil companies in Nigeria that are not paying is over 4.2 billion, 4.5 billion, I think 4.7 billion at this point. You can't do that in Texas. You can't owe the US government taxes. Even if you are poor, you can't talk less of if you are rich. I'm not saying that the rich don't, shag the system as well over there. Of course, you know with Trump, you know that the tax system is a sham in the US if you look at its tax structure. That's number one. Second, is all these revenue generating agencies that don't return money to the federal government pause. The federal government identified over 11 trillion of that. That's half of the national budget. Are you getting my point? There is the gas company that Nigeria is a shareholder. Nigeria actually owns it, but they claim they're a shareholder through the NNPC. They're supposed to be dropping $21 billion, I think, every year. Particularly now that Ukraine is fighting Russia, gas prices have gone up. But when we did an investigation, I asked the people working there, they said, no, we have already fixed the prices in advance, so we can't change the prices of gas. But what happened is that the 21 billion the NNPC gets on behalf of the federal government doesn't go to the federal government. They don't deposit anything. As the president of Nigeria, that money will be coming to the consolidated account directly. $21 billion is a lot of money. So just these areas that I've mentioned to you, we fund about 2 to 3 years of my budget of reconstruction, whatever budget you want to call it, budget of Olympics, reconstruction, budget of restructuring, whatever budget, there is enough to fund it. What has happened to Nigeria? There's money in Nigeria. Don't let them deceive you that there's no money in Nigeria. I remember at Columbia University when I was still a student, I think it was one professor that came from Obasanjo's regime that time. And I threw a question to him. He said, oh, the Nigerian budget is no more than that of the fire department in New York. Fire department in New York. And I said to him, are you part of people drawing the budget for the fire department? He said, no, but he has read it. I said, so let me give you a solution. Each time your budget is the size of the fire department in New York, go and buy enough fire engines in Nigeria. He said, oh, they have never thought of it that way. You know, it was a sarcastic way of responding to, because the fire department in New York actually have fire engines, so that if there's a fire break in your house, the fire department will come. But Nigeria, you make budgets, you implement them only to undermine the budget itself. Don't forget that the budget is a law of a country. If it's breached, it's supposed to attract punishment. In the US, when budgets are not followed according to the way they are supposed to be followed, the government shuts down. But here, the more they sabotage the budget, the better they feel, the richer they are. So there is a lot, and I'm not saying this before somebody says to me, Sowore is just talking as if he's a non-economist. It's not about economists. Don't confuse anybody with economics. This is a measure of fact. I'm reaching you with facts that Nigeria has more than enough to take care of these problems that we have identified. And I can tell you that I can fully fund our programs, which they have accused me of socialism. But we have told them that you hate socialism, but why is it that there's socialism for the rich in Nigeria? If the rich man go and borrow money, no matter the amount in Nigeria, when they can't pay back, the Nigerian government will take over the loan through AMCON, pay it off. They will now go and be collecting wristwatch from them and be overvaluing wristwatch. Somebody, they took wristwatch from him, and they said his wristwatch is worth $150 million. How can a wristwatch be worth $150 million? Can the wristwatch fly you? So, but that's what they do here. They practice socialism for the rich. When the poor people ask for socialism, they start getting upset that you want to turn them into a communist state. You are not a communist state, but Dangote can get 16 trillion naira waivers from the federal government of Nigeria. You are not a communist state. Dangote got 2.7 billion naira invested into his refinery. But the Nigerian state cannot fix his own refinery with less than $3 billion. Dominic, you are falling asleep.
All right. Sure. Let me two more questions, if you can quickly touch on them, because these are people on the comment before we continue. One says that your ideas are lofty ideas, but are they achievable in Nigeria, that the way it's structured today? That's from Kola. And there's another one that says that you were allowed to, when it was time for campaigning, you were allowed to move around in the country. Is that not part of a plan by APC to confuse the youth? What is that? You can quickly touch on
it. Like I said, when it comes to conspiracy theories, you can dream it up and anybody will believe you. I wasn't allowed to move around by the government. We went to court and we were in court for 3 years to vary my bail. The first bail they granted me said I can't leave Abuja. We went to a court of appeal to ask for all the bail conditions to be lifted. They did not lift the one that says I should be giving back my passport. They lifted the one that restricted me to a city, because the judges said they have never seen a citizen of Nigeria restricted to a city. The last time it happened were two people, Pa Michael Imodu, during the colonial era. He was restricted to Auchi. The second person was Awolowo, who was restricted in 1963 to Lekki before he was finally jailed. I'm the third fortunate citizen of Nigeria, historically, who has ever been restricted to a city. Anyone listening to this, tell me, how is it possible that you restrict a person to a city? For 3 years, I couldn't leave Abuja. I couldn't go to Lokoja. At a point, I had to be looking for the map of Abuja so that I don't go past Abuja, because there was no geographical definition of Abuja to me. So for someone to sit down somewhere and said it's part of their plan, no. By the time the restriction was lifted onto me, I didn't even have a political party, because we're in court fighting to get our political party back. It was the same court of appeal that then restored the political party back to us. We're in court. We're following the processes that had been laid down. So I didn't know, for instance, and I want to say this for Peter Obi supporters who make up this kind of stories. Peter Obi had not become a candidate. He was still in PDP when my bail conditions were lifted. And to let you know how generous I've been with all these characters is that when Peter Obi was having problem in Labour Party trying to obtain their membership and become a presidential candidate, there was division and partition of the Labour Party. I offered Femi Falana, who was their lawyer at that point, a secret document that had not been published to help Peter Obi overcome his legal challenge in the Labour Party. I've said this publicly. He has never denied it. They can't deny it. And I did it without looking back. He had problem. I'm repeating here, he had problem becoming the candidate of Labour Party because there was division in the Labour Party. I offered them an unpublished opinion of the Court of Appeal, which they badly needed, to let the judge off their back. And that was how he was able to quash that case. So who's using who now? I think it's him that's using me.
All right, thank you. Dominic, you're next.
You had a second question.
I don't know if you answered it. It was about, whether your ideas is possible, the way Nigeria is structured today.
It is possible. And I want to say, in this, grant me the right to brag a bit, that I've always overcome difficulties, in creating and sustaining ideas. I think Sahara Reporters was the most challenging thing I ever did in my life for a number of reasons. First, I was fired from a job and I was under pressure to get another job when I started and had to be dogging my wife. I'll wear clothes in the morning and follow her in her car to go and look for a job. She dropped me at the airport, I'll come back at the bus stop, I'll come back and keep doing Sahara Reporters until it became what it is. Nobody thought that I could succeed as a journalist because I didn't train as a journalist. So I think I want others to also imbibe the spirit that things can work in Nigeria, because I think there's also some kind of cynicism that things can't work and nobody can make things work. But the next day, we will line up behind somebody who said he could make things work, because that's the person we believe could make things work. So I'm different in that regard, but things can work in Nigeria. What we need to do is to collect Nigeria from owners of Nigeria, and things will be working on autopilot. I guarantee you that there's a lot of things that can work. There's nothing spectacular about running Nigeria. I think Nigeria will be the easiest country to run for anybody who even has a scintilla of small ideas. But you must not have ties with the owners of Nigeria. The shareholders, we must cut off from them. Otherwise, there's nothing that can work in Nigeria. And it doesn't matter. Like I've said to people, if they carry Nigerian leaders to New York in 2 weeks, your underground trains will not be working. That's how they are designed, to make sure that they frustrate development. They will arrest the development of anywhere they go to. If they go to heaven, the cooling system in heaven will be compromised. If they go to hell, they will compromise the heating system.
All right, thank you. Dominic, you're next.
My apologies. I don't want them to use the fact that I'm very exhausted and I've worked long hours to say that you're...
I would have loved to take a picture of you and put it out and say, hey, it's not only Tinubu that gets tired.
Rudolph knows me. No matter how exhausted I am when it comes to Nigeria or people who I actually believe can make a difference, when Rudolph sends me an invitation, I always show. So your speech is absolutely not boring. I'm taking off my hat as one of the co-hosts, and I apologize for what happened earlier. Actually, one man went to me already asked the same question I wanted to ask, which was in terms of winning election versus actually trying to incentivize the electorate. And I'm gonna sort of ask the same question, but puts it in a different light. Regardless of what happens now, whether or not you win the election, what are you trying to achieve in terms of your legacy? Let's say 30, 40 years from now, when you're old, you have, grandkids. What is the most important thing for you? Is it that you won an election? Maybe you sacrificed your integrity, or maybe people recognize you and won the election. Or is it the fact that you were able to make a difference in Nigerian political space and actually bring some level of difference? And for me to add one more background for people who make certain comments. You are Epo Idra from Ondo State. You've mentioned that a few times. And I actually quite commend you that you don't use your ethnicity, even when it may be to your advantage. For example, people say that you supported Gulo Jonathan. He's an German just like you, right? But you don't use that. Or people mention that you're a Yoruba man. You don't use that to push yourself, So I quite commend that. the last thing I'm going to say is someone wanted to ask a question, but he couldn't enter the studio. My question for you is he was asking about how you can turn the Nigerian medical healthcare system or build a healthcare system that will be similar to what they have at the at NHS in the UK. I'm also a physician, so this question is also important to me as well.
You know, I'm glad that you're a physician and you know that medicine is evolving. But I'm also very sad that as a physician, we don't have you here with us. You should, this way we need you. But here is the advantage of the person you are talking to. We're going to get you to be a physician in Nigeria by not stepping on Nigerian soil since you don't want to come back yet. And we are in the age of telemedicine, you know, and that's that sector of the medical practice will evolve in the next few years the way it has never been before. It is part of the reason why the UK has moved, the UK, Canada, the US has moved over 8,000 physicians out of Nigeria. As we speak to this, there are only 24,000 medical doctors, right, that are practicing medicine in Nigeria. 24,000 officially recognized, and they are catering to 200 million people. I wish that my friend was here, who was worried about mercenaries. Would we be worried if we bring foreign doctors into Nigeria to help us? Would we call them mercenaries?
We already have those. A lot of Indian that applied by
yes, Indian, Turkish. You know, the best hospital in Abuja is a Turkish hospital. You know, and there are Hungarians. You know, but they're not enough. So the medical sector is something that needs to be developed in a very technological manner. Do you know in Nigeria, I find it very interesting. They call, when they build stupid hospitals, they call it state of the art. And do you know why they call it state of? They will go and buy this body scanner, which in any way is not even a medical equipment that is used anywhere. You know, it has never been known as a major diagnostic machine. Sometimes it diagnoses things that it's not supposed to diagnose. I've been asked to enter it before. I said, no, there are too many hidden diseases in my body that I want. Because sometimes, you know, it's when you are diagnosed that it start killing you. If you don't know, what you don't know don't kill you. I know doctor will say that's not scientific. But here is the truth. How do you get doctors to work in Nigeria when you are paying the highest paid doctor? I went to the leadership of the NMA's meeting in Asaba. The highest paid doctor in Nigeria is like maybe 125,000 naira. You know, well, not the highest, but I mean, that's the starting salary. 125,000 naira is like $120. No, yes. Maybe it's like $150. How can you, a medical doctor who spent 8 years in the university, start a salary scale with $120 and $150? That's number one. There's nobody who's going to stay and work with such high level knowledge acquired over a long period of time with strikes, you know, mosquito bites, snake bites, you know, scorpion bites, and you earn that kind of amount and you are happy. I think some of them earn like 445,000. 445,000 naira is maybe around $700 to $800. So start thinking about remuneration as a motivation. You have killed it right there. And then how many hospitals in Nigeria exist that has capacity to treat anything? No. Majority of the treatment that goes on in Nigeria are carried out by pharmacists. I'm telling you this. It's the pharmacists that are actually taking care of primary health care in Nigeria. Anybody that is sick, you go to a pharmacist, they help you. There are two categories of diseases in Nigeria when you are sick. The first one is malaria. If it doesn't go in 3 days, on your own, you upgrade it to typhoid. You go to the pharmacist, you get the medicine. If you don't cure, it's the pharmacist that will ask you to go to see, not a doctor, they will ask you to see a pastor. That is the village people that are bothering you. So that's not medicine. We don't have the primary medical system. We don't have the secondary. And the tertiary institution that should provide the highest level of medical care don't exist. I passed the University College Hospital in Ibadan a few days. Even the gate to the place shows to you that you are going to die if you enter that place with any complex disease. They used to call hospitals in Nigeria diagnostic centers, you know, or mortuary. The Nigerian hospital system, the morgue, cannot cater for the dead body. There are standards for keeping a dead body in the morgue now. The temperature must reach a certain level. I don't think there's a morgue in Nigeria that has the temperature that can keep a body fresh. So most people, the moment that people are dead, they just carry them to others. They put formaldehyde in their body, and then whatever they need to do. They remove some spare parts from it, wrap it, go and bury your dead. Most people keep their dead bodies with private morgues in Nigeria. It's a booming business because our hospitals at any level can't even keep the dead afresh up to any point that they can be honorably buried. I'm not. This is the reality that Nigeria is facing. That you have to solve by bringing in more hands. But I think in the meantime, like I said, technology is what has to be deployed, and I'm a big believer in technology in resolving any problem. And telemedicine is a way I think you people can be helping us. Maybe there will be a database of Nigerian doctors or non-Nigerian doctors who can treat people without physically seeing them. And I think COVID has taught us a big lesson in virtual medicine as well, to the point that could help in the in the meantime. But ultimately, we must go back to investing in healthcare. The healthcare budget also for Nigeria is a sham. They don't care about the budgets because they don't need it. The major people who are running Nigeria don't go to hospitals in Nigeria. There's no one of them that you can find in any stupid hospital. If they go to private hospitals owned by these foreigners, Indians and Turkish, it's just as a placeholder while they are waiting for the air ambulance to airlift them out of the country. And I know quite a few air ambulance companies in Nigeria that are doing very well, because every day, these crazy people that we're talking about, they are not healthy, by the way. They're always sick. So they keep lifting them. They'll go and pump in more steroids, bring them back. Like I was saying of Tinubu 3 days ago. As soon as Tinubu walked into that hall, the man just dropped his head backwards. When the chairman of APC woke him up, he dropped it sideways. When he woke him up again, he dropped it to the left sideways. When finally he wanted to to enjoy the sleep, he just dropped his head down. And that was it. The guy did not come back alive until the meeting was over. Those are the kinds of people you want to hand over the
You're making me feel bad for snoozing a little bit.
Yeah. No, but you see, what you have done is different from someone who is sick and sleeps as a result. What you have just had is power nap. We all have power naps from time to time. Yeah.
Sure, let me ask you, when you see people who support someone like Tinubu, what do they say to you is the reason why?
The biggest excuse they have is that they don't want to waste their votes. That they believe that good people cannot win elections in Nigeria. And as bad guys that can win until, I think part of Nigeria's biggest problem Nigerians have is that across board, they believe that some supernatural hand is going to solve Nigeria's problem. So they resort very quickly to prayers. God will do this, God will do that, God will do this. And if you say to them that God doesn't organize elections, they get upset. They actually take it personal when you challenge their religious beliefs or the overly stupid belief that religion will solve every problem. That is why you get a lot of outcomes. And I want to say, I know this is controversial, but I'll say it regardless. If you look at the number of people who are religious, you can understand why they can believe anything in terms of political leadership. There's too many people you don't expect, will be overly religious. You see people who have PhDs, they are making religious statements that God has designed certain things. The moment people start thinking that their misery, their fortunes are dependent on what God has said or what their pastors have told them, and it's very difficult to get majority of them to reason that God doesn't organize election and he doesn't operate on those levels. It's the truth. Because we come against this all the time and they look at you like...
Did you just say that God cannot do this?
Sure, hold on, because I was confused when I saw you saying this. I wanted to say, did anything happen to you in Nigeria?
This is not our making. The person who might be candidate is going to be somebody chosen by God. Yes. I am not saying that I'm the person chosen by God. But if you look at the book of Samuel, Israelites at the time started bothering God and Samuel. We want a new king. Give us a new king. And it was the first time God was humble towards men. Say, if that's what you want, go and get it. And then Samuel warned them. First Samuel, book of First Samuel. He said, this king that you are going to get, he will turn your daughters into perfumes, olosho. He will turn your sons into slaves. So they said they don't want here. I'm saying this to warn Christendom in Nigeria. That the king that you have chosen upon us may not be the one that God chose. And you should tamper your arrogance. If you believe in God, let God choose his own king over his people. Don't go and meet in any Kaduna or Kano, because God does not have a location when he wants to take his own decisions. Yes.
All right. So I wasn't sure what I was listening to you quoting Samuel.
No, so they invited me to an apostolic roundtable of all these pastors. Big pastors. Igodaro was there, Bolaji Akinyemi was there. And I wanted to make a caricature of the game they are playing. So I did my research before I went there. I've read the Bible twice over. And I just went there. If you watch the thing to the end, I told them that I didn't come here to claim religion. That I just want to tell them that the God they are serving was created by them. That is why when they say God, somebody is corrupt, God will look the other way. And their God only fights the person the God wants to fight. So I say, you are the ones who created, in Nigeria, you are the one who created God. So my conversation with them was based on their own biblical knowledge there. And mostly of sarcasm. I just wanted, and if you heard some of my jokes, when they asked me that, how do I relate with Christians in the country? I said to them, oh, I'm nice now. Otherwise, I would have created the church. And all of you would have lost your members to my church. So they didn't find it. They knew what I was doing there. They know that I'm in their territory. And I'm fighting them with the instruments that they use in confusing people. And it is true. If you read the book of First Samuel, which I've read, because I was born a Christian, I even told them I have a middle name called Stephen. And I wanted to abandon the name at a point. But you can abandon the name and the name will not abandon you. Like Stephen in the Bible, they stoned me too for taking a decision against the Jewish council in this country. So, I told them my history in my lineage, and I just use the instrument they use in confusing people to have a conversation with them. In a way, if I went there and say I don't know about how Christians operate, nobody will listen to me. I wanted to talk to people in their midst to know that I understand the game and I'm ahead of the Christian game. Because what they invited me for, they've already decided that they are working for Peter Obi. That's all those people you saw sitting down there. They invited us just to sound as if they are neutral. And I went there very well armed to also neutralize them. And they didn't find it funny. When I was gone, they were fighting because I had to go to another event. They were fighting. Some of them were making open confession that they didn't know that I was so knowledgeable about the Bible and that I know about Christianity that much. There were a lot of things I said there. But we're there on the turf where they were playing, mind games. And I was responding to their mind games by exposing how shallow they even understand the Bible. Because one of them was quoting the book of Samuel saying that God has pushed them in the direction of the person they want to. In fact, the program was described as one man. That's the name of the title of the program. And they already had their one man in mind. But they just want to come and, have some of us sound like, but
By the time we're done with the mind games, they knew who was ahead, because they were shocked at my knowledge of the Bible. Because I said to them, the God you are shouting, God shows this. And it's true. In that book of Samuel, God told Samuel and said, when Samuel went to provoke God, this is in the Bible, and said he wanted to provoke God to get upset. He said, these people are not listening to you. And God said, no, it's not about me. For once, let us let them search for their king now. But you can warn them. You can tell. And I quoted the exact verse in the chapter and the verse of the Bible to them. They were shocked. They have been calling me since then that they didn't know that I'm a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't practice religion. I'm irreligious. The reason I say I'm irreligious is that claiming that you don't have a religion is also a religion itself, because you also have to defend it with your own scriptures. I don't want to get into the religious game. It's a game as far as I'm concerned, and it's well noted in this country that they've used religion to fool too many people. And I tell them, look, if you want to vote for another Christian or Muslim, you are at liberty to do it. But don't forget also that most of these people, by even their own scriptural standards, there are no Christians who are politicians. By scriptural standard, there are no Muslims who are politicians. Somebody would think that Buhari is a Muslim. He's not.
All right.
You want to think that Tinubu is a Muslim? Go and look at Tinubu. He doesn't. If Tinubu existed and is not a candidate of the Muslims, they would have cited him for blasphemy. I'm telling you. Because the way he quotes, the way he mentions the name of, they don't conform with the way they practice Islam. But the guy is not a Muslim. He's a druggie.
All right. Thank you.
I have to head out, but I asked someone else's question, but Mr. Sowore, you didn't answer my question, though. The question I had asked you was, what do you want to be as your legacy many years?
You were asking about legacy. I answer legacy question all the time. And I take a cue from
Rudolph. What do you want to be a legacy?
People like to define what their legacy want to be when they are still alive. I have two answers to that. I don't worry about my legacy where I'm here. And if you ask me what do I want my legacy to be when I'm gone, I won't ever have to bother about it, because the moment I die, it doesn't matter what you say. I've become matter. Part of me will become liquid, gas, and solid. You people who will be alive are the ones who have to worry about legacy. What I do is I do my best every day, live my life as I believe it, and don't worry about legacy. Because it's when you are thinking about legacy that you start hiring PR companies to help you manage it.
Okay.
You start looking for your former girlfriends not to talk about you.
Forget the question I asked there. Let me ask a different way.
No, Dominic. It's okay.
Rudolph, what I meant was, if he doesn't win as president, is there any other alternative he will see as a success, being that he's part of the
Look, I think let me answer quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
At the point in life, I felt like I had already defined my path. In fact, if there's anything that's challenging to me in terms of legacy, it's trying to do politics. I hated politics growing up. I've made all the sacrifices that an average human being could make at the age of 45. But I probably didn't make a success of the opportunities I had because I didn't become rich. If Sahara Reporters was created by a white boy, my goodness, they would have bought us, all of us would have an island by now. So, but that's part of how you get when you are born in a certain part of the world. Opportunities just don't follow you like flies. If a white guy cheated Sahara Reporters where we were operating in New York, I guarantee you he would have walked away by now, because I started Sahara Reporter and it became a global brand. There's no debate about it. So it was when I started politics that I have to be answering questions about whether I'm being used by another person. Although they always accuse me of being used. And so many things I have to defend now. I don't have to defend it because it provided me some level of anonymity as well. Now, I cannot go on the street in Nigeria and do what I used to. I can't go and buy suya. I can't, I can't do anything. Everybody's like, what are you doing here? How did you get here? It's celebrity, but I used to prefer my life in New York, where I would just be roaming the street looking for African food, and all those things that made life easy. So this is probably the toughest part of my life, But because you can see sometimes there are things that I'm trying to get used to, the part of politics that accepts rubbish, people will just see you and tell you like some BS, and you're like, I'm not supposed to respond that way because you are supposed to have a certain level of tolerance for the huge amount of debt and insults thrown at people. I don't used to be that easy. If you insulted me 5 years ago when I wasn't doing politics, I would just insult you back, and everybody will go back home. But,
all right.
But that's the easiest part. It's just like also we mature in these things. Doctor, thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so
Dominic.
much. Yeah, guys.
Take more power nap if you need it.
Yeah, I'm
Nobody's
going to
going to
sleep
accuse
now.
you
Don't
of
worry.
sleeping in public.
All right.
But
So
I appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome.
I know you have to go, but let's people who are here, they've been waiting for a long time. Alex, you're next. Make it quick so that we can. He has to go. I think it's 12 in Nigeria. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good evening from here. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very glad and honored. And it's my privilege to meet you, Mr. Show. You can call
Thank
you
you
Mr.
so
Show
much,
from 2019.
Wow.
I'm privileged to speak with you. But in the other hand, if you happen to be Peter Obi, will be privileged to speak with me. Because the reason I say so is that I love you as a person, not as a presidential candidate. Because I'm totally against Nigeria politics. For me, if all Nigeria can come together and say no to 2023 presidential election, that would be my very happiness in this earth. You talk about a card reader. In 2015, I work as a INEC in Unibe. I work with them. I use that card reader. Along the line, the card reader just went off.
Yes.
After the people I was accumulating, people on my queue, Alex, do me this. I was like, it is no longer working. We make control. They told us that this machine is not going to, we have to go back to manual. So we have to drop the card reader on the bin and start doing the manual, the 419
It never worked. It never worked.
I used it. I'm a witness. I used it 2015 for Buhari before I left Nigeria. Now I told you, Dr. Shu, Baba Shu, I don't know what to call you because I so much love you as a person, but not as a presidential candidate. I swear to God. Now I'm going to ask you, you publish on your Sahara report that this, and you always say it in your statement, that Nigeria do a selection, not election.
Yeah.
And that is my first question. I have to write down because it belongs so I will not forget. And number two, you said this INEC can never be trusted.
Yes.
You said so, the INEC can never be trusted. And for me, I'm seeing you like, let me say, according to the statistics out there now, you are number 5 in row of this after the obedience children, that is NSAS continua. You are number 5 in the row. And my last question to you is that this structure of Nigeria, you've condemned it quite a number of time, but you are still campaigning that the same structure that you said is not good. So how can you make a positive impact in this structure that you know fully well? You said it's what's his name? Under the President Show, you know a lot of things about Nigeria. You know the Nigeria is not working. So I want to know why do you still decide to go into this election and not to support people that's agitated to break away from this country?
All right, thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. You asked me 3 questions. The last one being that I'm not supporting people who are agitating for a breakup. That's not true. I support them because I know they have a right to self-determination. Where I differ is that I believe that there's something that's not been practiced in Nigeria yet before we abandon it completely. That's that he has never had great leadership. And I believe that I could be a source of that kind of leadership because I also know a lot of people who are willing to work with me to turn Nigeria around. Some of them you happen to have met, but you may not know them. And I think we have that ability to create a functioning Nigeria. The second aspect of it about election is that I know the characters are organizing this election. I just got a call this evening from a guy who used to believe in the elections that it will work, that all the PVCs meant for Kogi State has been given to APC leaders. INEC handed them over to them. When we went to meeting 3 days ago, INEC gave a presentation in the meeting and said, if you have PVC, it will not matter because BVAS has rendered PVCs useless. Does it make sense to you? If you don't have PVC, you cannot use BVAS. BVAS is a recognition device for your PVC. You have to dip it in. So he said those who are buying PVC are just wasting their time. No, they know what they are doing. The people who are buying PVC are not stupid. They are part of the system. They have nominated people to be federal commissioners in INEC. Are you getting my point? So they know all the weaknesses, but they like fooling people. The third part you were talking about was that why do I keep fighting a system that has internal contradiction that I've seen myself? And I've responded to this several times. The contradictions in Nigeria must be pushed to a point where John Google must show up. Are you getting my point? So some of you will not understand that also Nigeria cannot be broken up easily if the contradictions don't push Nigeria to a point where it's irreversible to talk about these issues. Are you getting my point? My job, apart from wanting to be president, is to point the contradictions to you and say to you, I hope the contradictions can serve us a great purpose of rescuing the country from these people. And if we can't rescue it, there are other options. But if we are not there, pointing the contradictions to you, some of you may not know. If I am not telling you about INEC as a presidential candidate and the chairman of a party, some of the information that is coming out of the place, would you know? You won't know. If you didn't go to serve in INEC as a presiding officer, how would you know that card reader don't work? You are the first person who is saying the same thing I'm saying, that card readers were rubbish. You are the first person who is saying it. Every other person has been saying that. Yes, you are the first person who is truthful enough. It's as if they swore to an oath of secrecy. Everybody has been saying that card reader was working. Card reader never worked.
It stopped.
It did not work for the card reader did not work for up to 20% of places in 2015. And Rudolph is my witness. When I came back from the election in 2015, he interviewed me, and I think we have it on YouTube, where I told you that the person that won the election is the person that was popularly chosen in the minds of the people, not the results. So because people had lost interest in the ruling party, and anybody else that they chose in their mind, INEC just helped them to put in position. And the next election, they then helped themselves to get into position. That's why I call it a selection, because I participated in the election in 2019. I knew that there was no election. None. If there was, it wasn't Buhari that won the election. It wasn't.
All right. Alex,
please, one more, please.
No, Alex, no, please. We don't have time. Sorry. Samuel Yanes.
Okay.
Good to see you again, His Excellency Sowore.
Samuel, how are you?
I'm all right. I say it to people. I'm an Igbo man to start with. But, when you come of age, you take a stand. So I say to people unequivocally that I stand with Sowore because I've listened to all these presidential candidates and I have measured their intellectual capacity and their will to execute, that political will to execute. And I say the person I see it from is Sowore. But of course, being an Igbo man, it's understandable if I'm sentimental, seeing that my people have been marginalized forever in that nation forever. So if it comes to us, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But you actually stand out. That's to say the truth. And you cannot share these hours with us without somebody asking you a question that will bring you into campaigning. I want you to campaign. I heard you once talk about something related to, as though you're a futurist, something related to futurism. And I want you to talk about it because I'm sick and tired of presidential candidates saying, "Oh, I will make sure there's energy, electricity, I'll fix the road." Man, listen, I've been hearing it since Abiola days.
Yes.
Since Abiola, they are fixing road,
Since
they
I
are
was born, yeah.
so talk to us in terms of saying here and forecasting into the future, so that the world can know that Nigerians can actually get ahead in terms of, putting together things that will change the entire continent of Africa. I've heard you once, but I'm not sure many people hear you. So I'm inviting you to share with us, campaigning in terms of being a futurist.
Well, I want to thank you, H. Samuel Namdi. I sometimes don't like being called, it's not sometimes I hate being called excellency because those who share the appellation are very terrible people. They have no excellent character, they don't have excellent integrity, and they are not excellent performers. It's one of these I hate about Nigeria, with this patronage. Everybody's like, hey, excellency this, excellency that. Anyways, but in terms of futuristic campaigning, which you knew about, in fact, there was a video I was looking for, which was more prophetic about the future of classrooms. And I think I gave this speech in Germany, where I was talking to Nigerians in diaspora in Germany and told them that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at the end of physical classrooms. This was 2019, as part of creating massive education for young people. And I think that, and I keep saying it, only to find out when COVID came that my kids were going to school from home. My wife would call me in the morning I call my wife says, "Your children are in school." I said, "But there's COVID." He said, "No, they are teaching them on Zoom." I said, "What?" I said this before, and I never thought it would happen so fast. And I started discussing with my wife, and she said, "You have all these crazy ideas, but I don't take you serious." And Rudolph knows my wife. She's the person who disciplines me. So, and I said, I'm thinking the environmental impact of virtual education. You don't have to watch close of these kids every day. So the washing machine wasn't working throughout COVID a lot. It reduced the cost of maintaining a house on my wife's person. And the kids also develop new social cultures on how to relate. So, because of COVID, there was more technology that was discussed. Just like I was discussing medicine, she works in the telemedicine sector. Their shares went up because people who couldn't get to hospital were getting treatments at home over the telephone, and they were also getting medicines delivered to them by drone technology. So if you order for life-saving medicine now in some parts of the US, it will get to your house and it will be dropped right in front of you. I was talking futuristically about Lagos, and someone was laughing at me, and this was last week, by the way, Samuel, that in 10 years' time, if you have the right leaders in Nigeria, there won't be traffic in Lagos anymore. Why? Drone taxis will be here with us. And you can ask the drone taxi to drop you if you have a drone pad on your window, so that if your landlord is waiting for you to collect rent, he won't know when you arrive because drones will be noiseless. So, and if you want to carry Olosho, this idea of having to sneak her, you just ask drone to drop her in your window. Nobody will know when the Olosho wants to leave. This is a joke, but I'm talking futuristically about how technology will change the world and how thinking futuristically will be not only what will save the world, but will be the biggest income earner in the future. So if you are not thinking futuristically now, you will be jobless by virtue of your inability to think into the future. I addressed a gathering in Lagos in 2015, not 2015, 2014, I think, of journalists. All the journalists in Lagos came to a building in Lagos, and it was UBA. And I was invited to talk to them for 5 minutes. they were so intolerant of me being allowed to speak because they said I'm a gate crasher into the media space. And I walked in there, I said, anybody that has a newspaper in this room should go to the internet now, move or go and create websites, create an app. I said, newspapers are going out of business. On that day, the newspapers altogether in Nigeria were circulating over 1 point something million per day. As of today, all the newspapers in Nigeria combined together are circulating less than 25,000 copies per day. Reason is that nobody's waiting the next, including the editor, to read news. News is broken instantly and read instantaneously and responded to. In the past, if you have a newspaper, the editor chooses who responds in a letter to the editor. He picks the nicest letter, the best written letter, the most polite letter, publishes it, and that's all you get, maybe 3 letters. Today, if you publish on Sahara Reporters in the comment section, as soon as you are publishing, you are getting some of the 20 nastiest, comments for people who are gatekeepers in the comment section. If you post it to Facebook, you're getting another 1,000 in an hour. If it goes to Twitter, it gets worse. You go to Instagram. So has the idea of a newspaper editor choosing a letter to the editor not be defeated? Just a little part. Even the idea of anything now, copywriters, editors are about to go away with ChatGPT, right? Because all you need to tell ChatGPT now is say, I want to write a story about Rudolph Okonkwo. Just dictate it to it. It will give you a 200-page book on Rudolph. So those who are publishing book will also soon be out of business. Why? Technology. And anybody who is not taught into it as to how you cope with that technology, you are going to be out of work. Those of us who are using website as a means of communication will soon be out of work. In fact, right now, nobody goes to the websites anymore. It is what you post on social media that people engage with, and they stay there. It is when the stories say that there is a document on the page or pictures that they don't post that people then go to the website. Website visitations have reduced drastically because the future of news reporting, the future of communication and engagement is no longer websites. It's moved to the microblogging sites. Before, the biggest TV stations used to be CNN, BBC, and the rest of them. I have said it authoritatively that the biggest TV station today in Nigeria is Facebook. In the world is Facebook. Because there's no big news, TV station in Nigeria that doesn't have a Facebook Live. So everything is sequestered on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And one day, Twitter and Facebook will merge. Somebody will buy somebody, and I suspect that it's Facebook that will buy Twitter if they need it, or they will create their own Twitter, or there will be an artificial intelligence newspaper completely who you just say in the morning, please, I'm going to the toilet. By the time I come back, these are the topics I'm interested in. Prepare a newspaper for me covering my interests. I want Nigerian election. When you come back, he would have prepared the story, he would have done the pagination, he would have done the editing, and all you need to do is read it, and you won't need to ever go to Sahara Reporters if you are not careful. That's the future. And this is how to think futuristically. And that's why the idea of analog leaders must be thrown into the dustbin, because the world has gone completely digital. That's the future for you. And the same thing happens to electricity. Very soon there will be electricity without wires. We are going to have cars that have no drivers. So if you are still a big man at the car park in Nigeria, killing people you call yourself Agberu, what are you going to do when you now have buses that don't have drivers and conductors? You are going to be out of work.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Samuel, thank you so much. Alaro, you're next.
Wow. Thanks a lot, Dr. Damages. And with all due respect, thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I've been getting involved in Nigerian politics since 2004. So me, myself getting involved. And what I tell people up to date is you cannot complain until you get into the field. I'm by no means as involved as yourself because I'm staying at a safe distance way out here. So I've not committed anything or lost anything to even compare to what you have went through. And I've been trying to make a difference because I've been doing that just to look for that change, that hope in that country. I've been trying to do that through by getting involved in diaspora through PDP since 2004. Open. We've had a group open that if enough of us can get into there, we can make a difference somehow. So that's been the drive. I could have easily went to APC as a true Lagosian, which I'm sure you can testify to.
Yes.
If you're a Lagosian and you have roots in Lagos, they will take you straight to Tunumbu, say, this is this person's person.
Right. You're
and
right.
you become a part of the criminality. Easily, I didn't have to. 90%, close to 90% of my own family, we are not even interacting because I cannot be a part of that. If you want change in Nigeria, you will have enemies even within your own family.
That's
And
right. Very true. This is very
That is
true.
very true. And as you have stated your age, I'm a year older than you, but in our own saying, they say, baba. So all due respect, sir, you can explain it to the people after I'm done. And right now, with this situation today, a month from elections, I don't believe, I'm supporting Peter Obi. Dr. Damages know that very well.
Yes.
I don't believe any of the 5 candidates. I'm saying there's 5 candidates. I don't believe nobody should step down for anybody. A step down only helps APC and PDP. It's a 5-man race. Nobody should step down. The people have the best chance if all 5 candidates stay in. The advantages of today is youth awareness. Youth awareness, this is where you have won. Because people are saying, if you don't win presidency, you have already won. Because youth awareness today that we are benefiting from is from decades of activism. Awareness is created by activism. You've been doing this for decades. This is the mindset. People's mind is what is changing Nigeria today. You've switched from your sacrifice, the awareness of the youth have changed. This is why these 2 major parties are having a problem. They are not sure. They are throwing everything at it now, and even still, they are not sure of the outcome for the first time in Nigeria. So the progress have been made. I commend you, and Nigerians should be grateful for your sacrifice. I cannot even imagine what you go through. The things you're telling us and the things we hear about is this much compared to what I know you go through on a daily basis. I know what it has cost me at the distance where I'm at. So I cannot imagine you being there. My hat's off. All the best. And I wish the best on Nigeria. Dr. Damages, thanks you for the chance, for bringing him. And thank you for all the job you do for us.
Thank you, Alaro. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I hope this is the last person, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, he's the last person. John Abba is the last person. The other person left, I removed him, and I know you are.
Oh, to Chuku, yeah. Please help me say hello to him.
Yeah, John Abba is in Dallas. So he has a chance to talk to you. John Abba, go ahead.
My brother Sowore, thank you for all you do for our country, and I can only imagine what you have been through. There is a saying in the Bible says, no man can do this thing except God be with him. It's a rough place. You sacrifice so much to create this awareness. Whatever the outcome of 2023 election in the next few days is going to be. It's still you, Sowore, that have created that awareness. And only thing that I want to say again is that uh, I've done and I'll continue to do what I've been doing in Benue State and the other part of my own area. Nelson met with you in Abuja. Those are running for councillor under AAC and took picture with you, and also I encourage the House of Rep to run under AAC in
Wow.
Benue. All of that
Yes,
is
I'm in
to
Benue today.
yeah, no, yeah. I was in the show earlier. I've spent so much time in order to come, but I know the line is jammed. So thank you so very much. Don't have so much to say than to thank you for all the sacrifice you are making for all of us, and to all the other brothers and sisters that don't understand how far you have come. I hope you find a place in your heart to forgive all of them. If some of them don't know what you've been through and they think it's a cheap talk. Talk is cheap. Anybody can say anything. But walking the walk and that part is a very dangerous territory. But so far, you are doing well, and we continue to pray and continue to work with you. And thank Dr. Damages for the opportunity I've given. Also created his own. The only thing you said that he's not good in protest. I don't know why he's not.
He doesn't like Dr. Lavages doesn't like protest. I'm the one. If you find him in a protest, I dragged him there. You know, he has his other skills, and he's heavily talented. But protest is not one of them.
Yes, I know. I know how you
I
rock
try
it
to
on the
combat
road.
him. Instead, he will
No.
invite me to come to his house to eat after protest.
Yeah, give you some energy to carry on.
All right, Janaba.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Janaba, thank you so much.
Sorry, I will see you soon by God's grace.
All right,
Thank you, John. I
Thank you,
appreciate
brother.
you, sir.
I appreciate you, man.
Sowore, it's up to you now to round up. There were so many questions I couldn't get to them. People will be mad. And
I know. And I apologize that we couldn't spend as much time as I would have wanted with you, my friend, Dr. Damages. You are older now, man.
Mm-hmm. with my glasses,
Yeah, you're now wearing those, people, the glasses of the older people with higher IQ.
I don't know about that. It's going lower, actually. I don't remember anything. But thank you so much for joining us today.
No, thank you so much.
We appreciate
it. What I realized is that a lot of people wanted to get on the show, but it was full. I was getting messages that I should beg you to let them come on, but I said to them, please, let's wrap up on time. I will try and be back before the election. We have just a few days to go. I actually want to come and do a fundraiser on your show. So I know you don't support candidates, but I'll come.
But if you want to, we can do that. You have to come.
No problem. But thank you everyone for coming and for joining us. Those who drop questions. Some actually even reached me with questions on Facebook when they couldn't get on board. We'll try and be back, and we'll get back to work and try the best we can. All of us are hoping for the best for our country. I've said this, a lot of people might have disagreements over how we are trudging on, but I just think that sometimes it's the crime we commit in fighting for Nigeria is the crime of passion. It's that place that you don't have anything to do with, but you can't not deal with it. Like you remember this song about Hotel California. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you check in, you check out, but you can't leave. That's what Nigeria is for a lot of us. Whether you leave the country or you're still in it, you just checked in, you checked out, and you can't leave. But we hope that in the next dispensation we'll be able to live a better life, and that's why we're here. And thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you for your years of friendship. We take this for granted from time to time. We don't even look at ourselves. We don't say to ourselves, "How are you, my friend?" Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. We will be back and we will keep talking about this. Thank you. All right, we will take a break and then we'll be back to review what we just saw and bringing everybody to the studio, those who are still with us. Let's just take 2 minutes break.
Look here, face me like Facebook. I go see Lisa, and I go see a chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. Yeah, this situation, we don't need you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. Oh. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you no sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, say, no shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi. Then go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's what we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part too.
No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, Chuku still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
I don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please.
I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC. With your PVC, you can vote wisely. Even when the offer they bring is so spicy.
No shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say. No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bribe.
if I do my part and you do your part too.
No shishi for bribe. You talk and I talk, we all the talk. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Don't say your vote. Don't say your vote.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for staying, and those who couldn't join and ask questions, I'm sorry. I wish we could get everybody in. Unfortunately, we couldn't. I will get him back before the election. And hi, people look quiet and calm. Let me hear from people who didn't get a chance to say anything. Do we see?
Good evening, Doctor.
How are you?
Adema. Good evening, everybody. I listened. My phone was acting up before, and I used my my office laptop to join.
Okay.
So it went through very well. So, well, you know, Sowore has been he has been dogged and a strong soldier of the common man. He spoke well. He's, in fact, I enjoyed his talk, and he's a man for even the present and the future. I hope we have many people like him. He's very resilient and uncompromising, and he's good. And I'd love to ask him a question about INEC and this oil problem, fuel and crude oil problem. Because he seemed to talk about that many times, and it's like he has some information. I don't think he might like to divulge it here, but overall he did well.
All right, thank you,
Mm.
Mike.
Yeah, Dr. Pinjakri Damages.
How are you?
Finally, I'm in. Like
finally.
I almost threw my phone away, really.
You should have 3 devices and you keep trying on 3 of them at the same time.
If you want to look at this, my television is on, my laptop is on, my phone is on still. And one time I got in, you say, okay, people should stop pushing. You want to allow Sowore in? I was like, okay, maybe this is where I stop. But all good and fine.
What do you think?
Sowore did well, although, but I don't know why. I don't know why, really. We cannot join force, because we all knew how APC came to be from all the groups. They joined together. They form a coalition. That's why they defeated PDP. And now everybody is trying to go. P2B is there. Kwankwaso, Atiku, Sowore. These 3 parties, for example, Sowore, Kwankwaso, and Obi. But I know that it's not going to happen. Now, Sowore say people should stop asking him. He's not going to form a coalition with P2B. I don't know why. But Sowore himself know that to beat these people, to kill a monster, I must plug off the 2 eyes. And the only way to plug off the 2 eyes is by diversion. One at the front, one at the side, one at the back. But alone, you cannot. Sowore know it. So, I wanted to ask him about this insecurity in Nigeria, kind of, because I also sent the question to P2B during an AY show. In America, in Europe, in other countries where we reside, we see how they use private security companies, like events, bodyguards, and so many luxury security things. They use private companies. But in Nigeria, they have overstretched every security personnel in Nigeria. And most of Nigerian police don't even want to be normal police again. They want to be celebrity police. Because they have enjoyed that luxury. My brother, think about it now. You stand all day on the road, sun, everything. And then tomorrow they change you, kind of escort one organ. You sit in front of SUV with beautiful AC, chilling your body. You don't want to go to that street anymore. So I wanted to ask them if anybody, none of them ever talk about it, not Atiku, not Obi, not to use private security company for all this leisure, like bodyguard for musicians, rich people, whoever, and stop Nigerian police from being a handbag carrier, umbrella holders, and so they have overstretched Nigerian police.
All right, Mike, thank you. Let's get to everybody. There are so many people coming in. Okija, welcome to the show.
Yes, good day, guys. Yeah, I tried to come in, but unfortunately, I don't know how to. Okay, the thing is this. I don't know. Sowore has a lot of problems. I mean, first of all, I want to thank Sowore. He has been consistent. and he has been there. He has paid the price. He's still paying the price, and it's not easy. I'll give it to him. But we're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about running a private company or whoever, the kind of person, like, you're a good guy. No, that's not. We are talking about running a country, the lives of over 200 million people. Sowore, I don't know. He's not ready to be a politician. He's still in his activism mode. The activism is quite different from politics. You have to change your mindset. You have to change, your orientation. You have to work with people. The way, he went to Ekene, because I can ask him about P2B. If you talk about P2B, he goes into his activism mode and starts spewing things and he's condescending to people. A pastor, he met a pastor, and he because he's a qualified doctor and he wants to be a pastor. You are looking down at him, maybe you are the one who hears from God. You condescend. You're condescending on people. You don't. You have to whatever. Okay, yeah, God told you. Okay, thank you. How can I work with you to make Nigeria a better place? That's it. But he doesn't have that, he hasn't, changed to be a politician. He's talking about winning. I mean, to be honest with you, he criticizing the polls made by other people, ANAP and whatever. Sowore knows he cannot win up to 50,000 votes in Nigeria right now. It's not about poll being made by other people or by ANAP and people. I would say everybody here, you conduct poll, you call people in Nigeria abroad, you call people from Nigeria. There are other people who go on YouTube, YouTubers who go to Nigeria, who go to people and ask them question. They have opinion on people who people want to vote for. Sowore has never won one of them. He has never even many of them he has not gotten vote. So I don't know, he has to be realistic. I don't know what he's smoking. I'm sorry, but I don't know what he's smoking. I don't know what he's smoking. That makes him think that he's going to be president, next year. No, I'm not his God, probably, but for today, from today going back, he had not, he was not going to win up to 50,000 votes. He has to change his personality. What has Sowore done? Activism, student activism, yeah. University of Lagos or whatever. I don't know which university he went to. I have a student. I have a friend who was NANS president. So because you're an president, student university doesn't mean you have to be a good president. What is his capacity? What is his character? He has shown us, just like Papa shitted on P2B. He's just still doing the same thing. The mode of what tyrant, arrogant. What is his character? That's his character there. He has run Sahara. Sahara got over $1 million from from foundations. But now Sahara is in tatters. He has left Sahara. He's in Nigeria. Who did he put in to take over Sahara? How has he structured? Send him this video. How has he structured Sahara so that somebody else that will run Sahara from where he stopped? Look at Sahara. Let's poll people who worked with him or for him in Sahara to see if they're gonna vote for him. You have to have a good character yourself. That's why when we talk about P2B, they think like P2 is just from air. Personally, I started sport. I live in US. I was born. I'm a trader. I have a shop in Onitsha. I mean in Lagos. That was how I heard about P2B. People where he was. He was one of the executive in the market union. So when people talk about him, they talk about his stingy. They talk about so many other things. But then they tell you, but this man is a good person. So even when he became governor, so that's his people, and he's still it went after him. The kind of person he is. Went after him, and that's what people see in him. When people criticize him or say things against him, like Soludo, you see how he responds. That's character. He endears people to him. But this guy would just open his mouth and what? Okay, I want Sowore to tell us what he has done to build character, competence, and capacity to be president of Nigeria. 200 million people. One out of 6 black person in the world is a Nigerian. You want to because you run Sahara. You want to be president of Nigeria. No, Sowore is not qualified to be a dog catcher right now.
Okay.
To be a dog catcher right now.
Go
and be faithful, be a governor. Let him try that and then build humility, build character, build competence. Then he can come.
Okay, thank you. Eddie, were you on the air with Sowore? No? Okay, Eddie, go ahead. I just want the people that didn't get a chance to talk to Sowore first, and then we come back to people who had a chance. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I think listening to Sowore, I think is not what people paint him to be. He's quite knowledgeable, and he conducts himself as his presidential candidate should.
Good.
If people are saying Sowore is arrogant and whatnot, I don't think you've listened to Julius Malema of what do you call it in South Africa. If you're talking of arrogant, that guy is proper arrogant. Sowore is not even saying things violent. And mind you, I'm not in support of what do you call it, of his party, but from what he said now tonight, is someone that has how will I say, he's knowledgeable. He has foresight. None of the questions he threw away, or none of the questions he dodged. He tried to answer all the questions presented to him. Even from the questions he answered, you could see he might not be the oldest, but he's quite experienced. He's quite knowledgeable. So he doesn't need to be the president in 2023, but for the mere fact that his heart is in the ring, he doesn't need to be the president, but he has pricked our consciousness. He has pricked the consciousness of every young man, woman in Nigeria that there's a possibility of a young leader. And he said it's not about personally, I want Peter Obi to win the election, but you need to know the people you're in bed with. And Sowore knows that his chances of winning the elections are very, very, very slim. He's not in doubt of that, but he's there to prick these political system and prick the establishment. That is what he's there to do. So, yeah, I wish him luck in his political endeavor. Yeah, and yeah, I really enjoyed the session. Thank you.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Echo, I wanted to skip you, but I can't. I don't want trouble. Just 2 minutes.
Agauda, you Vespa me today. When men start, you not disturb them. It be like say my talk don't they become toxic to some of them. When I just start, until my children free and fulfill destiny. When I just start. To me, Sowore did well. And it has been able to clear some question. He has tried to also pass on, and people keep repeating and repeating and repeating. If we want to talk, Sowore bring a boo-boo to power. Not all of them vote now. You only one vote. He truly bring boo-boo to power. But when they talk, say bring boo-boo to power, they remember say the time when they don't want Jonathan to take over when informer of that don't die. We know they remember that. That means we are impartial in our judgment, and we should drop that mentality. Then secondly, he has made it clear win election not be doing that affair. But the truth must be told. We cannot get the kind of new Nigeria we are talking about by romancing the old establishment in any form. That is the bitter truth. Sowore was able to answer all of our questions without dodging one. The only one when I throw to Peter Obi, he has not answered it. He has not. And Peter Obi, wherever you are, you still need to answer that question. The young people, my children, the answers carry over. They don't want anything to do with the old establishment. So you cannot be one side capitalist and another side socialist. And you tell me, say, you won't give us what we want. In as much Atiku remains your mentor. That is the old establishment, Peter Obi. That is the capitalist aspect of you that you need to separate yourself from. Because the new Nigeria we are looking for, it is the socialist that can bet it for us. The capitalist has ruled of us since the 1960s till date. And all you people are interested in is brutalizing Nigeria to where we are. So we are looking for a socialist government that is meant for the mecunus, the poor people. That is what the socialist is meant for. So if you want to become our president, as my children want you, Obi must stop to be your mentor. Because if you remain your mentor, you cannot question him on the things he has stolen from. Atiku have to stop to be your mentor. Because if Atiku not stop to be your mentor, you cannot make him to bring back all the things when he thief from us.
All right, Echo, thank you. Pansat, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, Rudolph, and congratulations on your show.
Thank you.
We're getting close to the elections. It's almost, say, about a month away. You can see why people deserve the leadership that they get, right? The people here are the elite of our country, educated people in foreign lands who know how politics is supposed to work, right? There's nothing wrong with people throwing their hat in the ring, contesting for an election. But at some point, a judgment call is made. Now, I wrote a piece that I sent you. It's on YouTube. I don't know if you play it, I could yield my time so you could hear what I had to say in that piece about Sowore. Nobody likes to.
Where did you say? You said you wrote a piece, or is there an?
I commented on it on a show.
Oh.
I wasn't.
No, there were so many comments coming up. Just say what you have to say. You are here already, so.
Thank you very much. This is very important. That's why I came on so I could say it. Nobody likes to criticize an ally. Sowore has suffered a lot for all of us, fighting for the rights of all Nigerians, pretty much. So he's not perfect, but his sins are not infallible. His character and the country is not infallible. He's been making a lot of mistakes that we can chalk under judgment call. But it's cost us a lot. In 2015, he dipped his thumb on the scale to have us get Buhari. When you mention it to him, he's nonchalant about it, or he's abusive about it by saying, hey, look, Jonathan had other opportunity. Little old me, could I affect the election? Yes, you can. You're not little. So a lot of us like and respect you, especially then. If you don't criticize Buhari and you're criticizing Jonathan during that election, you are for Buhari. That's exactly what it means, just by deduction. So right now, in this election, what is it exactly about Sowore that he has over Obi as far as virtue? Obi is not corrupt as far as humanly possible. We know that he's not a saint just because the Bible says that nobody's a saint, not even Mother Teresa. When we say Obi is not a saint, that's what we mean in that sense. He's governed for 8 years a state with devious characters. He didn't take money. They haven't bought him water like he says. Now, if Sowore has a contrary evidence to that, he should present it. We imagine Sowore to be an addition to Obi in order to rescue our country. We're in trouble. Sowore could talk all day, be all over the internet. He never mentions anything about terrorism, for example. To him, corruption is albeit. Corruption. Okay, there's corruption. There's corruption in America. Corruption is bad. But we can't have our people getting killed. And you're running your mouth. You come here, he's talking nonsense, abusing every situation. We have a nascent democracy here. We have military dictators, right? who've done bad things. You still have to maintain the African decorum of respecting your elders. If an activist goes in a place like that, like I said earlier, you could go there and say, no justice, no peace. You want me to sign a peace accord, but we have to have justice, right? Okay, fine. But you don't go there trying to make a headline. We like Sowore, but he's now beginning to cost us a lot. His activity in 2015 was too expensive. He doesn't know that. He has no judgment. If you are not going to win a local government area, why are you running till now? We need you. We need you in the OB campaign. You cannot win a state. There's some kind of strata. When you're looking at these candidates, some are worse than the others. Some are better than the others. You have to have that kind of judgment. You cannot make any case legitimately that OB and Tinubu are the same, or that OB, because he's not abusing Atiku, he's therefore some kind of candidate, Manchurian candidate for Atiku. No, he's not. He's governed the state. He cited examples when he told Obasanjo himself, you cannot stay in a building that I'm going to build for you. You could stay in my house and I'll leave. Obasanjo has not said that didn't happen. So when Sowore is talking like Okwanso today, I heard him say something to one of the, I believe it was Kene. He says, hey, look, you're talking to me just by looking at you. I know where you're from. I'm paraphrasing what he said. Imagine Sowore talking like that. We like Sowore, but it's time that he abandoned his destructive behavior and get in line in fixing the country. Who the hell is he? What did he do? We don't want him shot. He doesn't have to die for us. All he has to do is to join hands. The first thing you learn in a kindergarten is how to get along with others. We're not going to have a Jeffersonian candidate. You know, I'm telling you, when you go and look at Jonathan versus Buhari in 2015, you have to be an imbecile not to know that Buhari, who was a military thug that committed a coup d'etat and killed so many people, including Felara Kuti, right? How are you going to even make that case that you didn't know what you're doing? But now you know what you're doing. If you do not, get the hell out of that campaign and get with the youth and take the country back, then you're doing it on purpose. How wicked. You know how many people are killed? Did he Sowore mention Deborah's name when he was here? Did he mention anything about terrorism? I suspect that, pardon?
I wanted to say that you round up so that we can hear other people. You know, there are a lot of people trying to come in.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
You got a great show here. You got your friends. You guys come here, you laugh it up, and you just go in turn by turn. I'm asking you yourself. You're very important in this thing. It's 30 days. Give us 30 days after that you do your friends thing. We have to take that country back. There's a lot of terrorism. There'll be a whole lot more after the election. They just took their legs off our necks. This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Sowore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Sowore. Cast here and be sorry to Sowore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this is what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that, But nobody, even people that paid to stay in my class, they can't speak like this. But this one, nobody's paying. But the most important, I want these people to get this, you're not important. I'm not important. The world will move on without you, without me. Why are people thinking that what they have to say is the world, that's the most important, that you have to abuse people because it's important to you? No. Pansat, no. I don't have to. I don't know what you want me to do. I do what I'm doing. I don't control the country. How many people are watching this? About 1,000 people watched us today. What is that? How many people came out there to see Tinubu, Atiku? What is that? I don't have a exaggerated sense of importance. I don't. If you have it, I don't have it. We're just small people. Tomorrow I can die. The country will continue. What's the point? Hold on. I'm not done, Pastor. I'm not done. Please. All of you are smart people. Okendibe met with you, sat down with you at an event. You're a responsible man. I've never met you, but I don't know what makes people come to a public forum. They think that they have the best idea. People were sending me questions. I appreciate that, but we can't ask all the questions. It doesn't. And if you want to say something, come and say it. Say it in a very respectable way. It won't take anything from you. Abuse will not add anything to you. That you abuse everybody and say, go to hell, that will not do anything. It won't put a new feather on your heart. So I don't know why. Please, we are better than this. I'm sure. I know personally. But I don't know. People think this is a competition. There's no competition here. Nobody's competing with each other. There's nothing you will say here. People will now give you an award, Nobel Prize, because you said something. Or you abuse somebody, you get the Nobel Prize for physics, for literature. No. There's no prize. Okay, let me not say we're wasting our time. All right, Pansat, round up. But please, I think you can do better than what you've been doing. Go ahead.
All right. By the way, I disagree with virtually everything you said right there. You are important. I am important. And 1,000 people is a lot of people. But I'm not going to spend my time on that. All right, so you try to render some kind of Solomonic judgment right there when that Omoyele or whoever is interrupting me. But if you watch what Solomon did, he did threaten to divide the baby, right? But the mother said, go ahead and give it to the other one. Don't divide the baby. The person who didn't own the baby said, divide the baby. When this guy interrupted me, you should have spent your time admonishing him, not two of us.
Yeah, but what was their reaction? Well, hold on, Passat. What was the reaction? If your reaction was that you were quiet and said to me, if you had said to me, stop Omoyele, let me finish. But you went bizarre like him, that doesn't help me.
I will excuse you based on what the last thing you said. But listen to this. What I was talking about doesn't call for me to be civil at all. We have a lot of our people getting killed in Nigeria. A lot.
Okay, hold on, Passat. Let's have this debate once and for all. So if you are not civil, that will stop people from being killed. If you call everybody here idiots, that will stop people from being killed.
I'm approaching it from a human.
Hold on. If we make a speech for 1 hour, we sit down here and listen to you. You speak for 1 hour. That will stop people from being killed. Is that what you're saying?
Not at all.
Understand this because it looks like I don't understand what is going on. If we all call everybody in Nigeria, 10 million people, listen to you, and you speak for 1 hour, will that stop the killing?
No.
So why do you think that it's very serious that you have to abuse everybody? You have to disagree?
I'm not abusing everybody. And
no. But
hold on. Is that a rhetorical question, or should I give you an answer?
Listen,
Is that rhetorical?
Hold on. You are not following the guideline I'm trying to give. You are talking as if what you are saying is the most important thing that will change the world, change Nigeria. How?
Okay, can I answer? I'll answer.
But round up, because I have to go to other people. I don't want this conversation to be about me and you.
Okay, so I conclude by saying this. Like I said, your work is very, very important. I've been following your work. You're a writer, you're a comedian, and all that. That's good. But here now we're down the stretch. It's silly to bring a candidate who, in my calculation, probably in yours, is not going to win even a single local government area, a precinct perhaps. Okay, but let's say he wins his precinct. He's not going to win any state. So the nature of questions that he should entertain here should be different. And I remember we're at the precipice. They've got their feet off our necks. But don't forget, schoolgirls in Chibok are loaded in trucks, 300 girls taken away. They're lost forever. We don't know where the hell they are. Deborah is killed. People are killed in Plateau. You have the IDP camps, right? You got people being snatched from trains. There's a lot of killing. Sowore will never talk about that. I called him 8-9 years ago now. I left you a video. You go ahead and play that video. It's going to be more important than the other videos you've been playing. This is a serious talk. I'm not here to be heard or change the world. I'm trying to talk to you. This platform is good. Why don't you try to approach Sowore, who we all like? Like I said earlier, he's done a lot of sacrifice to us, but he didn't buy our soul because he did that. We have to pull him back. It's a judgment call. He's causing us a lot of pain. To come out here running your mouth at Obi, or when you talk about Sowore, who could be like a son to me, that one of these guys are making a Igbo Yoruba thing or something like that. It's not. We're allies. We're in the same camp.
All right.
We have our country to take back.
Pastor, thank you very much.
Yeah. So please.
Let me say one last thing. I gave my number to you. Call me. I can talk to you in private if you have any issue. But when you are in public, please.
All right. Very well. I'm sorry, by the way, if I had offended anybody here. If I come off a little off them, I apologize. Okay. So let's work together. And Rudolph, I respect you. Okay, it's a great guy, as you know. And this time, my ranting is about our country. The last time I came here, I was against people disrespecting Igbos. Okay, Obi is like one of their footmat to kick around. Those who see a man like that, ask the guy who's interrupting me, how many Obis does he have in his place? You have a Nigerian who doesn't give a damn about any tribe.
Pastor, that's enough. And one last thing for you, parting word for you. This is, there are over 1,000 platforms out there, newspapers, media houses. This one will not change the dynamics of things. Please.
That is not true.
No. Okay. Even if you don't believe that,
it's not true.
Okay. Even if you don't believe that, okay. The other thing I wanted to say is this: everybody here has the right to their own position, to their own opinion. Everybody cannot be like you. I don't want to live in a world where everybody is thinking like you. I won't, or even like me. I don't want to be in a world where everybody sounds like me, think like me. No.
Can I tell you something before I go?
You
always give that excuse you're giving right now.
No, it's not an excuse. It's what I believe. It's what I believe.
Hold on, Rudolph. Even though you are a journalist, accomplished and all that, right? You don't know it all. You cannot say, I'm going to suspend who I am because I'm hosting a show. And then, because you did that earlier today, I'm gonna go to another show and really go tell you what I think, right? I said to you the last time I was here, I said you could do that with good and bad, or right and wrong, but you cannot do that with true or false. You cannot suspend true and false. So after you host a show, so in another location of time and space, in a 3D world, then you're gonna really tell the truth. That is not right. If you're gonna host a show, you must hold the true and false
Okay, one last thing.
paradigm. Right?
Pansat, let me say one last thing, and that's it. We are. My hope is that we don't have to get back to this another day. So that's why I'm saying this. One last thing, okay? What I do here is what I want to do. Okay? There's nobody who is telling me how to do it, and there's nobody who is going to tell me how to do it. You understand? Whether it works or not, I'm happy the way I'm doing it and what I'm doing. Okay? And thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody who comes here. Okay? But I can't do something to make you happy or make somebody else happy. The way I understand, I'm not
just let it not be something that
the way I
concerns me.
understand it.
Right?
I don't mean.
Let it not be something that concerns me. You could do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But let it not be about the Nigerian election. People.
No, you can't detect what I do, Pansat. You cannot. Sorry, you cannot. Bolade, welcome to the show. Bolade, welcome to
Good evening.
Yeah.
Yes. Just what I want to say is the country needs people like Sowore, even though people might not vote for him. But we need that kind of a person. And whether he should team up with the Obi Dirty team, not necessarily. He's out there making his points, campaigning about transparency, ending corruption, and exposing a lot of things. Now, if he feels he cannot merge with Peter Obi's movement, it's okay. The other time, I think we should be concerned about the masses. The reason why I like Sowore is always speaking for the masses. Like the question I want to put to him, I observe in the UK, if you have non-communicable disease and you are diagnosed maybe of diabetes type 2, which you have a lot of people in Nigeria living with that condition, and high blood pressure. Do you know you get free drugs, especially hypertensive drug that is very costly? They give you free of charge. And what does that tell you? There is NHS here in the UK and it works. And I wanted to ask him, if he's elected as a president, how will he make this healthcare something the masses can enjoy, can get hold of? And if you look at all this, they call it surgery. The surgery near your house in the UK it doesn't have any sophisticated thing that you don't have in Nigeria, but they have coordination. For Sowore has a good idea of what he wants to do, but whether he will get there, I don't know. I like Peter Obi myself, and I like Sowore. Sowore was, in fact, I registered with his party. I tried to do one or two movements when I was in Nigeria. In Gbagada, we went to Gbagada sawmill area to sensitize people. They chased us with cutlass. What I'm saying is people should not fight here, because the virtue of what Sowore is fighting for and what Obi wants to do, they converge. Let us, whether they want to support themselves or they are not going to support themselves, I think by the time the iteration, the process is going on, we will all converge at one place. Peter Obi is saying he wants to be stingy. He will not allow people to waste government resources. Sowore is saying, I will expose corrupt people. What they are saying, the virtue of what they are saying converge. So I don't know why people are saying you come here to come and run Peter Obi's mouth anyhow. It's not anything. I think we should concentrate on getting that thing. Like the way I saw it in the UK, they give you free drugs. I know a lot of people that have died in Nigeria. One was a barrister. All right, he is a barrister at law. Just because he couldn't afford the drug for some months, couple of months, just 2 months, and he passed or he died. So we should be for Sowore. I like Showore's idea, but he cannot win. I know he's too truthful. He's saying it before I start paying the debt. I will probe a lot of people. I know it's a difficult one for him. I will rest my case here. These people, the virtue they are all campaigning for will converge. So I don't know why people are arguing about Sowore said this is everything that they have said. It converge.
All right, thank you, Balade. Augustine N, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone. I thought what we gathered here to do was to revisit what went on. I never knew that people were coming again to fight. Sowore did a very nice job. He's very intelligent, he's smart, he's articulate, but I still have problem with accountability and responsibility. The question of 2014, 2015 of Buhari's emergence has always been on the front burner, and he has never accepted his role. There's nothing wrong for him to say, yes, I did this game, but I've come to realize that we made mistake. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Accepting that, yes, I played this role, but this game changed. Like what part Utomi will say? He said the week the election was won, he realized that we were going the wrong direction. He accepted the responsibility that he was part of the game. But for someone to say, yeah, because we allowed Jonathan to mess up, that was why we got Buhari, that was not a better way to address it. And I also have a problem with overgeneralization. Overgeneralization wounds me in the sense that as somebody calls me now that Rudolph is in Nigeria, I say, no, I'm on call with Rudolph. The person says, no, Rudolph is in Nigeria. If the person keeps nagging and did not change the opinion, tomorrow, if the person tells me another thing, I will find it difficult to accept. So for him to say that Peter Obi is working for Atiku, and he made it firm. He took that position and he stood on it. And I wasn't comfortable with that position because Jesus Christ went to the house of Zacchaeus. But at the end of the day, you won't say that Jesus Christ is a sinner for those who are Christians today. Obi might have had dealings with these old politicians, but you cannot come in and smash his character openly, and you feel because you are contesting this election, you can defend yourself, you can make your case, and you people can win. You can win your vote. I had anybody that registered for that election, I can't say he can win. What if 17 of them dies tomorrow? The person remains the only person, so he becomes a president. So I don't put the idea you cannot. Whoever that is there can, but at this point, if you are not factual of what you want to say, don't just say something to discredit people to make your own gain. That's my feedback. He did a nice job. He attended to everybody, but the way he reacted to Ekene, he would have reacted the other way. Well, he made a comment towards the end of the show, which he also acknowledged that, oh, I wouldn't have gone the way I went. He got himself, and that's being human for me. So he's doing a good job for Nigeria. So even if he doesn't become a president, he has added value to our politics. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Omoyele.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. My voice is somehow today. I've been under the weather, and it's unfortunate I didn't have an opportunity to get one-on-one with Sowore. Thank you for your great job. Thank you for your detribalized mindset. I thank you for not allowing people to use you as a remote control for their television. And remember what you are. Keep up the good job, and posterity will reward you. You see one thing, just yesterday here, I made it clear that if election was conducted in my state, Obi will emerge. If there are people that feel they are building Obi, instead, they don't realize they are destroying him. Doctor, please, I didn't have time to talk to Sowore, and you gave a pass at close to 1 hour to talk. I just hope you give me a little time to make my contribution to clear certain things around this whole idea that if it's not Obi way, it's the highway. Either the Obi, if it's not Obi, Nigeria can no longer stand. I don't get it. I want to clear them. I want to clear Passat. I want to clear the last speaker. I want to clear so many negative mindsets, coming here. You see, politics in Nigeria, even not because of the way they play politics in Nigeria, it's supposed to be about ideology. It's like telling somebody, a Republican, that believes in, that doesn't believe in abortion, we should go support a Democrat that believes government money should be used for abortion. I don't get it. Are people okay? Somebody coming here from beginning to the end, insulting Sowore, instead of making his point and just leave and go home and rest. I stopped going to so many platforms, all of them because of Sowore. See, it's not new. We did same to Gani. Today he's gone. He's not coming back, except on Judgment Day. We did same to so many of our heroes. We are hypocrites. We praise them when they are gone. We don't need your validation. We don't need your validation to know how much Sowore has contributed to political and otherwise development in Nigeria. Except for few of us that have gone through, see, even I said, I thought I was smart, I thought I was strong, I thought I was bold and courageous. Sowore has taken activism to another level, unimaginable level in Nigeria. That you even have ways to talk about voting for B today is the handwork of Sowore. People that cannot go to the restroom without taking permission from their wife, they will be here insulting Sowore. People that cannot spend one day in Nigerian prison, they will be here insulting Sowore. People that cannot live for Nigeria without begging their wife, maybe for 1 month, they can't leave their wife and family. They are insulting Sowore that has never set his eyes on his family for the past 3 years. Somebody that has fought, I mean, do you know what is we need to fight Nigerian government? I have a list of people here. The professor was here yesterday. The last time we met in history, we were with Father Dumego and Philip Effion Jr. I can tell you list of about 30 Nigerians that attended that conference. They can't go to Nigeria. They can't because they're on the blacklist of Nigerian government. Somebody is there, you know, taking his risk. I don't even know how he does it. See, I'm not trying to be blasphemous here. I've never seen somebody fighting for people that hate him. That is the aspect. In terms of jail, he has never gone to the numbers of jail I've been to. The bullets I've taken, Sowore might not have taken it. But fighting for people that hate you, when I was doing my own, I had support from my people. I have people that support me on, like, go on, we are behind you. People, the same people you are fighting for, the same people running you down. I don't know how Sowore does that. I don't know how he takes that nonsense. See, ideologically, see, sometimes I don't play politics. Sometimes, if I talk, some people go back to say, you are a too-minded person. You say you are for Sowore, we're President Obi. No. Sometimes I also come here to say this is not Obi movement. I see it as a people's movement. The consciousness you have, the political consciousness you have in Nigeria youth today, if not for somebody like Sowore, Gani is gone. He's gone forever. The prof with the white hair is old. He's tired of protest. Abakoba is, he's out of the picture. We need Sowore as a catalyst to get to the Nigeria of our dream. People will come here and run it down because he does not support Obi. How do you imagine Sowore that wants to probe those that have looted Nigeria, and Obi that is saying we cannot look back? That is why God has put our eyes in our front. We should move forward and forget the past. Me, you just want to force Obi down the throat of Sowore. Are you people okay? Do people reason? So if you're not supposed to be, it's no longer a human being. Everything he has done for Nigeria, for us, for me, that knows what it takes. If you spend 1 year in Nigeria detention, my brother, most of you running Sowore down, you'll be dead. You can't even survive 1 night in Nigeria detention. We have gone through the thick and thin. All in the name of getting a better Nigeria. People are not getting it. See, sometimes they say Sowore is arrogant. Sowore is selfish. So, see, I told them in one platform before I left, since over a year ago, I've never gone back. You people are the ones that are selfish. If you put yourself in Sowore's position, I gave them an analogy on somebody, a parceller in the market. Their work is way so hard to send a beautiful lady from the village to Harvard University to read nursing. For the day of graduation, you are giving him a call to tell him, oh, you're no longer my class. You're parcelling, to help with your parcelling. I've gone beyond you. Now, you stop calling me. And the boy is trying to react. You think the boy is selfish. He doesn't have reason to complain. This is who Nigerians are. Dr. Damages, I thank you once again. Everything I could not read in any book, any literature, any political books, I found them in this your platform. My why question to this, why question to that, I've been able to get the answers here on this platform. So, I'm forever will be grateful to you. Somebody talking about Kende. The question, the same rhetoric is the same question they're asking. How can somebody say, Sowore supported Buhari? You just to give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. Sowore supported the Buhari. There are people that hated military juntas and military rulers in Nigeria. See, we are the people that don't want to identify with those kinds of people. You saw what he did to Abdul Salam yesterday. That is Sowore for you. He will never hide the truth. If you cannot manage the truth, Sowore will continue to punish you with the truth to the last day, till you go to your street. So, if you cannot handle Sowore's truth, see, we have a long way to go to in this country. See, painful enough, bunch of these elements talking here. In 2018, they were with PDP. The only way you see them talking now, because Obi has put out of PDP, now PDP has become a bad party. If they went out for PDP or APC in 2019 and 2015, to accuse Sowore of something he didn't do. Are you trying to say there was no corruption in Jonathan's government? Are you blaming Sowore for trying to expose this corruption inherent in Jonathan's government? Are you trying to say the Dasuki gate is a lie? Are you trying to say that beautiful lady that was in charge was the president, that was the de facto president, that is still in London right now, is a lie? So are you blaming for Sowore for using his media to expose the corruption in Jonathan's government? I can't imagine the kind of people we have in Nigeria. We have a long way to go. Now, the Canada comes here in the morning. I want to get one-on-one engagement with that boy. If he's still alive, let him come here. In the morning, he wants to be to win. In the afternoon, there is no election. No election. If you cannot get election we hold in Nigeria. If you cannot get election to sleep with your woman, I don't know what you mean by that. In the afternoon, no election. In the evening, you are buying guns for innocent people. Your brother is not there. You are not there. You are declaring it at home in a situation where you want to win. Bunch of confused people. And yesterday was attacking Dr. Chidi. Chidi, I was almost calling you this afternoon not to respond to people like that. They are confused. In the morning, you want to win. In the afternoon, you are declaring no election. In the evening, you are declaring sit at home. You are sending boys to go born and this thing. In a situation where you want to be. Are you confused? What do you want from Nigeria? Sowore is not as confused as you are. Pastor came here, he was talking, running Sowore down from beginning to the end. Go to Nigeria one day and talk against the Nigeria government. So you know your what, and you know the what Sowore is doing for you.
All right.
We will not see even 4 years university. We spent 8 years struggling for this for a better Nigeria. In 2012, I was small. I could leave my village in Agbaba, go to Lagos and struggle. Sometimes I look at Sowore, I cry for money tonight. What kind of human being is this? People don't even recognize. They don't know what he stands for. He doesn't get their support. They don't support him. Instead, they castigate him every day. He's there fighting for them like Jesus Christ. Only Jesus Christ has done what he's doing. Blessing and pray for people that hate him. God will forgive you all. I leave it at that. I changed my standard of thought because of the nonsense I'm hearing from here. You people are destroying Obi, you're not building him. From today, me and the little structure I have, we are moving out of the Obi's movement. So we face the people's movement, which is Sowore's movement. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Amore.
Bye.
I don't see. I think sometimes people I think that guy is of the old guard, and the way they think, they just think that just because somebody goes to prison, then you should hand them everything. So we give Kanu Biafra now because he went to prison. Is that where we are now? We throw common sense out of our head. This is a man that came here to call our soldiers mercenaries. Why he wants to recruit mercenaries, foreign ones, into our country. He forgets that there are children out there that their parents have died protecting this country. Some of them even rescuing kidnapped mercenaries, dying in the process. He's calling our security forces mercenaries. See, people have to have their head together. And this is why we have to take our head away from the individuals. This is not about an individual. This is about our people and our survival here. Because anyone can be compromised. When I hear Sowore saying that, and he comes here to try to repeat it and say our soldiers are mercenaries. All of them are mercenaries. So you invite foreigners to come and do the job for us. Is that where we are? No. If it's so good, if he's so great, hold on. Let me finish my point. You've had your say. Hold on. You've had your say. You've had your say. If he's so great and he really fights for the people so much, how do your first instinct when you get into office is to bring mercenaries? You should be thinking about how to harness your people. We have over 100,000 youths, 100 million youths in Nigeria that are completely stood down from doing anything for their country. We don't even protect our borders. Our military is extremely small. He talks about this technology and he talks about futurism and all that stuff. Has he bothered to Google the structure of other nations? Has he not seen how weak our security forces are? He should be fighting for those security forces. Maybe if he was doing that, he would have become a president by now. The mercenary, the so-called, see, are you telling me all our soldiers are mercenaries? Seriously? Do you know that we have family members here that are from the military background? Are you both serious? What are we living here? This is cuckoo land thinking. We have family members that have died. I have relatives, grandparents that have military. They are all mercenaries. He comes here to say that, then some people say, oh, because he went to prison and it's okay. And that's the irony of it all. He wants to hire mercenaries too. Where does their loyalty belong? You think mercenaries owe you loyalty? Their loyalty belongs to their own heritage. They're going to be here to do the job that their heritage demands. You might pay them, but you don't know what else they are doing in your country. I'm not going to submit my head, put my head on the block because somebody comes and deceives us. Nobody should trust any leader. Don't trust me. Trust what is good for your people. If somebody tells you they want to bring foreigners into your country, in this country that I sit here, they beheaded their president. Their king. The first time they've ever beheaded a king in this country was because he brought foreigners into England. That is sacrilegious. You can't bring other people into your country to come and kill your people. You have enough people. Nigerians are capable of doing it. Train them. Get them to do the job. Harness your people. That's what you are supposed to do. And this thing that Omoyele is saying, the passion he exudes, you can sympathize with the passion because I know where it's coming from. Because he is frustrated and he wants something to be better for Nigeria and he believes in Sowore. But look at what he's saying. There is a reason why Nigerians are gravitating towards Peter Obi. I've asked 5 presidential candidates simple questions about security. Only Peter Obi answered the question straight. Only him. The rest waffle and waffle and waffle. They don't even understand the concept because they've never bothered to Google. Even Al-Mustafa went to this thing, what they call it, Libya, and he didn't bother to worry about how did Gaddafi secure himself? How did Singapore do it? How did Israel do it? How did Sri Lanka do it? None of them. Nobody bothers. And today, none of us are asking this question. Because if I was the one, if I was a Igbo man, and I sit on the other side, making money from you people, you carry on like this. You think you are going to build anything? You are building on sand. I just watched the Chinese president. These people went after their tech companies. The Chinese government went after their tech company, destroying it, saying stop creating software, start creating hardware. Because every time we keep relying on other people, we are building on sand. This is the Chinese government that is a nuclear power doing this, going after their tech companies, destroying them down to build up again. Because they understand, they think into the future. We don't even think like that. We just sit here and expect other people to do everything for us. And a candidate comes here to tell me I should go and use foreigners. Goodness, man. You guys, seriously, you might have loyalty. We all want Nigeria to be better. But don't put your head on the block for somebody that is saying things that are actually sacrilegious. There are children out there that are parents that have died for this country. To be calling them mercenaries is very, very rude. And not very, very statesmanly or even leadership. He doesn't act as if he's even ready for leadership at all.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you. Let me pull back a little bit.
And let me just add this last point before I stop. Can you imagine if Sowore was arguing that, you know what, our defense forces are too weak, our police is too few, arguing for their welfare? He is going to be one of the most powerful politicians today. because the most powerful forces is arguing for them. Instead, he's trashing them. And these are the people that keep nations safe. These are the people that keep nations stable. And he's talking about not paying our sovereign national debt. If you don't pay our sovereign national debt, you know the trouble that will happen? Total anarchy in our financial sector. He doesn't seem to grasp the nature of some of the things he's saying. But, you know, Omoro, you can just follow him.
Thank you, forefathers. Ndubisi, I will skip you because you've weighed in on.
Sowore don't lie like you. Sowore, Sowore defends the interest of the police every day. Even when they arrest you, he tells them it's not your fault. Your welfare is bad. You are.
Why is he calling them mercenaries?
You are organized.
Okay, guys, we can't have this now. Let's have order, please. And I'll skip you because you weighed in on the show. Let me go to Igbo Basic.
I want to say something to Mr. Mori.
No. You are not helping now. If you say
just appeal to him to calm down. That's just the thing. To take it easy.
All right. Thank you.
No.
Igbo Basics. Hold on before you say anything, Igbo Basics. I'll just have to make sure because people feel I'm not fair to some people. But I'm hoping that everybody will just 2 minutes, but it looks like I have to use the bell to get people to, because thank you. Go ahead, Bibo Basic.
Okay, Dr. Damages, dear Rudolph. When was Sahara Reporters established?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't want to give you a wrong date, but you can easily find it. Why is that? Yeah.
All right. Why I say that is that Igbo Basics as a publication came around the block pretty much around the same era. First, I want to commend Brother Rudolph here for his God-given talent of being able to be as calm as he has been and to stay the course. I also wanted to say the first time I saw Dr. Chidi in a program, I said, I would like to speak with this young man. I call him young man because I think I'm older than him. I said, I would like to speak with him.
Don't be too sure.
I'm just saying, never mind this, you are Agadi Ekwenka. And then when Pansat went off into the area he went, and Ekene was at it with Chidi earlier on, I was almost like, my dear brothers, can we please, for a second? So it pays to be calm in any given situation. My late friend, Professor Sisi Wako, always says to me, let them land. Because if you let the other person run out their steam, they will present the matter, they will judge the matter, they will prosecute the matter, they will contradict themselves. Omoroyi, as a person who was a subject earlier on, when I had a point to ask a couple of questions, I laid out a scenario. I never mentioned Peter B's name. First, I wanted to ask him when he went to Benue, Makodi, whether he happened to have passed through Otukbo to maybe pay homage to Bongo Sikwe. I never got a chance to put that one in. But after he was gone, my presentation was very purposeful. I named Peter Umadi, whom I grew up with. And when I talked about Peter Umadi, and I said that Omoroyi is out there acting out of purity. And when you go out of purity, I say again, here and anywhere, that Omoroyi doesn't even know the spirit that is carrying him forward. It's not because he's the most intelligent or because he's the strongest or the wisest, but he has been thrust forth into a situation where he finds himself speaking for a whole bunch of other people. Having said that, Peter Obi, as a person and as a candidate, some of us have seen how he metamorphosized into where he is today. With that said, we as a people, we all know that we have a problem. We want that country rescued. And if we don't band together
it will go the normal way. In my conclusion with Omoroyi, he concluded that I'm a PDP member. Listen, folks, I don't carry any party's card. I have been on my lane as on one path, bearing the truth and nothing but the truth. That's my character. So whatever you come out and do here is a part of your character. When he talked about we in New York, I'm not in New York, by the way, I'm in New Jersey. And I always bring out my passport of Malamidi as I say it when I talk about second missionary journey. In this case, I have been there, done that, came here, studied, went back, did the National Youth Service Corps, spent 9 years on the ground. What does that mean? I came back to reality because it's either you join them, either they kill you, or you join them and become crooked. And if you don't want to be crooked, you can either stay and do the right thing or you come out. Now here we are, facing 2023. In this last United States elections, I purposefully went and worked for the Union County Board of Elections for a whole day, standing on my toe from 5 a.m. until almost 9 p.m. And I saw a system that if we ever get there, all this long grammar, buying votes and all whatnot will be a thing of the past. Why am I bringing that subject matter? Is because tomorrow you said that this Beavers thing, manipulated and all whatnot, garbage in, garbage out.
Omoroyi.
Omoroyi, not Omoroyi, Solo. Sowore, sorry, not Omoroyi, Sowore, I'm sorry. I observed where elections are held properly. In other words, 4 people in the polling station in Pabut, we had like 6 or 7 tables. 4 of you have to sign off that the machine is empty at the beginning of the day. During the course of the day, candidates have their agents to come and observe. Every 2 hours, we summarize.
Igbo Basic, it's been 5 minutes.
I'm so sorry if I've taken that much time. Let me try to round it up.
Yeah, please.
What am I trying to say is that the Beavers exercise that is happening in Nigeria today, that is going to happen, let us pray that the machines will work. And if the machines work, the rigging will be over. And hopefully, Mr. Peter Obi will emerge. Because if Mr. Peter Obi does not emerge as the next president of Nigeria, we are back to square one. Where I just saw the son of a governor in Abia State being addressed as His Excellency. That's my state. That's an insult. When will this stop? The mother of a governor being referred to as Mother Excellency. Come on now, folks. And we are out here talking from our safe havens, wherever we are making a difference on ground. Like Dr. Stella Ford is in Lagos making a difference on the ground. Can we please band together? And I asked Omoroye, if you don't win, when you see you're in a race, in the last lap, and you know you are not winning, what can you do? Can you be able to join forces with whoever that you see, the young ones I keep saying? Can you join forces with them so that they can cross the finish line? And he debunked by saying that he doesn't believe in this youthful thing. Sorry, when I was his age or your age, we probably can come out to the field and dug it out.
All right, thank you.
Folks, that's my presentation. Can we please band together and make sure that in the last lap that we don't let the old brigade, we don't let them back in, because if we let them back in, our effort is in vain.
Thank you. Austin Yanes.
And Chidi, I would like to get to you through Dr. Damage's place.
Okay, I don't know. You know, one thing I've always been skeptical about is people thinking their standards is the best. Even me, whenever I'm judging any problem, or maybe people who like bringing their problems to me for us to reason, I don't like putting myself as if I have an interest. I put it in such a way that my standard is not the best. What I think is the best may not actually be the gold standard. So when I see people think that this is how it must be, this is how it must be, I'll try to talk to Omori, please. These people talking, you are not talking for Obi. I like listening to the person who talks. He's the person to answer your question. If somebody says hell will let loose if Obi loses, Obi can still lose. It's possible. So I don't see why we always need to shout and shout and shout. Dr. Damage will say, "Kafunefune di otua." But I want to tell you people the truth. There's one thing, maybe I used to hear people talk, Pansard and the rest. People always think, even let me tell you, even for father, sometimes you used to think your standard is the highest. It's not true. I like listening to a lot of people and looking at the brains of everybody. As I said, I like looking at your brain. There is something good in it. I will pick it from your brain, add it to my own, and we move ahead. The only one thing, I say Sowore is a nice person if you ask me. But the only one thing I say is that even Baba, who is your Basanjo, there is something he knows that I can use and still be great. So I don't believe that everybody is bad. I don't believe that everybody is decent. But all I believe is that can we come together, do the right thing? As far as this election is concerned, I know that the beavers will not be like the 100% solution to the problem. But it's a step in the right direction. Same as we are going to encourage those who fought the civil societies, the protests to have made this thing come through. But I know that as we keep on trying step by step, we'll get to that level. But I want to really beg all of us. Look, one thing is certain. We don't need to think our standard is the highest. It's not true. But if we listen to a lot of people from different directions and try to reason why they speak the way they speak, I think we'll get a better state. I'll keep on saying I've led organization before. I was very successful in one. And I will tell you the person who gave me the idea was the least member of my group. And he wanted to talk that day. And my secretary said, "Shut up, what can you say?" And I said, "Leave him, let him talk." And he gave the most perfect idea that worked. So don't take your standard to be everybody's standard. Sowore has done well, but the only position I'll try to disagree with him is that you should learn to listen to everybody, even the good, the bad, and the ugly. Everybody. That's what I have to say.
Can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah, tell me something.
If that person gave you a rubbish idea, would you have gone with it?
No, you debunk it.
Not that was not all standards are good.
Good. If somebody gives you, that's why we have the capability to reason. If we reason it and it doesn't work, you give it. But you know one thing I will not like too much about Sowore. If you tell him this, no, he's bad, he's wicked, he's crazy. No. If you don't like it, okay, I've listened to you. Good. When you see another idea that is better, you go with that one. That is what I think.
Okay, Dr. Chidi.
Dr. Damages, you see why I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna pretend because I'm in the field and I understand what Dr. Damages does, and I sit where he is sitting. So my perception and the way I communicate is different. I jotted down. I've tried to run away from this your program, but I'll be walking and I'll put the audio. Then I'll hear somebody say something. I'll run back. I'll leave again. I didn't do all the programs I was supposed to do today, even though everything is. I've just been messed up. But let me quickly address my brother forefathers. You see, there are two things that are going on here. This is time for politics, okay? So we can play politics. And in politics, you play politics. It's a race. So you do everything you can to win your opponent. It's like a debate. So let's not, I don't like when people come and they camouflage and they paint it like what it's not. No, it is politics. And look, I have the bragging right to talk about politics because I didn't just talk. I put my boots on the ground. I ran as a governorship candidate for my state. I spent the money. I went inside everywhere. So now I can talk about politics as a past governorship candidate. So anytime you're addressing me, just for the sake of everybody here, put your excellency, please. I'm not like sure. Right? Just say your excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let me make my point. It didn't easy. It didn't easy at all. Okay. Now, forefathers, let me take you on shore. What I think you have not done and what you should do he should go back. Go to Sowore2023.org. Why I'm recommending this for you is that you should go there and read. You have to take time. Read his manifesto. And since you're so interested in security, go and read what he says about security. When you read that, it will, because when you talk, after reading that and you listen to yourself, you will see that you are actually taking all the points that Sowore has said. And what beats me is when Sowore was here, he spoke to you. When he spoke to you, you started shaking your head. And at the end of the day, you asked him, and he said, yes, he agrees with you. But behind him again, you came back and reversed everything. Sowore agreed with you that our military force was inadequate. He agreed with you. And Sowore in his manifesto, because of time, I'm not going to go into it. That's why I want you to go and read. He talked about military welfare. Sowore said the military should not be in the barracks. It was an explosive idea. I even asked him, what do you mean military should not be in the barracks? He said, no, that barracks is mobilizing people when you're going to go to war. That you should put, is that do military people live, you that you have military family, do military men live in barracks in the US? Do they live like the way they live in Nigeria? No. Sure,
They actually do in the UK and the
no,
US.
no, I think
So,
the way
some.
some, but see, when it's relative when we are saying this, you use barracks to like mobilize and recruit, train, and then when you are commissioned the officers, you put them in good housing, you know, but like police and all that. That is the kind of thing.
US, they have barracks. They have barracks. They have bases. They have bases. They call them bases. They have bases in the United States. They have bases even outside the United States.
Not barracks. Not barracks. Okija. When we say barracks, we mean barracks. So hold on. Okija, since you're talking,
just language.
Okija. So in US, the military base in US is like the military barracks in Nigeria.
Of course, you know, there are differences because Nigeria is run down, but
of course, you know. Thank you. That answers my question. So whether you call it base, Sowore has said he doesn't want it like it is right now. So forefathers, when you come and you accuse him that he didn't do that, that is wrong. Go and read that. Don't quote me. Just go and read and come back. Okay. The other thing you said I wanted to touch is when you keep mentioning this machinery thing. You're behaving like somebody who is in a wrestling match and he has caught his opponent's hand, like catch you. So you are twisting it and you think you're making a point. Not exactly. Let me tell you why. He said that when every other measure has failed, he will resort to this. And when he was giving you the analogy of
Your Excellency, what's going on? Your light is
is village people, is forefathers, and they're always coming after me. I know them. It's so big people here. So big people, even Augustine. But in the name of the Jesus, we will defeat them. We defeat them. It's okay. Just watch my voice for now. Anyways, so that's what I'm trying to say, guys. You see the passion of Omorui. It really touched me. It touched me because look, Obi is my in-law. My beautiful wife is from Obosi. I'm a Wawa man from Enugu State. So I respect Obi. And when Obi was governor, I mean, you can't deny him of his achievements there. But in saying this, let me disagree with my elder, Igbo Basics. When you say that people are in a race, I have never seen where people are in a race running 100 meters. Then the person who was running very hard to win, you are looking at that person. You say, look, Mr. Man, you're number 3. The number 3 now stops and goes to push number 1 to win. It's not like that now. They all run to the finish line. So when people are saying that somebody should stop and go and join the other person to push them to win, I don't know. I've never seen that analogy. It's a race. Once they shoot the gun, boy, they all run to get to the finish line. So please, that ideology does not work.
No, Dr. Chidi, go find out from JJ Okocha what brought him into limelight.
No, JJ.
All I'm trying to say there.
Igbo basic. Yes. Listen, let me also take your analogy. JJ Okocha could work with people in his team, But JJ Okocha, it's not that when he sees that the other team is giving him 3-1, JJ Okocha will now go and join the other team to score against himself so that he will win. That's not how it works. How it works is every team, whatever JJ Okocha is planning and whatever strategy, he works about it in his team. So please, don't just do your campaign, follow whoever you want to follow, but you don't really understand Sowore and what he is doing in his team. He will do that. He's hoping to win. And when he wins, he will bring his idea. You see all these things we are talking now, until 25th, nobody knows what will happen. It's after 25th, then we will continue. If Obi wins, good for him. Nigeria will continue with Obi. If Sowore wins, good for him. Like you said, you don't know what will happen. It may even be Atiku. So let everybody get ready. And sorry about the malfunction of my camera, but I hope with these few points of mine, I have proven to you, Mr. Moderator and co-debater, that
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Dr. Chidi, now you say make they call you Excellency. Yeah. You better cherry like
All right. Thank you, Chidi. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. So sometimes I kind of understand some of the things that Sowore did between the last election, 2019 election, some of the strategies, some of his great followers. These are the guys that were running, gravitating to Peter Obi today. And I think it worked well for Obi. And but that does not mean because he worked well for Obi, everything that you expect Sowore is doing, like everybody, I get people say this funny thing, say, Sowore just go and become and prepare yourself for EFCC chairman and the likes. Things don't work like that. You can fight your fight. Buhari fought a good fight, you understand, for 3 good times. The 4th one before he become president, or as it, yeah, or thereabout. So how about you just leave Sowore, let him also fight. He might fight this fight for 3 times, he might fight it for 4 times. I stand to be corrected. Nobody can beat their hand on their chest except you don't understand politics. I said the way the politics is going right now, that Obi can successfully win 2 to 3rd of 24 states in Nigeria today. It's not going to be possible, except you want to join this my Christian people with what God cannot do does not exist. Where will he get it? You understand? It's not going to be possible. But guess what? Obi is doing a good fight. Because if anybody that will win Obi today will give Obi a better edge for Obi to become president come 2027. You know why? There's a 77 trillion out there. And if the person want to try to better that country, which means the person going to step on a lot of toes, and that will give Obi more advantage, like the way we praise the lives of Awolowo today, say, oh, the president we never have. Abiola, the president we never have. They might be president and not do anything, like as we think of Buhari so much. He didn't achieve nothing. So it will work for Peter Obi the same way it will work for Sowore. But for us to quickly discourage people with this funny perception of he doesn't have much experience, he doesn't do this, go and work with Obi, that will not make him continue his fight. You understand? Obi has stepped out of somebody that he said he respects so much, Atiku. He's taking his own mantle. He's taking his own battle. That's how things supposed to be. Then my guy, forefather, talking about these machineries. I just look at him. I don't even understand the type of military we have. You understand? Maybe back in my day, said the manual war that we have said they're even better than the military we have today in Nigeria. Because this military we have today in Nigeria, now Agbada people will wear khaki. They are more politicians than politicians. They are not doing anything. You are talking about military, you are talking about machineries, you are talking about covert operation and the likes. When we literally import nearly everything in our military, and you are still talking about this military is completely free. If you go buy weapons in America, you go buy weapons in Pakistan, you go buy weapon in India. Come on now, in this age and time, one button can make the difference. And the life, one button can make the difference. So I don't understand the thing that you are talking. So if you can get people to make things work, I think it worked for us. I repeat my word again. When you talk all these things, there is CIA in Germany. There is CIA in England, and there is an American military base in England, in Germany, and everything. Like I said, my brother, you must
Do you see
learn
them
how
in
to cut
France?
good.
Do you see them in France? Those countries are defeated countries.
I just tell you, one of the greatest nations in Western Europe, there is an American base there. These are powerful countries.
Germany was defeated in the
These are
Second World War.
first.
That's why.
These are first world nations. These are countries that are doing well for themselves. If they can cut this type of things, if America can beg Saudi Arabia to even go back to their vomit to try to talk to places like Venezuela for oil, Saudi Arabia will frustrate them, cut oil to make the price go up. And the same America is protecting Saudi Arabia. My brother, they know how to cut deals. When you cut good deals, you will negotiate good business with your enemy. That is what you must understand. So just saying it like a layman, oh, why will you do this? Why will you do that? The military is compromised. The police is compromised. And everything. So sometimes you just want to bring people from outside to make this work in certain situation. Not like he's bringing a white man to come become Inspector General of Police, or a white man to come be Chief of Army Staff. It doesn't work like that. Yes, I agree with you. But you are just saying it you are just trying to get a cheap political point and everything. My brother, it doesn't work. This
What is
that
political point? I am annoyed that he keeps talking about what is wrong with people with politics. You and politics, are you crazy or something? What is? I don't care about politics.
Yeah, I'm not
Stop talking about politics. Somebody's talking about bringing foreign soldiers to our territory, and you are talking about politics.
I'm not crazy. There is foreign soldiers. There is foreign soldiers in the country that you are right now.
The part of the election in 2015.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. But there's
powerful army too.
Just let somebody else talk. I think I'm getting a lot of feedback.
All right.
Listen, I'm a powerful army.
Okay,
Just once I wear uniform, I'm army now.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Fathers, I remember when you asked the question, he made a statement, and the clause he made is important you bring it in. He said, if necessary. He said that will happen if necessary. And that clause is important in the dialogue.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to add there.
Augustine, where did you change?
He says that repeatedly over and over again, and I'm looking at his manifesto right now. I can't see him trying to increase in numbers in any way.
Dr. He said what?
Most of it is full about human rights stuff.
Obedient. You're not supposed to talk like that now.
No. So that's the problem I have with Omore. When you're angry, you stop listening. He didn't get my analysis. If he had gotten my analysis, he wouldn't be angry with me. I said, I don't condemn people in politics, especially when I don't have facts. I've not studied so his methodology is not my methodology. I was groomed in the church. So I have a way, I can't take away the way he addressed. I can't, no matter what Abu Salami did to Nigeria, when I meet with him one-on-one, there's a way I'll address it. That's my personality. But I'm not saying that my personality is the best. I'm only saying that he has a personality that, like what you said about P2B, I have studied P2B and I know P2B. So when you say things that are not true about him, that makes, I'll begin to challenge some of that things you're saying.
Do you know why I came? I came to provide an insight from Sowore's side. Let me take you. You say Sowore said P2B is working for Atiku.
Yeah,
that's what got you. But look at the context. He didn't start talking like that. Somebody provoked him and said that he is there to, and the person is talking from an Obi side. So you know how it is. You saw what led to that. You know, say, okay, even that Obi self that you're talking about works for PDP. Why? Listen, because you ask Obi, look at Atiku now. Atiku is a bad guy. Obi says, no, he's my mentor. If somebody is your mentor, and then they ask you again, they say, is your manifesto different from Atiku? You say, no, all of us are the same thing. So when you talk like that, somebody can accuse you of, hey, you asked, like, we're trying, even you obedient, you know that side they get command. You guys wish Obi will not be saying that. You know now, we'll get, there are some things. You wish he won't say that.
Personally,
you wish he will not say that now. At
when
least,
he says about
okay, hold on.
He wanted to dump on Atiku. He doesn't want to do that. That's why he's different from Sowore. Sowore will just dump on people. Obi is diplomatic because he he states the
It
fact.
is that diplomacy that is the problem we have now.
No, but this is politics. This is politics, not activism. This is politics. It's different.
Okay, hold on, Chidi, hold on. Let me.
Let's hear Mr. Omore. Now he's a bit.
Let me hear. Okay, Omore first, and
yes.
No, Ndubisi has not spoken.
Yeah, Omore first.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for my outburst earlier. We have to be very careful the way we go about these issues. He is a deal of OP or no other way. We should be careful because the strongest part of PDP in 1999 has been the Southeast and the South-South. Anybody can, quote me wrong if you think otherwise. The strongest heart of PDP is 1990. They have never lost in South-South and Southeast. So a bunch of people now are moving towards OB. As I asked them one question: if OB does not win, what comes next? They tell you we try this one first. If OB does not win, we go to Biafra. People are listening to you. They're not talking to idiots. They're talking to intelligent people. So somebody has been consistent for the past 30 years. I've known Omoyele Sowore for the past 33 years. He has been dogged, he has been rugged, he has been consistent. No matter how you try to condemn him, you cannot take that one away from Omoyele Sowore. Omoyele, Omoyele, moves when nobody dares to come. So I don't know where he gets his courage from. I tried in my only two ways to do it. But my mother was dying emotionally. I came from a Zone 5 office one day for investigation. They brought us for investigation. I saw my mother. Tears ran down my cheeks. I'm like, I wasn't weak, but I saw my mom dying for my sake. Like, I'm like, what am I doing to this woman? But that didn't stop me. This is a different human being. If it comes to Igbo, Omoyele is one person that is detribalized. When it comes to Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Omoyele don't believe in your tribalism and the religious bigotry. So we might not be perfect. We're not looking for a saint. We're not looking for an angel. So if he's not getting everything right, how are we complimenting this guy? How are we encouraging him? If Obi does not win, what happens thereafter? What if Obi goes back to the same PDP tomorrow or APC tomorrow? What happens to this people's movement? This is my greatest concern. Somebody is talking of in 2019, you said Omoyele did not score anything. Why will he score something when you refuse to vote for him? When you refuse to canvass for him? When you refuse to mobilize for him? Will he? Even if he wants to vote for himself, he has just one vote for himself. His wife is not even there. So I'm not sure of his second vote. So why will he still vote and score something when you don't actually appreciate the little effort he has made? See, we were involved in activism, we tried our best, but the level Omoyele has taken it to is unimaginable. So before you come here to run Omoyele down, be careful. We are ready to fight you. You see, we are ready to fight you by any means possible.
That's right.
So, one man hero, could be another man terrorist. Omoyele is our hero. Omoyele is our hero. Please, we don't play with him. We don't talk with him. Another thing I want to correct, please. Another thing I want to quickly correct. People trying to run him down. In 2019, they said it was for Tinubu. He was voting for Tinubu. He said Tinubu, he insulted Tinubu more than 3 times today. Somebody was talking about you were raised in the church. I was also raised in the church. Respecting our elders. They brainwash us in our land in Benin to make us believe that one man is a God representative on earth. To brainwash our forefathers. To brainwash my father. And more than that, I cannot worship a human being that was born in Ife. He's telling me he's a God, representing God in my life. I can never get to that. So if you respect your elder that are, killing you, they are eating your children. Me, Omoyele Sowore does not stand for that. We don't respect elders and fathers who eat their children. So this is the difference. You get it right. You are not holier. He's holier than that attitude. See, on Judgment Day, you will see. Omoyele will make up before many of you that think you were born in the churches. Let me tell you. So the angel of respect elders. His so-called elders today were morons when they were young. So a moron can an idiot can grow up to be an elder. It doesn't remove the stupidity in him. So what do you mean by respecting an elder? In my land, they tell you he's a God on earth. So whatever he does is right. He owns the land from Benin to abroad. Who tells you that?
Omoro, you have a lot of passion, but do you think it is wise to penalize Peter Obi because of his followers?
So if it was right,
the credible candidate because of his followers.
Working for Tinubu. So it wasn't right for Omoyele to say Obi too is working for Atiku. So you have problem with that. Somebody came here, somebody like a Kene that is even inconsistent. He doesn't know where he belongs. You know, telling Omoyele that he's destroying Obi. Who is Obi for Omoyele to destroy? If you put
Why are
Obi
you going
side by
after
side with
Peter
Omoyele,
Obi
in the
because
terms
of
of
his
fighting
followers?
for Nigeria, who will you choose first?
All right, thank you, Omori. Thank you,
It doesn't sound right that you are going after a credible candidate because of some nonchalant followers. It doesn't sound coherent
Your
to me.
credibility depends on how you look at it. Your hero could be another master terrorist.
Okay, thank you, guys.
To you, it could be a hero. To us, it could be a terrorist.
Thank you, Omori. Thank you. I already said thank you to people who are watching us at home. We are rounding up. We have to go. It's been 7 hours.
Rudolph,
yeah.
Can I give my last? Can I say my last word?
No, hold on. Before you do that, I just want to hear from Duvisi and Ike.
Okay.
They've not said anything. Duvisi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you once more. I just want to appeal to everybody to take it easy. This conflict we are trying to create between Obi and Sowore does not exist. It shouldn't come. Sowore talks the way he talks. It has been his way from time. So he has his own way of saying things, which if we fact check, we might find that some are not true and some are true. Obi has his own way of doing things. Let me respond a little to Dr. Shidi, who said that Sowore says Obi is working for Atiku and all that. Obi refused to condemn Atiku. He says Atiku is his mentor. You people, all of you knows Obi's nature. If you go back in history, since he came to limelight as governor, this is somebody who hardly insults somebody. He has his own way of addressing issues. If Obi was if Obi was Tinubu and Soludo said what he said against him, coming from the same state, hell will be let loose. But the man has his own way of saying things. He's gentle by nature. You don't expect him to come out and accuse Atiku and say, yes, Atiku is okay. Yeah. For me to align with what some people are saying, he's going to insult Atiku. It doesn't go like that. That doesn't make him weak. He has been a governor. People knew the way he did. Anambra is a very difficult. I'm not from Anambra, I'm from Igbo, but I'm Mwadiala to Anambra. My mom is from Anambra. I go there very well. I know the place very well. People know all those political heavyweights, so-called in Anambra, and he was able to keep them in check. If Obi was corrupt, he will compromise with them. So that is so. Let us not create these issues. It doesn't. I know it's politics. Some people try to run down their opponent, or maybe they feel that maybe these supporters should have been mine and all that. But only Nigerians know why they are following him. They have seen the quality in him. They've seen that it's completely different from the regular politicians we have. Sure, can still make it, or he can still make it even now or in the future. He's consistent, good. But let us not come and run down somebody. Now, I'm appealing to Omori, who says he wants to withdraw his support. I don't know his level of support base for me, but let him keep it. We are all fighting for the same thing. We're trying to root out these people who have kept us in suffering. All of us here, we know that we have people back home. If we say, okay, we are happy, here we are. It's not it. Because if the status quo remains, we will still be here complaining and we'll still be sending something back home. It might even get worse. So that's my
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I just reviewed his manifesto. I wanted to respond to you. I wanted to respond to you because I reviewed the manifesto, his security, this thing just now. Sounds like a human rights document that he's just written for security sector, and then he doesn't talk about recruiting more soldiers. The only good idea there is to disperse the police into the community so that they don't see themselves as different from civilians. That is the only good idea I see there. Everything else is just a human rights this thing, and he wants to bring in all this pardon policy about terrorism. He wants to blow it up. But it's not talking about increasing the strength of the military or this country's security services itself.
Okay.
He's not talking about that. And this, okay, and I'm sorry, and he also said, what you said is true. He also said about the conditions of the soldiers and everything, that he's going to improve all that. But it's the same soldiers he came on this panel to call these mercenaries. Is that not funny?
Forefathers, let me tell you what I'm not trying to do, okay? That manifesto you saw there is Omoyele Sowore's manifesto. Is the presidential candidate of AAC. This is how he wants to go about things, okay? It's what you think about it you are entitled. I'm not expecting you to like it. I'm not expecting you to agree with it. I just sent you there, and I'm not expecting you to come back and change your opinion, but I'm glad you went there and you read it. Now, let me answer my, okay, he's gone. The last speaker is gone because he made reference to me, so that's why I wanted to answer him. When he was talking, and let me use the opportunity to really express how I feel about the candidacy of Peter Obi. You see, Peter Obi, when Peter, and this is the point I need people to understand, so you see how we feel, we in AAC, or me as an Igbo person not supporting Peter Obi. When Peter Obi made the decision to go to Labour Party, prior to that, PDP was perfect. PDP was the best place to be. As at that time, we in AAC, we kept saying that PDP is not the right place to be. That what PDP people are doing is not the right thing to do. That's what we were saying. And people that were in PDP, including Obi, they were telling us that we were in the wrong. We should be with a strong party like PDP with Atiku and all of the people there. All of you agreed. And we were the people saying, no, that's not the right way to go. Now, when Obi, the same Obi that my brother was saying is soft-spoken, in Kadiri's interview, after Kadiri pointed out to him all the things that people were saying was bad about Atiku, do you know what Obi's response was? Obi said, all of these things are alleged. It is problematic to people like me because we know they are not alleged. He was defending Atiku. I don't know where. No, you can't say that those things, and that is his stand. He stood and he defended it. So the thing is, we don't take this thing and begin to twist it. This is what he defended as at that time. But that is politics. Don't go and try to change it. He was in that camp. He believed in it. He was with them. Fast forward to 2022. The same place where he was, the only reason why Obi left PDP is not because of the masses. It's not because of the young people. It was because what he was expecting to get from PDP, he didn't get it. Peradventure, things worked right for Obi. He would have been in PDP today. And everything, all of the people were hating in PDP would have been his bodies. Is it true or false? Because Atiku would have lost to Obi, and then Atiku would have been, so everybody in PDP would have been okay. Are you trying to tell me that all of you will be defending PDP? You see, that's where we have a concern. So when you come and say that him accepting IBB, him accepting Obasanjo, him accepting even that one that said anybody who supports terrorists is not a bad person. Gumi, when he went to meet him, everybody was clapping. When Gumi said what he said, we say it's not good again. Are you trying? That is the thing that worries some of us.
You're getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong. He's visiting Gumi. Does it mean that does it mean that he likes what Gumi is doing?
You will not hear me.
Hold on.
What you say,
you are twisting it as well. He said he listed
you have a right.
Nevertheless, you've tried. Let's go on.
Dr. Chidi, a hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush.
Okay, good.
That's number one. Number two.
Everybody. Chidi, hold on. I have to go. I thank everybody for being here. It pains me, when I see, I really appreciate everybody. I say something, okay? Then I'll say good night.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. The area I want to say something is most of us here, all of us here are Nigerians. And we all lived in Nigeria before God gave us the privilege to move outside Nigeria for whatever reasons. And I don't think that we all should forget from where we are coming from, the country we call Nigeria that is our own, the origin and genesis of Nigeria. So, when you want to talk about activism and politics, if you're an activist, you should separate yourself from politics. And if you want to play politics, you put on a politician's cap and not an activist cap.
Julius Malema, what about that in South Africa?
Dr. Damage, I remember the day Mustafa came to your studio. You remember the question I asked him? Most of us are activists in our own field. I lived in Mali for 13 good years. And that 13 good years that I lived in Mali, I was the vice president of Nigerian community. I was the president of Igbo community. I was a member of Nigerian youth in Mali. I have seen all the leaders of Nigeria. I have shaken hands with all of them. The day Mustafa came here, I asked him a question. Because the day that Abacha came to Mali, we are the people who opposed Abacha coming to Mali. And I asked him a direct question. Did you come to Mali with Abacha? He said, no, because some of us who opposed Abacha, who didn't collect money from Nigerian embassy, we went to prison. We were arrested in Mali and kept in the police cell until Abacha left Mali. So when you are talking about activism, most of us have done this for so many years without any benefit. I have suffered for Nigerians. I know what my life was at stake with it, with all these men from Nigerians who are selling Nigerian women in Europe. I know what I went through with Nigerian men and women who sell these girls from Mali to Senegal to Guinea to Morocco. I know what I went through. Nobody's paying me. I did it for the good of Nigeria because I'm a Nigerian. So when you want to play this politics of activity, you have to remove your cap. And if you want to play Nigerian politics is a dirty politics. That is clear. Don't compare Nigeria with America where you live. Don't compare Nigeria with Britain where you live or wherever you live. We are in a different climate and a different planet. So when you say Peter because he was in PDP,
Ike, please round up. I have to
go. By no means should you allow Kenneth to say anything. It's just going to start a fight.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I say something?
You're going to start a fight. That's why. See, it's already started it.
No.
So what I'm trying to show, Omori has left. Listen, you can be an activist, and not only him, and so when they went to university, or who were student activists in their days in the university. A lot of people are. So it's not only you that fight for the right of Nigerians. There are a lot of people, a lot of us here who are doing that even as we speak. So don't try to claim what you are not.
All right.
I know. Everybody gave them time. I know you want to go. I just want to land before you close. Omori should understand that Nigerian politics is not active politics. If you want to be an activist, let him be an activist. But when you want to be a partaker of Nigerian politics, you remove your activist cap and put on the Nigerian cap politician. And that's where you have a double standard life, because you can never marry those two together. And if you want to play that activist in Nigerian politics, it's not going to work. So therefore, let it be said and known here. Nobody is against Sowore, but he's not going to even win any polling booth. It's pure and simple. And nobody is against what he's doing. I like what he's doing. But for the fact that he should also understand that he should talk to people. He should agree with other politicians. Because he's playing politics. He's not playing activists. He's playing politics. And politics is about give and take. It's the politics of understanding. You talk to people, people talk to you.
All right, thank you so much, Ike, and thank you
Dr.
so much.
Dominguez, can you give me 30 seconds, please?
No, thank you so much.
Not even 10 seconds,
please.
Not even 10 seconds.
I don't know why we should be fighting.
He's going to insult somebody now.
What is
I don't know why. No, I don't insult. No, let's correct this. I've never insulted anyone here. The only thing that I detest is being insulted. If you insult me, I insult you back. But I've never insulted anyone. So I respect each and everybody here. But this is it. We are here fighting over these candidates. All of them, as we are here arguing, insulting ourselves, fighting each other. Most of them are in Abuja right now. This is our Sunday. Maybe they're in the club enjoying themselves. And we're here fighting, creating enmity for nothing. Right? So we're talking about Obi being a member of PDP or not PDP.
Salah is here now.
Forgotten. Can I land?
You just
now you have to let Salah talk.
You had a perfect ending. Just leave it there. Don't
Yes,
say anything
exactly.
else.
Thank you.
Anything else you say, man, may be taken against you in the court of law. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. Just
Okay, this is it. I heard someone talking about, I think Dr. Shidi,
you see what I'm saying?
how P2B was a member of PDP, and if he had remained in PDP, we would be all praising PDP now. This is it. We're not talking about party, we're talking about individual. However, if we should go by his own yardstick now, Sowore in 2015 was actually in the front line campaigning for Buhari. Now Buhari turns out to be a total failure. So does it mean that Sowore has a poor sense of judgment, right? For him to have recommended Buhari for Nigerians, and now Buhari happens to be a total failure. So which means that Sowore
they say he didn't do. You see, this is what you do. They say he didn't do that.
Yeah, that's what they said.
They say he didn't do that, and you keep accusing.
No, he did. We have
Ekene, you
videos
get
of
it.
him celebrating
Ekene, you
Buhari.
get it all
We
wrong.
did. From his own Sahara,
Sowore
from his own
condemned.
Sahara videos, I can forward it to Dr. Damages. Sowore celebrating Buhari.
Yeah, but can I stop? You see what I'm saying? That once you go there, everybody wants to talk, and I have to go. And also the important thing is this: if you're basing your, I don't want to. If you're basing your position on video of him celebrating, you said he was on the front line campaigning for Buhari. I don't know how that, but let's not get into that. Asala, thank you so much.
I'm here. All right.
Thank you.
Actually,
thank you for joining us.
Actually, I quickly want to debunk what Kenny was saying now, but
I
shouldn't have to. I don't want to
everybody.
go into that. I don't want to go into that because Dr. Damages has already done the
Somebody wants hold on. Somebody wants you to send the link for him to join. Huh?
Somebody wants me to send it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me quickly talk to forefathers because I've been listening, watching all day. I heard when forefather was talking about the mercenaries. Actually, Sowore actually said, some of the speakers has actually done a judgment on that. But I just want to say, in Nigeria, in presently Nigerian military right now, what we have now, I understand what you meant by bringing mercenaries into the country, bringing foreign people into the country to come and fight, protect us. I understand that perfectly. But the problem we have now is our morals as a military, our military morals, our morals as a citizen, joining the military, fighting this war against every insurgency, from Boko Haram to ESN to IPOB and all of that, and all those terrorists, giving us problem from east to northern part of Nigeria. We don't have the morals. We don't have people on ground. Nobody is ready to do that right now. Nobody is ready to fight the war. So that was why Sowore said, if it were bringing in a mercenary to do the job, as long as we're getting the protection and bringing the country back to track, it's going to do it. It's not saying we have to bring in mercenaries compulsory. It said if that's going to be the solutions, for the country to, get back on track economically, get back on track peacefully, so that we can actually achieve whatever it has on its agenda. That was what it meant. It's not something that is not something about
he says it all the time, and the solution is recruiting Nigerians to do the job. Nigerians are,
but no Nigerians want to do it.
Yes, they do.
Even Obasanjo said that you even use the drive people for South Africa.
They do.
Drive or you go for South Africa.
Yes,
Obasanjo.
they do.
All right,
Nigerians are there that will fight for the country. Trust me. I've seen it on video. No, I don't have a security company. No, I don't. See.
Hold on. I want to say thank you individually to all of you formally. Ekene, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Austin, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
For being here.
Thank you.
Ndubisi, thank you for being here. And Ike, thank you for being here. Paul, thank you. And Igbo Basic, thank you. And
Dr. Damages, Sahara Reporters was founded in 2006 in New York by Omoyele Sowore.
All right.
Igbo Basics was founded in 1995.
All right.
In New Jersey.
Thank you so much. I will see you guys next time, and I appreciate you. All the best. Okay?
Doctor, I want to buy sections so that if I buy my own time, Papa will not be talking to me.
All right. Thank you.